My name is Anoop Patel. I am the section chief of neurology for Nationwide Children's, and I'm also an associate professor at Ohio State University in neurology and pediatrics. One of my greatest experiences in the WISH program was a young man, teenager named Deshaun, and he had really bad epilepsy, and it was really more difficult for Deshaun and his family because he actually grew up for several years being completely normal. And it was tough. I got to know him and his family, and we didn't have a lot to offer. And it was right around that time where we had this presentation from the Make-A-Wish folks. I feel that was an opportunity that I was able to give that I might have missed had I not been exposed to the Make-A-Wish program. And when I did, I didn't really know what to expect. I again wanted to give them a break from this illness. That's one of the great things that we see in the WISH kids is they get to kind of hit the pause button on whatever is making them sick. He went to see Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and the rest of the Clippers, got to work out and warm up with them. It was pretty amazing. We got to see some video and pictures of it. But then they also got to go to Universal Studios. He had some younger siblings who really liked amusement parks. And so, you know, they kept saying, Deshaun, you gave this to me. You let me do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're such a great big brother. And you have to remember at that time, Deshaun couldn't be a big brother. And I'll try not to get too choked up, but he couldn't be their role model. He couldn't be their big brother. He was sick. And then he was able to do that, and it just changed him completely. So I saw him shortly after he came back, and he went there with seizures, as we thought and knew. And I said, how's it going? How's your trip? And he then said, well, I haven't had a seizure since I left, or, you know, for the trip. I said, excuse me? And I looked at his mom, and I said, is that true? And she's like, couldn't wait to tell you. He had not had a seizure. That was over 3 years ago, and he has still had no seizures since then. And I thought that was the most amazing thing. And I couldn't understand why that happened. I mean, I really didn't do anything special. I couldn't take credit. I didn't change his medicines in a way that I thought would work. And if they did, they would have worked before he left for his trip, because I really tried to get him seizure-free so he could experience a better WISH experience. It wasn't me. It was something else. And then I saw it over and over with these other kids. And now I'm passionate to make sure that every kid out there gets a WISH. We found lots of kids in our own hospital that didn't get the WISH experience, and I don't know if their care would have gotten better. I don't know if that would have changed who they were or what they were. I think about that every day. And I wish we could go back to those kids and give that to them. And I now have a mission, I have a goal that I've got to provide every eligible kid a WISH. I have to. Because I can give something that's so important to them in their life that is more than just a nice thing to do. That's something that will live with them for the entire life and help their health get better. And if that's my goal as a physician, is to help my children get better and be cured, or at least lessen the burden of their illness, then darn it, I have to do that. But I can't do it without donations. I can't do it without the money that's given to the organization. I can't do it without the ability and the funding to provide a WISH. You can change a life for the rest of their life. You can improve the quality of their life. You can transform their health care by giving, by donating, by providing a resource that otherwise we wouldn't have. That's what you can do. You can do it today, you could do it tomorrow, but more importantly, you're going to change a life forever.
It is Wish Day finally for NBA 2K and Make-A-Wish. We're here at the motion capture facility in Petaluma. William Floyd's wish is going to come true today. We're so excited to have him. Our entire staff is being geeked out. We're going to put him in the mocap suit and we're going to put him into the game. We can't wait to get started. The first step is getting the NBA player treatment. He's getting scanned in the Pixel Gun rig. It's part of the process of getting in the game.
We went in there and I looked at the different cameras and I did different poses, different smiles, faces, took a picture with Ronnie and family pictures.
William's getting all suited up and ready to go into the mocap studio.
He's going to come in, get his moves, and get his shot captured in the game, and get his thoughts on gameplay as well. And we're going to have a lot of fun, and hope he really enjoys his time here.
Yo, like a track star, stepping like I'm that hard. I ain't that hard, I'm backwards. Stepping on you donuts, I don't laugh hard. I ain't the backyard, you ever knocked off. You can find out on the court or in the backyard. I am the jack, you are at the backyard. I am out on the car, you are on the set. Way out of my caliber, I am an all-star, you all on handlebars. I'm out here trapping, Admiral Abba. I'm out here lapping, they thinking I'm NASCAR. I'm out here rapping, I'm eating them food like a rat. I'm sick with it like that, and you just ask. No question, cause I am the answer. I'm taking the lead into a new chapter. You feel that hate? That's the you feel that hate? That's the I feel that hate. That's your team.
The whole day was incredible.
When we sat down in a meeting and William got to express like all of his ideas for the next 2K.
I'm glad that I was able to share ideas for what I think should be improved, but for what other people too think as well.
He really got to learn a lot and share like what his opinion is, and we like learned everything about 2K. Like William got to create his own player.
To watch the look on William's face throughout the day-to-day, just to see the awe and the wonder and the happiness in his face as he has gotten to do everything that he's ever dreamed of, gotten to meet the people he's always dreamed of. It has been a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
He loves 2K and he's been talking about it for quite some time now.
It was really the best experience he could have ever wished for.
I got the stadium shaking. I got the stadium shaking.
On March 28th of 2017, that call came in. When she called, she said, "Are you near Ethan?" And I said, "Yes, I am. Do you?" And she said, "Do you mind leaving and going somewhere else?" So I went outside on the deck, and instantly, as soon as she said, "Kelly, the biopsy came back. Ethan has cancer." At that point, they told us it would be a 3.5-year journey, fight for his life.
The hardest part of treatment was probably all of the side effects I had to go through. I got like nausea, I lost my feelings in my hands and feet, I gained a lot of weight. The protocol has been in my mind. I wanted to make it like forever. And then when Make-A-Wish came, I finally got that chance to make protocol.
The next phase of your wish coming true, Ethan, is that in the last weekend of January, there's this cool festival called the Game Jam, right? And have you ever seen this Shark Tank? It kind of sounded like that. So these teams are going to compete to prototype a starter version of your game, and then they're going to pitch it to you. So you get to kind of pick which one you like.
So then you get led by a friend, go to a zone to unlock one of your abilities. Which that represents that in your cancer journey, you cannot ever fight alone. You need help with your friends and family, and nurses and oncologists to help you out. Down the hatch.
The game is called Protocol, and it has been an absolute joy to work on it for you. We're at a point that we can deliver it to you and that you can play it tonight. We've taken Ethan's art and turned it into a three-dimensional third-person parkour game. The whole underlying premise of the game has to do with getting support from people around you and drawing power from those that are there to help you.
And I was able to build on that thought when I was able to get that wish granted. And so it was amazing.
Thank you, Make-A-Wish Georgia. Because of you and because of your hearts and your mission, you have made Ethan's dream come true. You have given him joy as he waited for this wish to come true, and you have allowed him the opportunity to share his vision and his gift with so many more kids. And we could not have done it, and he could not have done it without you.
Hello and welcome in. This is the Shoot for the Stars for the Wish Tournament. I'm joined here today by Lance. Yep, okay, that works. So what we're here for today is ultimately the kids, right? We're here to inspire some hope in their lives, you know, make sure that they can get some hope for people who really need it, honestly.
Yeah, it's a great mission. And honestly, I was thinking, Make-A-Wish is kind of like a genie, but without the drawbacks. They're actually like granting wishes for these kids and inspiring hope in the world. It's like a positive genie. I can't think of anything to go off of that, but you get the point. It's really amazing that they're doing this thing where we're able to raise money for these kids to get their wishes granted and bring hope to them. But tell me, what's our ultimate goal for today, David?
Our ultimate goal is, as you can see at the top of the screen on the stream, $6,000.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. I believe it's enough to, it's more than enough to get a really good gaming PC for, one of these kids. Make their wish come true.
So that's really cool. And fun fact, did you guys know that today is World Wish Day?
Yeah, April 29th, World Wish Day.
That makes this a pretty good day to grant some wishes.
It does. So, whatever you can contribute, if you can contribute, go ahead and contribute. It really helps out these kids a lot. Again, we're here for the kids today. It's all about them.
Now tell me, David, what are we doing in order to raise these funds? What are we doing today?
Oh, well, I'm glad you asked. It's a Valorant tournament.
Ooh, I love Valorant. So, speaking of a Valorant tourney, we've got to have some matches. Do you happen to know any of the teams that we have going on today?
I believe we have B Sports Yellow up against Pollo. And now, something interesting about Pollo, I believe they are not from just one university, if I remember correctly. They are from multiple universities all into one team.
It's like an alliance.
Yes.
Could we even phrase them as like the Avengers of this Make-A-Wish tourney?
The Avengers?
Listen, they're all from all around the different types, like different types of fields, different types of people, all unify for a common cause.
If you want to say that, you can say that. Anyway, we've got some good teams here today. So I believe we're going to be starting out with them today.
Pollo, FAU, and then we have UGA, USC, B Sports. This is looking like a pretty fun bracket. And keep in mind, the format we are using for today's tournament is actually going to be a two-bracket system. So we're going to have the initial bracket run, which is going to be at the very top, as we see there, in matches 1, 3, 2, and 4. And then once teams play out their matches, the one who wins will continue to go on this this bracket, the initial bracket we have. But the team that loses isn't out of the tournament yet, because there's always hope, and they will be put into a redemption bracket, which means that they can bring it all the way to the finals and hopefully come out as the winner of today and tomorrow's events.
Oh, absolutely. It's never over until it's over. And there's always a little bit of hope there, even if you're in that redemption bracket.
Yeah, so I'm super excited to see these matches kind of play out. Really, it feels like a lot of these teams I've heard about in the collegiate scene. So being able to kind of see them in this setting, especially in such a great and positive, like wish-fulfilling setting, it's just absolutely stellar to see. And I'm really excited to see what these teams are going to be able to pull out and, how they're going to play against each other. Because obviously these teams have been together. They know how to play. And it'll be really exciting to see how that turns out in today's and tomorrow's events.
Oh, absolutely. I like what you did there, by the way, with the stellar. We're shooting for the stars.
We are, always.
I like that a lot.
Always. Keep your eyes. Shoot for the stars. And I don't really think you can miss. There's a lot out there.
True.
So it's always worth putting in the effort.
It's always worth putting in an effort. I like that. Oh, this guy's got good clips on the mic.
Ooh.
But yeah, just to reiterate, again, Make-A-Wish, thank you so much for making sure that this event's able to happen. Really do appreciate them. They're really amazing.
I mean, it's a really great cause because we're helping these kids achieve wishes and hopefully inspiring hope, because that's what we want to do. We want these kids to really see kind of the light in the future for them. And I think that being able to grant their wishes is a great way of doing that.
Mm-hmm. I think, I don't have anything else more to add, do you?
Well, let's just talk about kind of maybe the tournament format. Like, Oh, true. I'm really excited to see these teams kind of face off. I mean, a Valorant tourney is still a Valorant tourney, and especially with one with such kind of like positivity driving it, I'm really excited to see if maybe they'll like empower some of the players. Maybe they'll be really inspired to be like, hey, I'm playing. But it's not just like a normal tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I'm playing for charity. I'm doing it for the kids, to inspire hope. And maybe we'll see some very hope-driven kind of like comebacks. Like maybe a team's going down and they just like lock in, dial in, and just feel like, hey, I can do this. And I want to see those types of runs, especially in a tournament like this. I feel like every team fighting to their hardest and kind of seeing the results of that is going to be absolutely amazing to see, especially with kind of the atmosphere we've got here today.
Oh, absolutely.
And especially on World Wish Day, think about that. Tell me that isn't like a fairy tale storyline right there.
It absolutely
is. A hope-driven day, a hope-driven tourney run. That's going to be amazing. See? He likes it.
I love this. Looking at our teams, you know, I think we're going to actually get started here soon. But before we do that, we're going to head over and show you another Make-A-Wish video, I think, just showcase everything that they have to offer.
Yeah, let's go to Make-A-Wish with their video for a good amount of time and show us really the meaning of the organization.
Christian is the strongest person that I know. The strongest person. They told me he wasn't going to be here. They told me he was going to need a kidney transplant when he was 2. They told me straight up, we cannot explain how his kidney hung on. Christian is an absolute miracle. Probably when I was about 14 weeks pregnant, I was told that he had a rare disease called Prader-Willi syndrome. Most children with his disease don't live. And even if they live, they probably only live for a few hours. He had his first surgery when he was 17 days old. He only had one kidney that was functioning at 23% kidney function. He's been the first 5 years of his life in hospitals. Never one time did he ever complain about nothing. When I read what his wish was, it made me cry, because Christian has never asked for anything. And for him to have this wish is the most amazing thing that could ever happen to someone like him.
Oh my God! Happy birthday! You're from Budgie. Hi.
It's so good to meet you.
So good to meet you too.
I'm so excited to be here.
Bungie's in my house. I was starting to freak out a little bit.
You're from Bungie too.
I knew.
Christian had a very unique and very, very special wish. He wished to be immortalized in Destiny. And more than having him immortalized, he wished for his dog, Artemis, to be immortalized.
Destiny to me isn't just a game. It's taught me a lot of stuff. I remember my first trials match with my first friends. I remember my first raid. I remember my first dungeon. I remember all this stuff, and it's because of the people I met along the way. And I feel like no other game besides Destiny has been able to replicate that. It taught me through the community that there's a lot of good people out there.
For us to receive a wish that was so meaningful, we knew that we had to knock it out of the park. We came up with this concept of creating an emote of Artemis, of Christian's dog, in-game.
Very excited. This is really...
The other thing that we really wanted to bring in was the telling of Christian's story in a Destiny-themed way. And so our narrative team made just the most beautiful piece of lore named after Christian's character, Prime 40, and Artemis's character.
Oh my God! Artemis trotted over to him and whined. Prime 40 knelt and scratched him behind his ears. Is that gonna be in the game?
Yeah.
Wow! That's amazing. There's so many stories out there where dogs just pull people from like their deepest, darkest places. To have that reflected in the lore and have that reflected in the world is almost like, that's what dogs should stand for. They get you through the first day and they prepare you for the next one. I'm very happy.
You know, it's so special to see a Wish Kid's special day. He's been through so much, and Destiny has provided him so much through some of the darkest days for him.
Oh my gosh.
Say hi, everyone.
Hi, how's it going?
When he was talking to the development team, that was a highlight for him.
I worked with the team to write the lore tab story.
I thank you so much for that. I am so, no, seriously, thank you so much for that. I absolutely enjoyed that. That was everything I'd hoped for and more.
I am very thankful and grateful that I was given the opportunity to be his mother. He's never let anything stop him from doing what he wanted to do.
I'm going to move to Texas for Texas State University, and then if I have a chance to be part of like the narrative team in Bungie, I'll probably strive to take that 100%. Seeing him in there now, it's like exactly what I wanted. I feel like it's good to give that importance that dogs are more than what they appear to be. I couldn't really want anything else, to be honest with you. Good boy.
And we're back. And we are. And now we're going into our first match of the day.
Oh, absolutely.
B Sports Yellow versus Pollo.
I'm very excited.
I'm really
Pollo
excited
being one of the
to-
teams I've been personally interested in mostly because of their relatively special background compared to the rest of the teams. You know, all these teams coming from specific universities, and then Pollo, like we said earlier, coming in as an amalgamation, uniting of these different university players.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we are kind of getting that is really nice. It's like all these individual players, different backgrounds, different areas, just being able to like come together for this one event. It's like that takes time and effort to like get to know each other and really invest into doing that. So, love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're loading in now, everybody. Today, attackers, defenders. Okay, let's see.
Pretty standard here, I'd say. Both
Yeah.
teams already showing the exact same, only one more on each side. They could potentially be different, but I think this is...
No. Look at all these. Look at the Jets from Puppy and Zeal.
No.
The hover. I'm looking for a KO for those last picks right there, for the standard picks.
Arena.
Ooh. I'm not quite sure about that. Okay.
It's going to
So
be
we'll
interesting to
see.
watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Reina being locked in from the side of, I believe Pollo's on the right side here.
Sounds right.
Is very exciting to see, actually, because that shows that takes confidence, especially in a tournament setting like this, to be able to lock in a character where fragging is such a vital part of your kit. It means that you really need to be confident to just go in there and take your trades and, you know, try to get those picks that make the odds favor into your side. But we will be seeing a little bit, like the hover.
Select your agent.
So there's a lot of change still available across the board, but it looks like Pollo has locked in most of their picks, and we'll see that the same will also be happening from B Sports Yellow, as I'm just waiting for that final lock-in. Come on. The Phoenix stays in.
The
We have a
Phoenix
double
stays?
duelist team from both teams today.
I haven't seen that since the very beginning of Valorant.
Interestingly enough, I've still been seeing it around a decent amount.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm really excited to see the space. Of course, like the KO is always ideal for this, being able to shut down that Killjoy setup, be able to just kind of get the information with the dagger mid-round, even especially on defense, is always such a great tool to have. But seeing these duelist replacements, if they're just going to be taking up that space manually anyways, then not much to complain about. So I'm really excited to kind of see the amount of aggression we're going to see from these players. Now, when you look at these comps, what are you excited for?
That Reyna, man.
Oh, yeah.
If the Reyna pops off, I'm really excited to see these snowball plays that happen here. Because if they really take it in there, if they really lock in there, it's going to be really exciting to see just them go 1, 2, 3. Oh, the whole team's gone.
Yep. And I'd have to point out, especially, because Phoenix is kind of like the beta version of Reyna in the sense that he was out first, and he was what all the Reyna players were on. Just because of the fact that the flashes, the self-sufficient healing, it's all there. But then they made it into someone who actually just needs to take out all the enemies. But loading in, there's a lot to be excited for. And especially starting on Ascent. What are your favorite parts of this map?
Well, okay, me personally, you want to ask about me? Yeah. Ascent? I have a very special connection to this map. So I'm a Cypher player.
Oh.
And that's all you need to know. There's some nice one-ways, there's some nice trips. It's just nice overall. Now, yes, it is overshadowed by Killjoy, but this is still a really good Cypher map too, for me. So.
Now, I have something I need to tell you about.
Oh no.
I play Killjoy, so I'm going to replace you.
Anyways. He beats me in every way.
We're going to be seeing pretty standard A-take here coming into the sides of Poyo as they're going to be rushing out of sight here. This is pretty good. Just a full-on frontal strength, I'd have to say. Especially since it's like the pistol round, the aim is going to be very vital for this round. Exciting to see, but I'll pass it off to you to take care of the rest.
Oh, absolutely. Pillow Pants already getting that crucial pick on the Phoenix. Phoenix already offline. They have the entire site to themselves. Spike's already down. You weren't even done with your introduction. I think it went down. Having to play this retake here. 4v5 for the esports yellow. No Phoenix to flash in. So it does dart down. Start dropping down, but it's flawless. A very fast, strong approach here from Poyo on this first round.
Truly the Avengers I'm framing out them out to be. Poyo, strong take and hold. Not a single member lost.
Oh, absolutely.
That's incredible. And also just the way that, I really appreciate that the way that we saw B-Sports Yellow kind of play that. They were waiting for the moment to kind of retake the site together. If you notice, we didn't really lose anyone on that initial take. They just kind of ended up giving up the site, playing off the intel, and getting ready to fight it. So now looking into the second round, I'm just looking for an upset.
Oh yeah.
Second round post-pistol.
When they're ecoing, and then one of them gets that crucial pick, the Spectre.
Yeah.
Killjoy's sitting there. But can't quite connect it. Puppy making that crucial space there.
Planted.
Eve's coming in there as well.
Later,
Can't get anything out. But Puppy gets a 3K there. Eves is getting 2. Upset, not quite there.
Definitely not, but keep in mind, it's a very expected sort of outcome, especially from the first round win going over to one side. Being able to kind of take that win and convert it into the second round is pretty expected and standard, but it would have been sick to see that second round reversal. So, I'm really excited to kind of see how this kind of... Poyo already has such great momentum going into the game, and it's just going to be really interesting to see kind of how that's going to carry on for the rest of the match, especially once we hit that second half. But looking at that, what are your highlights? What do you think is the player to watch just from these first 2 rounds that we've seen?
I have to say Puppy. Looking at that entry there, especially in that second round, I mean, granted, it is their buy round there with the Spectre versus the defenders who had to save there. But being able to just dash in, all that confidence, and make it actually happen, I think that was what carried them a little bit there, Poyo, being able to make that space.
Yeah. I'm just really interested to see whether we'll see this pattern, because keep in mind, Poyo has hit A site 2 times in a row. So what I'm really curious about is if we're going to keep seeing this sort of like a gravitation towards the A site, or if we're going to see a little bit more kind of like maybe spreading out, send a lurker out, and try to make space on the map that'll really let them like hone in and kind of develop their lead in ways that we don't see right now.
I would be interested in seeing that. But one thing I did notice on that round in particular is that B-Sports Yellow actually took their Killjoy A, and Poyo was still able to overwhelm it.
Yeah, so we see the dart going out. A lot of intel, but it does look like we'll be seeing another play on the A side coming in from Poyo. And they'll start trying to make space here.
Trade for trade right there. Bogey finds Puppy, but he does. Oh, I'm not quite sure what happened there. That's definitely a change there.
Yeah, there we go. So again, not the most surprising result, as B Sports Yellow was able to pull by on that third round going into it, and Poyo still has remainders of like Spectres and whatever guns they purchased from the second round, which typically isn't going to be a full rifle. So sort of like kind of expected, and I would say this is the real round you want to keep our eyes on.
True.
Because this is where everyone should be having those full rifles, those full purchases, and being able to see that matchup is going to be really like what changes the tempo here. Now, I want to point out, if you look at the map right now, we'll see that yes is on the A site, taking space with the drone, making sure that audio is being shared. But we'll also have to notice that look at where the rest of Poyo is. They're all on that like B side of the map right now, tiles and B main. So they're already mixing things up.
I mean, it looks like it's working out well for them. So we were just poking and prodding, knowing that that Killjoy is probably there. Just sitting here, trying to get something. Waiting for just that right opening. And Shiba right here.
Yeah, but the thing is, unfortunately, I don't think the timings are going to be that convenient because they haven't forced any rotations, no pressure on any other side of the map. It makes it a little bit rough to execute these brute force because nobody's really moved.
But the brute force comes in. Nothing moving space here. It's taken up by Yuki, but Shiba's able to trade that up. Eve as well right there. To Ryu name, by the way.
So, seeing this round really shift over into favor of Team Yellow. Interesting to see how this is going to go out. The lockdown being invaded.
Not quite enough.
Yep, and now...
That Phoenix, like you said, coming in, last man standing with the clutch against that Killjoy ult. The lockdown came out there, but wasn't quite enough.
I like to think that...
Also exposed dislocation.
Yeah. And I'd like to point out, playing Phoenix isn't so much as a playstyle as it is a lifestyle. Keep in mind, like, he has that one quote about like, hey, put that in the highlight reel.
Yeah.
That's what that's what Phoenix should be looking to play at all the time. That's the style. It's the mentality. It's going into this game.
It's the highlight reel that you want to see. It's the replay at the very end of the match where you just go through every single clip that says Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix.
True. All right, going around 5, we do see that there's no more stacking. We've got the team kind of spreading evenly out for the side of Poyo, but again, gravitating back towards the base site.
You and me already getting a crucial pick here with the judge. Finds 2, actually. Holds A main, jumps back, is able to get out of that very bad corner.
Yeah, but now left in a 3v5. Poyo's in a rough spot here.
Oh, absolutely. Bogey gets the drone in. I think he spotted them leaving.
Ooh. So, the Killjoy being there. Bogey down. Numbers a little bit evened out here. But I like what they're doing here. They're opening up their options here. Even though the bomb is near A, we do see that Turtle guy is moving towards the B side already, trying to opening space, checking if there's anybody who's lurked up. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to be able to execute this onto B here. Now, the thing is though, B Sports took a lot of the time during the round to like spread out across the map. You can see it. Look at where B Sports' Omen is. Just ready and in position to be able to like swing.
Not much time here left as Izzy holding that B main angle. Manages to get both of them.
2 down. And now, the score, which started off pretty strong for the side of Poyo, starting to swing over to B Sports Yellow.
Yes. I think the aggression coming out here from B Sports Yellow, I think Poyo relies so much on their aggression, especially since we saw that in the first 2 rounds, you know, just Puppy going in there, getting that space with Jet, being really utilizing both of their duelists really efficiently in order to just take all that space really quickly and just overwhelm a site. But B Sports Yellow, I think, are answering with some of their aggression of their own, being able to foresee the aggression coming and Just say, hey, I'm holding this. Don't come any closer.
But yeah, a good defensive line trying to be laid down by Poyo, but by B Sports Yellow, which had worked for the last few rounds. Now, what I'm excited to see is the econ of Poyo is likely not looking too good here. They've lost quite a few rounds in a row here, and it's really going to show. If we look at the buys that are on screen right now, we're going to be seeing that the side of Poyo is only on pistols, while the side of B Sports Yellow is looking at a very good spot of having sort of the full rifles and just the kind of confidence that comes with winning 3 rounds in a row.
I mean, they're definitely getting their momentum back right now, and Poyo's left with the short end of the stick having to save here. But it's not over. It's still very close scoreline. Anything could happen.
Yeah, especially on a map like Ascent. I feel like this map is probably the closest out of most of the ones in the pool at the moment that to being kind of like solved. It's like one of the kind of standard maps that I feel like a lot of people associate with pro play at this point. So kind of seeing it in a competitive setting like this and seeing a match go 3-2 right from the get-go really shows how this map kind of plays out.
We are still in the tech pause here, as you know, one thing I love about seeing tech pauses, or just pauses in general, but especially tech pauses because you never know how long they can go. The players get down to some weird stuff. Jumping around, hopping around, doing some other unspeakable things, but it's all in good fun. These guys are great friends with each other, I imagine, on their own teams, and it's nice to see that little camaraderie they have between each other.
I can only imagine the type of energy might be in those calls right now, as they're kind of like trying to wait to figure out the issues and start moving forward in the game. But, you know, sometimes the pauses, regardless of whether it be a timeout or a technical pause, whatever momentum teams have built up tends to falter a little bit after that, because in a tech pause, a lot of time is being said. And I think in official, like, Riot Standings competitive guidelines, you're not actually allowed to speak during a tech pause. But obviously that's in a very like formal setting where these players are playing for, you know, their living.
Mm-hmm.
So really excited to kind of see what type of energy these teams are going to be carrying out into the rounds following this pause.
It could completely shift what would have happened, you know. Some of these players strive off their momentum, some of them might just play well regardless, and that may make or break a difference.
True. But we're all for a difference maker here on today's stream, especially because you know what? Every donation that we get for Make-A-Wish is making a difference. Granting all those wishes, no matter what size they are, no matter how... I lost my train of thought there, but point being, granting wishes, especially on a day like this, making changes, being able to exert a positive influence on the world, is all about what the stream and event is all about.
Yeah, we were in the middle of casting earlier, but I remember seeing actually a donation come through. So, you know, thank you. It was anonymous, so I can't say their name, but whoever you are, you know, thank you. Again, we are here again for the kids.
For charity.
For charity.
My name is Anoop Patel. I am the section chief of neurology for Nationwide Children's, and I'm also an associate professor at Ohio State University in neurology and pediatrics. One of my greatest experiences in the WISH program was a young man, teenager named Deshaun, and he had really bad epilepsy, and it was really more difficult for Deshaun and his family because he actually grew up for several years being completely normal. And it was tough. I got to know him and his family, and we didn't have a lot to offer. And it was right around that time where we had this presentation from the Make-A-Wish folks. I feel that was an opportunity that I was able to give that I might have missed had I not been exposed to the Make-A-Wish program. And when I did, I didn't really know what to expect. I again wanted to give them a break from this illness. That's one of the great things that we see in the WISH kids, is they get to kind of hit the pause button on whatever is making them sick. He went to see Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and the rest of the Clippers, got to work out and warm up with them. It was pretty amazing. We got to see some video and pictures of it. But then they also got to go to Universal Studios. He had some younger siblings who really liked amusement parks, and so, you know, they kept saying, Deshaun, you gave this to me. You let me do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're such a great big brother. And you have to remember, at that time, Deshaun couldn't be a big brother. And I'll try not to get too choked up, but he couldn't be their role model. He couldn't be their big brother. He was sick. And then he was able to do that, and it just changed him completely. So I saw him shortly after he came back, and he went there with seizures, as we thought and knew. And I said, how's it going? How's your trip? And he then said, well, I haven't had a seizure since I left, or, for the trip. I said, excuse me? And I looked at his mom, and I said, is that true? And she's like, couldn't wait to tell you. He had not had a seizure. That was over 3 years ago, and he has still had no seizures since then. And I thought that was the most amazing thing. And I couldn't understand why that happened. I mean, I really didn't do anything special. I couldn't take credit. I didn't change his medicines in a way that I thought would work. And if they did, they would have worked before he left for his trip, because I really tried to get him seizure-free so he could experience a better wish experience. It wasn't me. It was something else. And then I saw it over and over with these other kids. And now I'm passionate to make sure that every kid out there gets a wish. We found lots of kids in our own hospital that didn't get the wish experience, and I don't know if their care would have gotten better. I don't know if that would have changed who they were or what they were. I think about that every day, and I wish we could go back to those kids and give that to them. And I now have a mission, I have a goal that I've got to provide every eligible kid a wish. I have to, because I can give something that's so important to them in their life that is more than just a nice thing to do. That's something that will live with them for the entire life and help their health get better. And if that's my goal as a physician, is to help my children get better and be cured, or at least lessen the burden of their illness, then darn it, I have to do that. But I can't do it without donations. I can't do it without the money that's given to the organization. I can't do it without the ability and the funding to provide a wish. You can change a life for the rest of their life. You can improve the quality of their life. You can transform their health care by giving, by donating, by providing a resource that otherwise we wouldn't have. That's what you can do. You can do it today, you could do it tomorrow, but more importantly, you're going to change a life forever.
immediately met with aggression.
Spike
He
planted.
does get the Tane, can't get out in time. That's going to delay the retake by quite a bit. Yo, trying to make something happen here. Shows a little bit of presence. Some contact, but he just gets head tapped by Eve there. There's the Sheriff. Odin through the wall. Finds Eve. The Odin straight was coming up.
Bogey on the Sova with the Odin.
One enemy remaining.
Trio at this moment.
Last player standing.
But Sheeber on Jen.
Bomb grenade
Bogey
out.
and Sheeber here. Sheeber only having 42 HP. Bogey with full, but does have the Odin out. Oh, timing!
Out of time.
No time left. Sheeber does get the...
Oh, wow. Those numbers from the side of Poyo. Sheeber being the last one on that Jen in a 1v2 situation. The spike ticking down. Both. Incredible. Wow.
That's a turnaround. I mean, granted, we did expect that, you know, things would be a little bit more even there because of the even buys, but definitely not expecting Sheeber there on that Gen position to be able to take it down, hunker down, and just make sure that spike goes off.
Revealing area. Keep in mind the fact that with 5 rounds in a row, suddenly kind of being put to a stop by the efforts of Sheeber there, very, very critical. And just a great round to kind of see. I mean, being able to sort of see the effort that's going into that and holding that Gen area, being able to get one immediately and able to hold off from the other, being able to just run to the spike and land it down. Great. So now, in another round, you can already see that Poyo
did take that early aggression onto A, got both of their duelists, pushed through that A main angle on trying to get on site, but as you can see, did not work out very well for them. And now Poyo, the rest of their team, no duelists left to really make that space as they try and walk up B main. The Odin coming down with Sova.
Especially that B main area. That wall is a signature to any sort of player who loves this map.
Yuki getting the turret. Is going crazy.
Needs to be nerfed. More Killjoy nerfs inbound.
Rito, please fix.
Looking at that from Turtle's perspective, just walking into that smoke, and Yuki just posted right there.
It's like, yep, I'm ready for you.
Just absolutely ready for it. And another round goes back to B Sports Yellow there. Poyo losing their footing a little bit after the first one, but again, still in a pretty good spot. But I love mentioning this every time I get the cast because it's so true every single time. And I wonder what happens if you stack a caster curse on top of the 9-3 curse.
Oh no.
Because we're like halfway there right now.
Don't even, if you speak it, it will come into existence. Don't even.
Get out of my way!
Don't begin to start with the caster curse. Don't begin to start with the 9-3 curse. It's just unfortunate all around. B Sports with Bogey on the Nova.
Ooh, popping down.
The Odin just holding down B side.
And the Molly also. Yuki's getting some mileage off of that util.
Killjoy on B side. What do you expect from Killjoy on defense? That's what you want to see, and it's definitely what we're seeing. Poyo making strides here, trying to get back in. You know, I think the aggression was working out for them earlier, but maybe not so much now. I think they have to try and do something different. There's still plenty of time though. If they can try and get these last 2 rounds, 7-5 is not a bad way to end on this first half.
Yeah, keep in mind, the fact is, Ascent is traditionally touted as kind of this defensive-sided map.
Absolutely.
So the fact that the scoreline is favoring B Sports Yellow isn't really that surprising. If anything, I'm excited to see what Poyo is going to look like if they get to that side.
Run.
Because that might be the shift that they need in order to just be able to send the round. If it favors them, they could easily just B Sports in their tracks.
Trades coming out both ways. I think Zeal managing to find Reyna there. Does get traded out. The player does have the sight. They're gonna actually get spiked down with that lockdown. But now B Sports coming back with their own lockdown of their own. Oh, the recon onto the cannon. It scans so much.
And keep in mind, they're boxed. Wii UN main is in the main. And there it is.
A clean retake from B Sports there. Bogey, I think, is putting in so much work here to, with these wall bangs with the Odin. Not even if it's not a wall bang, but the recons are well placed. The Odin is just the Odin
round for the
on a set, paper thin walls.
And back to what I was saying, especially about the Sova on Ascent. Again, Ascent is probably one of the maps that's been out for almost the longest outside of the first 3 that the game launched with. So the fact that Sova is a very geometric kind of like lineup-based character.
Simple geometry.
Yeah, exactly. Has taken so much time for that simple geometry to become like advanced calculus 5. So now we see 8-3 and Bogey just playing a great game.
I think so too. Really, I think what it comes down to here is Ascent is just a glorified Sova versus Sova map.
It's a playground for Sova.
It's a playground for Sova, and if your Sova isn't doing what their Sova is doing, you're gonna fall a little bit behind, unfortunately.
But yeah, Pollo, numbers advantage, taking the site, getting the spike down. That means that they will not have to deal with that Killjoy coming into this sort of later half as the bomb is now ticking. The clock is on. And Pollo having to hold it.
But again, this Odin on this retake, it's so powerful. Sprays through the box, finds Puppy. Oh. This is what you will see when you see. If you're a Sova main, this is what you will see.
Last player standing. Enemy
Is he able to get one before going down? It's a 1v1.
Girl guy actually comes out on top. 8-4. Not the 9-3 that you wanted, unfortunately.
It was close though.
It was close to it.
That was a coin flip at the end. Both of them were at like half HP. That could have gone any side. And I'm just saying, there's a reality where that 9-3 really did happen.
There was a reality, it's not this one. Unfortunately, not that one. I know you would have loved to see it, especially since I think, the 9-3 curse does favor the people in that 3-win spot, I think. And it would have given Pollo that chance. But I think Pollo can still make that chance regardless. 8-4, not a bad way to end a half. They can definitely make the round differential here, especially if they win this pistol round. Yeah, now in defense. You said it's a defense-sided map.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how Pollo will be able to take this out. After all, changing sides definitely changes how things work a lot. We have to keep in mind that, especially for a map like Ascent, being able to play that retake, especially given how much time it is to be able to get those set strats and understand how to do it as a team, it's going to be really interesting to see.
Puppy already getting that sheriff pick on a main. Backs off, a little bit hurt. Will end up falling on this retake. Pillow Pants and Eve going in, cleaning up house, getting the other 4 to each to their name.
Yeah, and again, the swing in momentum. Hope is still there. Pollo is still fighting. And they are in a really good spot. Because after winning Pistol, we all know what happens after. The second round, where they're able to buy up the Spectres with pretty minimal consequences where they're expected to win, is just able to get them even closer to tying the scoreline. If they win this next round, it will be an 8-6. And that's so much more doable than the 4-8 that we saw just a few seconds ago.
Really switching sides, especially on Ascent, I believe, can really shift the momentum in ways that you aren't expecting. In 1 second it may look like this one team's overpowering the other, but at the end of the day, anything can happen.
Ooh, a good attempt by Puppy to try and get a headshot there, but we'll back off and just leave with the knowledge enemy team's there. Maybe don't try to fight that.
Presence here, noted. I'm gonna back off and hold the arches.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, pretty standard sort of setup and spread coming in from Pollo here. They're just sort of waiting, I think, for B-Sport to kind of try to hit a site, which will happen here right now.
Jack.
Recon goes up, and Puppy with the Marshall shot. You said the Spectre? It's not the Spectre. What? It's the Marshall. The Marshall. Puppy drops down with the classic. It's the 4K on the Yuki. Insane play from Puppy there on Pollo. The 8-6 coming out for sure, but not in the way I don't think either of us expected.
This Puppy ain't here to just play, because they are here with a Marshall. 3 shots. All it took. And then diving down to get that 4th one. Puppy gotta be feeling extraordinary after a round like that.
Puppy's not just, all bark and no bite. The bite's there.
The bite is there. But yeah, like I said, 6 to 8. Things are very nice. If Poyo can just get this conversion from their bonus, then we'll have a really tight game on our hands. Like, this is actually treading on a thin wire, tightrope style. I keep seeing these teams. Sometimes it looks like one of them's completely crushing the other, and then it completely swerves back, and the other one gets a 4K just like there with Puppy. Yeah, it's a new round though, a new day, new hope. Let's calm down a little bit here. Sorry, I'm getting a little too excited for Poyo here. Such a strong performance in the first few rounds of this defensive half. Oh, are they gonna clear? Oh! Turtle Guy not expecting it, does manage to get the shot down there, is he? Keep him now at 3v... Sorry, 2v3. Zio does find Shiver there, and Poyo in this defensive position can't quite make anything happen. Zio has that main angle, and they're trying to come through tree, but there's just too much to handle. Yeah, the 3 remaining members of B Sports Yellow being able to lock down that round and make sure that it doesn't close too much. But again, this 4th round is usually where things get interesting, as both teams mostly get the chance to buy full loadouts, be able to really go into this round swinging. And the way that changes each team's play, it's going to be really interesting to see, especially now where we're seeing the side of B Sports Yellow already shifting towards the B side. And now I'm just curious, are they just going to go for B, or are they going to try to spread out a little bit, take that mid control, and really make sure that Poyo has to look around every corner and make sure they have to look over their shoulder every few seconds?
I mean, right now they're just sitting outside of B right now. Even outside of B main, not even outside of B. They're sitting in that lobby area, waiting to get their appointment, I guess. But trying to see where they can apply a little bit of pressure. Maybe gone a little bit too far.
Puppy already had the time to just take control of that cat area, being given that much space to aggress for free, and have the dash on the ready, able to just create so much pressure on the side of B Sports. B Sports have to navigate around this now. They've been holed up in this area so long, being tagged by the dart. Not a lot of space that they really have right now that they can kind of capitalize on, since they've just been here. Keep in mind, 45 seconds, not a lot of time to work with, especially when you're all holed up in this one area.
Especially when it's a 4v5. That first blood really matters a lot there.
Yeah, but looking at this one, this is probably one of my favorite plays when you're all still, for the most part, up, and you have kind of like that central mid area, just rushing through that cat, be able to overwhelm and swarm anybody who might be playing there. And look how much space that they've pushed Puppy back to. Stay down to the outside.
The Puppy was able to stay there in garden. Catch some people coming through tree, and Shiver with the Aries able to upgrade these guns here. Poyo is still in. It's anyone's game right now.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Poyo looking so good on this defense half, especially after sort of a rough half where 4-8 is the case, being able to kind of claw your way back into a pretty good position where this map is actually looking like it's swinging in your favor. Poyo is playing amazingly after this half has been changed.
Again, I'm seeing the back and forth that I can't read what the next round's gonna be like. And those are the games that you want to see, honestly, sometimes. And that's what I see with the op. Turtle Guy. I didn't even note that. The op on Omen looking incredible here. I saw the op, I'm like, oh, that's gotta be Puppy, right? No. Turtle Guy. Omen op down mid. Look at where Bogey is. If Bogey clears out this corner, he does. Gets the gun. Gets a Phantom. He's on. Puppy doesn't quite get it. Puppy overwhelmed, being pinned from three sides. The option there. Never mind, it's not. Zil gets it. Shiver does find Yuki, and it's just Shiver with the Phantom here against Jet and Omen on the side of B Sports Yellow. And Zil's holding him.
Something I'd like to know, B Sports Yellow, playing into that round, did you see the way they were positioned across the map? We saw pretty much everyone everywhere. So, of course, like, Poyo, having to try and set that defensive line when one piece falls, especially to a push like that, it all sort of becomes indecisive. It becomes hard to know where is the enemy playing. Because, you know, typically, the team likes to play together. There's usually a core of 3 and maybe like 1 or 2 lurkers. But when you're playing against a team like that, when one piece of your defense falls, you just don't know where they're gonna be. You turn your back, you give up space, and next thing you know it, they're just ready.
When you build and prod from every single angle, especially like you said, what B-Sports Yellow did there, it really just makes a huge difference because, like you said, if a single part of the defensive line comes down, that's where they all start flooding towards, and that's where they all start getting their momentum.
Yeah, and even if they don't start flooding towards that one area, they can sort of wrap around and collapse on you from all sides of the map. You saw it. Sports Yellow, the mid control along with that A presence, just enough to win over the round.
Poyo here though, managing to keep some space here. Puppy does fall to Liu and me, but Bogey, again, I love seeing Bogey's darts here. Bogey has some of the coolest, just, it doesn't even have to be lineups, just the good positioning of the darts overall. On both sides actually, with that dart on the tree.
One enemy remaining.
Space he needs, and he already tried to figure it out. Just Yuki now, as he will fall to Pillow Pants.
As we get to this 1084 line, listen, we're getting awfully close. Both teams are starting to approach and get closer and closer to that double-digit scoreline of being at 10 points.
Only a tool. You can't
We're
just
this
shoot.
close to victory
You have
when
to
match
think.
point is usually only 13, and both teams inching forward to that finish line at the same rate, but catching up. I'm just saying, we might have an overtime game for our first match of the day.
We might. Both of these teams, any round could go either way. And that is both scary and interesting to me. Honestly, I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. Either way, I know it's going to be interesting to watch. So, now for a change actually, we're seeing B-Sports take it on A, which they haven't done for a few rounds.
Yeah, we've seen this from the side of Ball. Seeing it from the side of B-Sports, I'm really interested to see how this is going to be different.
Where did Wii U Envy come from? Where did he go?
Wait, how did he get up there? I think
did he teleport from?
Yeah, used from the shadows to get to the ticket on Heaven.
No, but where did he? I saw. Okay, teleporting right there. No, I know, but there was a smoke on Heaven. Obviously, he teleported from the smoke up onto that little section there on Heaven. So how did he get into that smoke? Did he have? Did you use it from the main smoke? No way.
No, it wasn't a standard TP. It was the ultimate from the shadows. So that's why he was just able to go straight. Why they were able to just go straight up there. And now it just paid dividends. But
ooh, I think it was.
Now Turtle Guy able to finish up the round. Make sure that Poyo able to get another one. Such a strong take at first from Esports Yellow. And Poyo still able to land that retake despite Wii U enemies. Great positioning there and able to actually just do some great damage and draw some eyes.
You know, it was a good ult, but Poyo managing to clutch it back just a tiny bit. Again, go either way. And I know I'm sound like a broken record right now, but it is honestly really exciting to watch right now. Both of these teams going back and forth, back and forth. Oh my god, it's so nice. And something I don't think we've seen yet. We've seen esports kind of spreading all around. I mean, you've seen it before, but Bogey. Oh, Bogey's got some clean shots out right now. That Silva player. Like I said, it's just a Silva playground, this map.
Now, come on, let's go! B-Sports Yellow moving over to the A side. We'll see the run it back going down as they take the first pick and are already on the site as a whole. And keep in mind, B-Sports Yellow has still sent one of their players all the way across the map to the B site.
Yeah, that KJ is wrapping around. Collapses, but Eve and Puppy, the ult is coming out.
One enemy
Puppy's
remaining.
going crazy. Eve with the Odin. What is happening?
Izzy's left alone.
Up against Eve and the Odin.
One enemy remaining.
Finally, 1v1.
That's the op though.
Ooh. The knives are out. The
seconds left.
Oh, the last knife is gone. It's just the op. But he has the spike. And he can't get it. Izzy clutches it out. What a game we have on our hands. Look at that round. That's not how I envisioned that going down at all. I was like, oh yeah, no, B Sports, you know, they have the Psy. Poyo's getting collapsed in on. They have a, you know, B Sports has the KJ on flank. It's fine. They're gonna, you know, easy round, clutch it out. It's all good. No, we saw something entirely different. And getting onto that 1v1 scenario, there's no way I foresaw that round evolving into that. Yeah, it's such a game of like back and forth where both teams are just clawing tooth and nail. Just one more round close to match point for a team. And seeing a round like that where we saw that kind of 2v1 situation where Izzy was left kind of having to fight for it. It's just amazing from the side. B Sports Yellow again. This is something that we've seen from them before. Them pressure this B side angle and then take it mid. Turtle guy turns around, the timing, it's unfortunate. Turns around, gets shot in the back. Not what you want to see. But now that mid area is opened up for B Sports. Taking it up mid. Taking it into market. Rolls in. Yuki finds Shiver. Shiver not quite able to make that classic work. But Puppy, we've seen the Marshall before. Shots go out. Finds one, but can't find the rest. It was a good try all around there from Puppy. We've seen them do incredible things with the Marshall before, but that's mainly on A, and also mainly when they're already kind of holding that angle and are ready for them to roll in. Not when it's a retake scenario, unfortunately. So, but now match point, B Sports Yellow, 12-9 in the favor of B Sports Yellow. They just need one more good round, and they've had the momentum here. But again, Poyo, not too far behind here. Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Like, 9-12 is a scoreline that's very common. We've seen it across the board in normal games, competitive games, and just all levels of play.
Getting ahead. You should run.
Very easy, very possible for Poyo to just get those 3 rounds necessary to take them to overtime. Does happen here though. The run it back goes in along with the lockdown. B Sports has a very slight lead. Especially with that Omen still alive, able to put up these smokes, keep Poyo from really dying
Spike planted.
They will get the spike down, and the pressure goes down. Puppy dashes in into the smoke, finds Yuki. That's gonna tie it up a little bit more. 2-2. Something I like to keep in mind. Poyo still has the killjoy lockdown. It will go down. Now Shiver is just waiting here, but the lockdown is destroyed. But that will cause Izzy to come out. Shiver's on site now. Puts the alarm bot down. Gets blinded. Alarm bot goes off though. Ooh, Omen's vulnerable. The time is ticking though. Poyo's sitting here. And Will You Let Me finishes it out. Our first match here. Our first map here. Going in favor of B Sports Yellow. Back and forth there again. But these are exciting rounds you want to see. These are, again, Bogey, especially you see here at the end. I definitely think with all of those Odin plays with the recon darts on defense, on the defender side, I really think that was a major highlight of this match. That's what you want to see when you're on Ascent. You want to see that Sova, just chuck the E, chuck that Sova dart, and it's so good to see. Ascent is Sova's playground for sure, and Bogey did a great job performance-wise with the arrows, the impact on the team, just to be able to convey that. B Sports Yellow taking the first map as Ascent goes down, and honestly, just a great performance from everyone as a whole. I just loved seeing the aggression, the kind of adaptation that we're seeing from these teams to spread out, be able to make sure that they're not just confined to one site, one set play. And we saw that from both teams across the board as they kind of switched up things that they didn't think were working into things that did. They're still fighting for a chance, and I'm excited to see what it's going to look like for map 2, which looks like we're going to Icebox. Looks like we are. Again, keep in mind here, the whole reason we're here
Make-A-Wish, thank you so much for sponsoring us, I think. Is it a sponsor? I don't know. Either way, they're making this event happen. And it's for the kids, ultimately, at the end of the day. So, as long as you can, you know, any amount really matters here. If you can, please do. It really goes a long way towards making these kids' days.
I'm just saying, April, the day today is World Wish Day. And what better day to grant a wish? I'm just saying.
You know, and hey, I'm wishing for Poyo to come back here. I want to see a map 3. Icebox, completely different terrain, I think, as opposed to Ascent.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I have a counterpoint there.
Really? Okay.
Keep in mind, Ascent is Sova's playground. You know what other map is Sova's playground?
You're not wrong.
I'm looking for another stellar performance from the Sovas on each team. I'm
if
curious,
they do
though.
run it. I'm not seeing a Sova on the side of esports Yellow.
I'm seeing it on Poyo, yes.
I can see it on Poyo. Do you see it on esports Yellow? I don't. That's a joke pick. These are joke picks.
No. The Harbor is very real and very good on this map, by the way.
Maybe. But the Chamber, no. I haven't seen Chamber come back into any sort of meta ever since he got nerfed, as far as I can tell. So, but I think, yeah, no. On the side of Poyo, very expected to see the Viper and the Sage. That's the combo you always love to see here on Icebox.
Choose your agent.
Honestly, at this point, if you're not running them, you're at an innate disadvantage.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be the defenders versus the Sports Yellow starting again on the defense side as Poyo is moved to the attackers here. Really excited to kind of see the kind of plays that these teams are going to be able to bring out here on this map. Like, especially with the Viper being brought into play as the main primary controller of this map. It's always interesting to see how teams are able to play around the Viper's pit, being able to set up those walls, and initially how they set up the takes, and, you know, even the lurks. Because that Viper smoke being in that mid area typically is so good for rotation, so good for sending a lurker up to even. And it's just going to be really exciting to see kind of how these teams are going to try and play around that. Will they be able to deal with the Vipers of the enemy team? While I would say Sova is a really good agent for this map, definitely not the most critical, as I believe that Viper, in the versatility of the agent, is just able to do so much. And the ways that we said that last map ended up being kind of like a Sova matchup, and as much as I'd love to see kind of the duelists and initiators here also just go like wild in their playground, I do believe that this might actually be very heavily favored towards whichever team has the Viper that can just manipulate the map even better than the other.
One thing I am interested in seeing right now, looks like B Sports Yellow has not picked the Sage, which typically you do see that Sage Viper combo here on Icebox, because you're able to have, yeah, sure, that smoke wall go up, but then with the smoke wall you can just put physical wall on either B or A and get a really nice spike plant down. But it's interesting to see B Sports Yellow not run that Sage here and instead use Killjoy. Maybe they're more comfortable with it. We did see Yuki on the Killjoy before. It's not a bad pick, but it's definitely one I'm not used to seeing. And it's something that I'm interested in seeing how it plays out in the next few rounds.
Yeah, on that note, something I've actually seen a lot, especially from competitive teams, is we tend to get like maybe like a Sova or a KO, but I've seen double Sentinels on this map as well. So the fact that both teams are opting for one of the two in order to run, I just find really interesting, especially like you said, that safety of the Sage wall, being able to help that plant, especially on B, is going to be really, really delicate kind of to be able to kind of work around. But another thing I want to mention is that the Raze here being opted instead of the Reyna is going to be really, really nice to see. Because Raze movement on this map tends to benefit a lot, especially with the power of the Showstopper, with how many kind of tight areas that you will be forced into. Now, going into the pistol round, it looks like we will be having a full-on brawl on A.
The entire force of Poyo comes with this puppy. No shy straight usage, letting it in. Does get shut down by Izzy. His little pants. This Sage back here going crazy with the classic. Finds two more, I think.
Oh, Turtle.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. It's all happening too fast for me to comprehend.
Turtle was on a fast flank, I believe, and now that's left the side of Poyo very, very low on numbers. And one member of Poyo very low on HP as well. But they'll finish that up, and now Yuki will just get the defuse as Sports Yellow takes the first round of the second map.
So that spike going down, manages to get it down. That's gonna not be a total loss for Pollo there.
Yeah, very close round. Just the fact that the bomb went down, and now there was 3. They were able to take out 3. Very good round, because keep in mind, each kill that they get is still an extra little bit of credits in the pocket to whoever got that.
Now looking here, I mentioned that Killjoy setup earlier. We're putting it. Actually, I think you would put a Sage. You normally put a Sage wall down tube there, but they're opting for kill control, which might actually be more overall better, because with that turret, you probably could see a lot more, and you get a lot more information there.
Yeah, time to put my nerd glasses on and talk to you about Killjoy on this map. That mid control is absolutely amazing. It lets you know if anyone enters that kitchen area, and that turret even indicates if anyone's going under the tube as well. And now we're going to be seeing as B-Sports Yellow having to try and retake this, have 2 people on the flank for the A side right now.
But again, we're left with Pollo only having this guy here, Reaver, last man standing. Again, it's what you expect, because they do have the eco here, and B-Sports Yellow, having won the pistol round, does have that innate economic advantage.
Yeah, something I would like to note is that B-Sports Yellow, even though they only lost 1 member of their team during that round, keep in mind, those health bars were pretty low. That shows that Pollo was putting in a pretty good effort to be able to try and do their best there and really make sure that they take out as much as they can for B-Sports to have a rougher 3rd round. Because the more people that are alive at the end of the 2nd round, the more people have just that kind of easy eco where they can just kind of use what they used last round and hopefully ride out into the 4th round pretty easily. But now, again, we're going to be seeing kind of the same set play from Pollo as they try to attack from the A side, but aggressive positioning from the side of on B, so they kind of have that freedom to know, hey, we can just rotate here. There's no presence, and they tend to just rush. We go and try to fight for the side they're going to. Look at where Puppy is, though.
Puppy is up there. Looks like his hit was gone a little bit poorly at first, but even there as well. But the trades go back and forth. Those guns are now in Wii U and the Viper's hands.
Yeah, Wii U and being able to kind of get that pick, and now it's a 3v3 for this map right now on A site. Now, looks like the setup is pretty evenly distributed.
Enemy
People
remaining.
are going down. Wow.
Attackers win?
From a pretty even setup of a 3v3, and suddenly Pollo just able to do some magic, take out 3 of them there. And if there was a wish
That's
during
the genie's
that round,
3 wishes right there, like you were saying.
and if there was
the
a wish
genie.
during that round, it's just been granted.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wish of 3. Hey, can they get some more wishes here? Maybe. Maybe they don't need the wishes anymore. But again, I think the main reason we saw that for real though, is that Pollo had better buys there. I think B-Sports, you know, you still saw some people with the Marshall. I think they were able to make it work for the most part, but that bonus definitely not an even buy. This is the round you want to be looking at right now.
Yeah.
And it's the round we are looking at right now, as again we see the same play coming out from Pollo. They're walking up. Oh my god, Puppy dropped out of the sky? He just spawned on top of Izzy.
He just descended from the heavens.
I don't know where he came from. But Izzy's now in a better place. That's all I have to say.
But yeah, every effort, just being able to grip this, like, and drag it towards us closer and closer, as Pollo is looking to try and keep their bracket run, initial bracket run, strong, as they try to get it map lead. And you can see it in how strong they're taking this A site. Keep in mind, this was supposed to be a fairly even round in terms of economy, so the only expectation is just how the teams execute the round. And now that we see it, there's only 2 members of B-Sports Yellow left. Pollo looking so strong on that initial take, being able to take down 3. And it looks like this might just be a flawless.
If they can manage to get the picks.
Bogey looking for some exit frags though on the face here.
Zeal does have that up for next round. Was better?
One enemy remaining.
Okay, yeah, you know what? It's fine.
Pollo, again, with a strong take onto A. This seems to be their specialty, their bread and butter.
Auf Wiedersehen!
Now, Pollo 2-1. Yuki left alone here, having to fight 2 members of Pollo in order to get this bomb defused. Try to get the round. And it starts sticking, gets to half.
Last player standing.
But not ready for Eve behind. Eves right behind in that backside area. Ready to swing, ready to punish. And make sure that Pollo does not, that Pollo can get that round. 3-3 now.
Again, these two teams, they love taking it back and forth. I think both of these teams love their aggression so much. They don't like playing it safe. They don't like sitting back, especially with that double duelist on both sides. On both of these rounds, they're taking advantage of the fact that they have all this aggression that they can have potential for, and they're making that potential into action.
Yeah, and keep in mind, look at the ultimate status of Pollo. They have 4 ultimates up and ready. And I'm excited to see some of them go into play. I'm expecting perhaps the Showstopper or Secret could be going out this round.
You know what I just saw?
What'd you see?
There. The Viper wall on B. Viper putting that wall up.
I've got your trail.
To deter, just take all the pressure off. Only Izzy here. But now, after Viper and Jet have already rotated off.
No charges left.
It's already in Pollo's hands.
Spike planted.
Spike's down.
This ace site for Pollo is just actually their sort of key to the puzzle that is getting to map 3, hitting that serve. So down. You see that they're still fighting.
Get out of here.
Get that map. That's their initial bracket run strong.
Train's going back and forth here.
One enemy remaining.
Has positioning to work with. I don't think they know that the Molly's not on it.
Last player standing.
Turtle guy though, still making it happen as he just gets 1, 2, 3. The rest of them on site all challenge Turtle guy.
1, 2, 3. It's 2-3 for Turtle guy. Turtle guy cleans up the round, finishes it up, and is able to now take Pollo in the lead in this first half already. Esports Yellow looking strong, but trying so hard to try and get these retakes to go through cleanly. Struggling as they now have to deal with the Pollo's just dominant hold onto the A site. Look at the way that they're positioned on the map. Pollo knows that A is working. Now the question is, can Esports Yellow adapt to be able to make sure that it stops working in order to keep their own hopes alive of finishing up the round?
There's a pit, there's a judge. That's all I have to say. That's what you want to see from Viper. Now,
okay.
The wolf goes in. Does find him. Ray goes in.
Spike down A.
But they both. Turtle guy does find Wii U enemy. The pit does go down. That's a one. You want to see on the side of Pollo. Zeal sitting on top of the screen finds Eve. And Yuki in mid again. Yuki with this positioning.
Yuki is so great at playing these mid angles, and I think that's what really makes the difference for each round for the side of Esports Yellow, is the fact that Yuki being able to get to this position is honestly what's going to win them the round. They know that there's no rotations. They know that they're holding it. And with the information that they have that they were A main, there's not really much else they could be. There's not really much else they can do besides just maybe just try to take the site before the rest of Esports Yellow can really collapse in on this. Now, walking up. Oh, pick up the smoke.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Shift there, but it's still clean regardless for VS Sports. Zeal cleaning it up there. But, oh my gosh.
Yeah, taking the side like that and not checking each corner, especially when you need to make sure that it's safe to plant. I mean, the time constraint really does make it stressful, but you need to make sure you're checking those corners. You need to make sure that the planter is being protected during that fatal point of weakness when they have to put the bomb down. Now, 4-4. B Sports Yellow making that work. Zeal pulling some picks out of midair there.
There's your answer.
Get out of my way!
You were saying they needed an answer to the A push. There's the answer.
And their name is
not just Zeal, but Yuki as well. That mid angle.
Grenade!
Wait, something can happen here. Puppy goes in, knives out. Watch this. Finds Zeal.
Spike planted.
They have to deal with this.
Welcome to my world.
Screen down. They don't let this slip. The Viper's could be committed here on an eco round. Actually going to be great.
Enemy down.
Puppy goes down to Wii U. I think just managed to get a little bit of a glimpse through the smoke there. But I thought they died for a second there, but it's just a run it back. We're good.
One enemy remaining. Thirsty.
Ooh. The Viper's Pit really making a difference here, just like you said. Now they have that gun differential, they have the round differential by 1, the momentum's back in their hands, but V-Sports Yellow has enough money in the bank to make things happen still.
You have to keep in mind though, Poyo being able to do that with Thrifty is going to be so good for their money in these coming rounds. Especially if they win this next one, they'll have so much money lining their pockets until the end of the half right there. There's only 3 rounds left, and each team is trying to maximize what they can on this side of the map before things get taken up quite a bit on the half stage.
So they might be thinking about taking it not A for once. I think that's a smart play, considering that it's only EasyTix on B. They're now, oh, but the wall goes up, and it drags their attention back. V-Sports Yellow is like, are they still A? They're not pushing as fast. Maybe they're just deciding to change the pacing. But it's completely bamboozled them. The entirety of Poyo, save for Viper, save for Turtle Guy, is wrapping it up B. V-Sports is catching on a little bit, but it's a little bit too late, especially since EasyTix only has the classic to work with here.
Now the bomb, the spike will be starting to get
Stay down. I've got your trail.
He finding a nade kill, that's something you don't see that often that much. But on these save rounds for V-Sports, you'll see it come out a lot more. Turtle Guy, again, using the mid position.
Goodbye.
Get shot in the back again. We saw it on the set.
In this mid area, just so great at finding these right timings, making these central holds that just really put Poyo in such a rough spot. But keep in mind, Yuki is left alone with Zeal in order to try and retake this against 4 members.
Last player standing.
Up on Yellow. 3 members of Poyo are around on Yellow. 1 up top, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 main.
They got the whole squad looking. So now, 6-4, Poyo already a great start to the match.
I think Poyo's got a great sense of the way that V-Sports Yellow is trying to adapt to their plays right now. Because the second they realized that V-Sports Yellow was sort of taking their advantage back on A and getting used to Poyo's just bomb rushing it down, overtaking and overwhelming them, they're now shifting it up a little bit. Not just bomb rushing it down A. But the wall does go up on B, but enough aggression's been shown on A that it's not going to take anybody off there from V-Sports Yellow. Dog goes in, Willow Pants up there, and now they're backing out.
Yeah, I feel like they have enough intel here to know that V-Sports Yellow has stacked the A site. Now the question is, are they going to be able to assert dominance on this mid area in order to take control of the map as a whole? There's 4 people coming from A. The question is Poyo ready to kind of capitalize on that and be ready for all of that?
Oh, but it's finds top B. The Turtle Guy thing trades out. Eve on top does find Wii U enemy in mid, and that's gonna be well done enough.
Such a well navigated attack to have to go Poyo. Now you get those numbers so easily. And they're just ready. Zeal gets taken out immediately.
Zeal says, watch this, and Turtle Guy says, I'm watching your angle. You're not doing anything special.
Zeal says, watch this. Oh yeah, I definitely am.
I've been watching you. You try and go over that, you're gone. Bogey. Looked like for a second they were gonna go a little bit crazy with the Odin, but Turtle Guy finishes it out with a 4K.
Last round in the half.
Turtle Guy, I think the equivalent here of just playing this lurking angle, putting these walls up, whether they're fake, whether they're real, being able to control this area and provide smokes, whether they're fake or real, they provide some utility for the team. And it's really just a massive brainwave overall compared to, you know, what they could be doing, just like
tear
throw wall
them
up,
down.
Go in with the wall. No, they're positioning extremely well around it.
I love to see that last round from Poyo, especially showing us that they're not afraid to kind of mix things up from the classic formula. Keep going A, make sure that these boys there of that like hold that they're destroying the side of this half of the map with. Now they're just gonna because it looks like it's not enough.
Probably looking a little bit lost for words there. Turns around, tries to avoid getting shot, but it will come out. Zeal does fall.
Welcome to my world.
Has the sight. The ult goes up. Oh. But the lockdown goes down.
The lockdown to counter out the Viper's Pit is going to be very critical here as Viper's Pit goes down fast, then the lockdown will overall last. There's no real way for this to really be held up, but you were detained. Still looking for the ball. Oh, you know where it is? Yeah, Yuki's able to get one.
Poison's off.
Turtle guy thing. Oh, that's
Swarm
a
grenade
ratty
out.
spot.
Last player standing.
Yeah. You and me not quite sure where the fight is. Oh, watch the barrel through the smoke. The pick on.
Last player standing.
The bomb is way too close. And now Poyo.
Switching sides.
Sort of similar fashion to what we saw last map. He's now at 8-4. It's the exact opposite of what we saw in Ascent. It's instead of B Sports having that 8 and Poyo having that 4, it's the other way around. And now, instead of the defense side on the first half winning, it's the offense side. Oh yeah. So, in similar fashion, we would expect that Poyo would be able to ride it out, take it to map 3. But B Sports Yellow isn't out of the count yet. Maybe attack is where they will find their bread to their butter in order to be able to finish up this map and take this series 2-2-0 and just call it there. Something special I'm seeing here from B Sports. Poyo really loved A. B Sports, I think they're gonna like B. Fitting for their name. Still getting that early high ground off white there in B main. Will find Sage there and open this entire area up. My entire side of Yellow for Yellow to be able to take control of and kind of swarm B from. It just makes it so that there's nothing. And now Poyo just
one enemy remaining.
Puppy, someone stop this happen! Puppy's feeling very confident. These shots are landing. These aggressive plays are working. And Poyo being one round closer to reaching that critical 13 scoreline for the victory of the series. I do like what you did there. Swarming B. I wasn't gonna draw attention to it, but I'm like, I have to talk about it. It's there in my head now. There's so many B-related jokes we can make here. But unfortunately, B Sports is no longer going B. Opting for A may be a smart decision. Man, you just got me thinking about that, and I'm just like, okay, what if we place the B in A? A Sports, Yellow, A Sports. Anyways, we're gonna be seeing the Yellow get picked apart a little bit here. Poyo just holding such a strong defensive line. We've seen Puppy with the bundle before. And we're about to see it again. As never mind, B Sports learned their lesson from last time. They're not challenging that Marshall. Okay, these first bloods going in favor of Poyo. We're gonna get some aggression here. Eve holding on top of 410. Okay, Izzy's in that upper nest area. The question is Eve? I don't think Eve noticed him go up.
Satchel out.
A good time from Izzy.
Satchel out.
Drop down. But overall, numbers favoring Poyo. 5v3, B Sports Yellow. Having to figure out if there's anything that can be done here in order to win this round. You have to pull one enemy. But that is the fuse. Lighted and gone. That was the signal for the rest of Poyo to come in, take advantage of that pick that B Sports thought would go in their favor. Ooh, and we're getting a timeout. First time out of the series. Oh, Bogey. I think Bogey is slowly becoming my favorite player. Yeah, it feels like Bogey, just the confidence and kind of like the information, probably plays a very central role for the side of B Sports Yellow here. And really exciting to see, because timeouts are always such a fun thing to witness the before and after of. So what changes do you think are going to be really exciting to see from B Sports Yellow after this timeout? They were doing relatively well on defense. Granted, it did end in a 4-8, but the timeout here, they went to B, didn't work out. That Sage wall didn't work out in their favor. They went to A, didn't work out. Granted, they had to save there. It was their eco round. Poyo having a little bit more of a bye. Puppy with the Marshall. I think this is where we're going to see things start coming out here. B Sports Yellow
gonna get the round most likely because they're buying up, and Poyo probably gonna bonus. We've seen that from both teams before. I think the timeout here is mainly because of the round differential. And they're gonna take it up mid, which, you know, makes sense. It's a new option. They didn't think about it before. They thought about each site.
But if they're going through mid in the direction that they're pinging on the map right there, B Sports, staying true to the name. They love B.
That's where the smoke is actually going to go. They have a lineup for that. Their Viper has a lineup.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the standard Viper lineups where they're just able to put the smoke right there for that kind of cross into. But oh my god.
Bogey does manage to get that gun.
Bring them down.
Trey's going back and forth here. B Sports a little bit low on health, a little bit critical, a little bit in the red. But, whew, still 3 players on each side.
Look how clumped up like the players are now. And look at where Bogey is, so close to just making contact, unawares for the side of Poyo. Wait, they just switched places!
Who's attacking? Who's defending? We don't know. But the alarm has been sounded. Bogey spotted. We're now going in here. They've taken B because they now have all that information. They knew that there was 3 in mid. Pillowpants finds Wii U enemy. 2 more players in here. Pillowpants going crazy. Finds Bogey. It's just Yuki, but they get dropped to Sheeber.
Poyo. Strong performance there to be able to hold down the line. I really loved seeing that from them, where they're moving together to make sure that none of them go underrated. There's also the fact that they were able to get quite good tags on 2 of the 3 remaining members of Esports Yellow by the time of that final confrontation.
I think what we're seeing here is the differential between Killjoy and Sage, I think. Killjoy gets a lot of value compared to Sage, I think. A lot more value on defense. We've actually, but yeah, they get that value, and here we're unable to really see that on attacking side. It's a lot harder to get that value out of Killjoy. But speaking of value,
if we look at the bottom right of our screen now, we've raised $320 for our goal. Everybody, thank you so much for those who have contributed, and for those who haven't yet. Like I keep saying, World Wish Day. What better day to grant a wish by donating to Make-A-Wish on this fine day and make us one step closer to our $6,000 goal.
You know, $6,000 may seem like a lot, but as long as you can contribute what you can, it really goes a long way towards making these kids' days. You know, give them a little bit of hope. That's what Make-A-Wish is all about. Now. And you know, speaking of hope, I think we can still find a little bit of hope here for B Sports Yellow. Poyo in a great position as Turtle Guy does fall down. Bogey in a great position to find Sheeber here, who is low.
Bring them down.
Prowler comes out. Take it left. No, someone's there. Sheeber does find Zeal. Bring around the Rosie.
I'll find you.
Bogey.
1 enemy remaining.
A little bit unclean, but find Sheeber.
30 seconds left.
It's a 2v1 for B Sports Yellow. Poyo only having to raise.
Spike planted
from B main.
And I just loved seeing this.
Last player standing.
Drops Eve down to 3 HP. Bogey. Couple good shots here from Eve, and it's over for Bogey. It could go either way.
So low.
All they need is about maybe a couple shots on either side, maybe 1 or 2. Just who can see who first.
Keep in mind, the spike is ticking, running out of time. Bogey finds Eve, but Eve finds Bogey first! No, wait, Bogey found Eve first. Sorry, my order of words got a little mixed up.
You just completely lost all the hype there. It's like, oh wait, yeah, no, we're good.
It was like I was in the middle of my statement, and then it just happened, and I'm like trying to register, comprehend, just switch over there. But yeah, B Sports Yellow being able to pull together another win, 5-11. The scoreline, daunting, but very, very possible. As till its match point, there's still a little bit of breathing room for the side of B Sports Yellow to be able to work with here. Now, 5-11, definitely something that they can work on in order to be able to bring it back here now. And the question is, are they one step closer to finding out the solution to this problem that is Poyo's defense? Going out.
Yeah, Seeker. The flash. Izzy just trailblazing it anyways, though. With a run it back, has to get that value, but Schieber will just instantly shut it down. Oh. Puppy gets flashed. Puts on a smoke to work around with, but Izzy does find pillow pants. I'm not sure what this is even happening. Puppy! The dogs come out to play!
One enemy remains.
Bogey does manage to take it back to a 1v1 though. 2 good picks, I believe, there. Schieber, not in the greatest spot. But Bogey making a lot more noise. Oh! Suffers the end lag after throwing the ability.
Yeah, still in that equip animation for their primary weapon, the rifle. Just being quite the time to be able to swing out and unfortunately make contact. But Pollo, now at map point. Sorry, I get the two confused sometimes. We're now at map point for the side of Pollo to be able to take this to 1-1 and take us to map 3. And with
Map
such a
3?
strong performance.
I did say I wanted to see it. But, you know, it's still possible for B Sports Yellow. A little bit rough, but it's definitely manageable. If they start turning things around right now, they can get that momentum. It's not too far down. The op shot coming out from Turtle Guy barely skims by.
Wait, Pillow's in such a good spot here. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Zeal built simply different. Izzy Tix trying to peek out from that pit there, but with both the Viper's pit and the lockdown, this is looking strong. Eve just... Oh, unfortunate.
Wait, Puppy's detained, but they don't know where. Oh, but they will check.
Yuki finds Puppy after a bit of hopping around, but Turtle Guy with this op back here in Snowman. The spike hasn't gone down yet. Pollo still has stuff to work with here. Yuki's gonna try and get the plant down. Has Wii U and me watching, but this pit is so hard to work around with the KJ nades there as well.
Yeah, especially without the Trailblazer there or the Tasmanian Tiger to be just run in and be able to scope out this entire Viper's pit. It's gonna be really rough to try and retake this, especially with Wii U and me having this judge ready in it to punish anyone who dares to tread on that territory.
Turtle Guy! What is that? What am I watching? Oh!
Clutch.
Okay. Well, he is shaking. Wii U and me was shaking there at the end. I don't think he quite understood what happened himself.
Wii U and me with the molly on the spike, or just right behind Zeal there, I believe. No? Wait, no.
I think it was Schieber.
Schieber.
I think they got Schieber with the molly. I don't know. Wii U and me though, coming back a changed person after all of that confrontation, shaking. You could see it.
Wii U and me with that molly, even though it wasn't fully kind of like the intention to win the round through that, was able to do it by the backup of B Sports into it, which actually just gave them the round and gave them another chance to keep going and just try to end this series here. But Pollo looking to make sure that they can round this out and take it to map 3.
I'm not sure which one I'm rooting for more. For Pollo to make the comeback here on map 2, or for B Sports to make the comeback here on the map 2.
You know what I'm rooting for? Make a wish.
I can get behind that.
Player standing.
We've already got a bunch of great donations coming in from all sorts of wonderful people, whether it's anonymous or not. Thank you so much for your contribution. Yeah, English is hard today. Contributions. Thank you so much.
And another round to B Sports Yellow as they take it to 7-12. We are looking for 5 more rounds to be able to hit this overtime here. And it's looking like it could get there, especially with the momentum of B Sports Yellow kind of going strong right now.
You know, we talk about the caster's curse. How about the caster's blessing? I said, you know, I would love to see, you know, it's still possible for B Sports Yellow to come back with those 5 rounds there, even at map point. And they got 2 rounds now on the board, 7-12. Definitely a lot better than 5-12, and a lot better than 5-13. So,
yep. So early presence actually seen by Pillow here. They know that Zeal just dashed up onto the top of the container, and the wall will go out to be able to block off the right side of yellow from the attacker's perspective. It's going to be interesting to see how this team, without their own stage wall, is going to be able to navigate this. And Izzy gets the timing.
Yellow Pants falls off the angle. The run it back just running it in.
Bogey's in a really good spot here, actually, with the judge especially.
Steal does find Puppy. Bogey finds Sheever with the judge. But Eve tries to make something happen here. Get good timing with Izzy. Slowly taking it back. Finds Wii U Enemy, who's with a very clean shot.
One enemy remaining.
Eve?
Eve wants to end this, and Eve wants to end it now.
There's Yuki forced to rotate here. As it's now a 1v2. The KJ here will have turret back here in just under 10 seconds. A lot of utility to work with, and especially after planning, we'll have the lockdown to work with as well. So it is still very doable for B Sports Yellow here, especially with all the time. Poyo is just sticking around on B, and they now are going now.
But look at the way that the map is being kind of like moved around right now by the side of Poyo. Both of them are going to be opting to go from the attacker side. And keep in mind, Yuki's not ready for that. Yuki's not aware of this possibility.
But oh, the timing.
So close to checking it.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Yuki finds Eve. But Turtle Guy there, the trade. Well fought from B Sports there to try and come back on map 2. But Poyo but Turtle Guy is doing some other stuff there, but does manage to find it out.
13-7 for the favor of Poyo on the second map. We're now looking to head into map 3 between these two teams. And I have to say, Eve on that last round was just incredible. Just going from 1 to 2 to 3. We were just counting stars right there. And about to get the 5th, but unfortunately had to end it by getting traded. But overall, a great performance, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different scoreboard here as different players kind of had the kind of star position there and were able to really take control of that map. I really applaud both teams. You can still see that their minds are running. They're constantly thinking of new ways to be able to innovate and take control of each round. And honestly, I'm really excited to go into map 3 here, where we're going to be able to see maybe these teams have kind of started to figure each other out a little bit more. We'll be seeing a little bit more of a mental game, manipulation of the map, and movements from each team as hopefully the reads come through a little bit stronger, and we'll be able to see each team really duke it out for this last one.
I mean, really all just depends on what the map is, because, you know, I think Icebox had a large shift in who was really making a big play there. You know, we saw Bogey MVP there on the first map, Ascent, because of all of that Sova stuff, the recons, the Odin, really coming out there, really shining. But with Icebox opting for Fade instead, not quite at the top. Instead, Eve, with that raise, able to take advantage of all the claustrophobic areas there, all those tight spaces, really able to just throw nades, deny space, and I think that's what pushed it over a little bit for them.
Yeah. And I just love to point out this stat because it's just so amazing seeing the confidence and the energy that's being taken by both of the duelists from both teams. As we can see, Izzy was able to get 6 first bloods. And we also saw from the side of Puppy just being able to go in and get 8. They're just doing such amazing work, just being able to go in, be able to take these fights and just open up the space for their teams. And seeing both of these duelists just do their magic is just amazing across both these maps.
Again, here we're looking back at this Ascent, and Bogey. That's all I have to say. Just honestly, not even just Bogey, but the Sovas on both sides. Again, here I remember seeing the Sheever getting that 3K from Generator, getting that clutch right there. This was such an amazing set of first 2 maps to watch, and I can't wait to watch map 3.
Yeah, it's honestly such a great series we're starting out with here, and I'm really excited to be moving into the next one. And keep in mind, this is only the first match. We've only just started to begun. So, really excited to go into that and make a wish.
Make a wish.
make a wish that this map 3 will be an absolutely explosive map to watch between these two teams. Super excited to see them really, you know, fight it out. Make sure that they can try to keep this initial bracket run strong. Because the redemption bracket is something that I think is going to be great for teams to be able to come back and learn from and just put in their efforts to be able to fight at the top. And we're going to map 3 already. Agent Select is here, and we're on Pearl.
Pearl. Now, I have a lot of memories about Pearl.
Oh, really now?
Yes. I remember when Pearl first came out as a Cypher player. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. A-Site has a lot of funny trips. A lot of low trips, especially after they buffed his trip length. Now you can just put them anywhere, really. You don't have to put them in pixel perfect spots. After that, Pearl opened up a lot more, especially on B-Site, where you couldn't really trip across that much anymore on that like B long area, but you could then after the buff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no Cypher today. I don't think either of these teams really have Cypher players on their team. But we will see a slight difference, actually, in what they want to do with their smoke setups. We're seeing Astra on the side of, I believe that's Poyo. And on the left here, we're seeing a wall. We're seeing Viper with Izzy. Izzy actually used to play Phoenix on both of these last 2 maps, now picking up Viper. Instead of, who was their Viper player before? Wii U Enemy. Actually running double smoke. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, the double controller here is going to be able to compensate for the fact that Astra is a very versatile controller for this map, especially with the fact that the just being able to put down these smokes, clear out these corners, and in general be able to kind of like split the map, especially with the Astral Divide. But instead of opting for the singular one, they decide to run the Viper with the Brimstone, which does give them a little bit more freedom with their smokes, I would have to say. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But another note is that we did see Yuki hover the Killjoy again for this map, but it turns out that both teams will be running the Sage as their Sentinel instead, which I find really interesting because Pearl is a map where there's a lot of like kind of areas for the attackers to be able to lurk up. So kind of opting to have your Sentinel play these sort of defensive and hold it down style kind of holds instead of like the informational agents like Chamber or Killjoy. It's going to be really interesting to see how that mixes up the dynamic as neither of the teams are running them.
I think that's Sage. I think the reasoning there, if I was in their shoes, is to be sitting in mid with Sage, put some wall up if you're on defending side. If you're attacking, you can try and wall off, get a good section to put the spike down. I think it makes sense, especially on the side of B-Sports Yellow, I have to say, because they're running that double controller. They have a lot more smokes. They're maybe not as versatile as Poyo with the Astra, but they have a lot more general area that they can cover.
Yeah, and I really love about Pearl is the fact that B long is going to be such an interesting spot to watch contention for. Because as we can see right now, Poyo being ready to just kind of rush out there and take control of that B main area, and also B-Sports Yellow looking to also fight for it, is going to be really great because this long angles just makes it very much an aim-oriented area to fight for. So watching who's going to take control.
But B-Sports Yellow has this wall here. They can afford to commit this wall here to B because they have the double controller. So the wall is already up. But I think that silence comes through. They're now suppressed.
Yeah, 1 for 1. And, oh, actually, Poyo did lose 2 members. Take there.
Like I said, look at that. The wall right there, allowing the spike to get down in a very favorable spot.
Yeah, but the fact that they don't have any anti-flank in the Killjoy here means that they have to be careful for the lurker, despite the fact that B-Sports Yellow are all just sitting on site.
Yuki gets a little bit of damage there, can't quite finish it up. The Wii U Enemy finishes off Sheeper there, and Yuki finishes to find the other there.
Yeah, and
a good strong start from Poyo as terms when it comes to taking the site. But I think B-Sports Yellow, with the double controller here, is able to just pivot so well with these smokes to just deny so much vision. It's going to be really important here in these first few rounds especially, because you can't really see that well, and you can't afford to really spray that much. Because you don't have these rifles, you don't have these SMGs, machine guns, any of that. You just have pistols to work with, and it's not going to really matter. if you can spray through or not. You don't want to waste your bullets there.
Yeah, and something to really keep in mind there is also the fact that that corner plant was kind of working against the side of Pollo. If you notice, Wii enemy
Down mid.
but what a crazy round we're going in right now.
Enemy remaining.
We're going in? We're going out. You said we were going into the round, and before you could even finish a sentence, it said defenders won on the screen.
B Sports Yellow just holding down that art area, making sure that Pollo trying to advance, not able to get anything. They weren't even given an inch.
The double controller, I think, is really shining here on the side of the fence. Now, whether or not it will continue to shine when they go over to attack, because Pollo is having those double duelists, as opposed to B Sports only opting for Jet now, we could see it shift there. But as it stands right now, B Sports Yellow has a really strong start with these smokes here, because they're able to commit that Viper wall, and even if they, you know, they don't go B, if Pollo doesn't go B, they still have the Brim sitting here on A, and it's just so hard to push through.
Yeah, and look at the way that those three smokes are positioned out right now, and they still have quite the space that they're just holding here, and swinging out.
Find Zeal, Wii U and me will get the trade though. As Yuki, we have seen Yuki on this flank angle before. Waiting to see if there's going to be exits, waiting to see if there's going to be people, but Turtle Guy has grown smart to it.
One enemy
Izzy
remaining.
making way up on the site. Turtle Guy sitting here though. Swings out, will fall to Izzy. And Wii U and me is going to get the defuse to finish this out.
That's the third round. The bonus converted from the side of B Sports Yellow as they're now able to get 2 rifles for themselves going to the 4th round.
It did seem like it was a little bit more hard fought for B Sports there.
I've got cash.
They had to
Anyone
try
need
a little bit
something?
harder. They ended up with a little bit more in the terms of losses. A little bit more players lost, a little bit more health taken off than they would have liked. Those shields not surviving into the next round compared to those first 2 rounds, but still very strong performance coming out from them.
We're going to see a fragmented economy for the side of Pollo here, as they now, after having full bought on that 3rd one and lost, they're going to have to deal with the fact that they don't have any rifles here. Or actually, they will. Looks like they were still able to scratch up enough economy to be able to buy up this round. And it's just a matter of being able to see, as they take this mid control, what's going to be able to work for them after B Sports Yellow starting so strong 3 rounds in a row.
Pollo now opting to take this mid area, see what they can find. Prod here, prod there.
Here.
But Izzy sitting in this corner. Looks like it's gonna get cleared out. Izzy does find Puppy, but Eve goes in as well to trade out.
Wait, look at what the spike is.
It's not in a good position. Bogey finds Sheever and Eve, and Zeal with the op. They were forced out of that position, forced to try and peek a little bit up past B Link into into the actual site because of that Brimmel.
Yeah, such great space just becoming cleared and held by the side of B Sports Yellow here. They are not here to play on this map. They are actually ready and revving up to just try and finish this as soon as they can. 4-0 on this map 3 right now is a very dominating start. Now the question is, Pollo, will they be able to find the cracks in order to be able to open up the defense of B Sports Yellow? So we now see them all kind of grouped up at the area.
Ooh.
Get out of my way!
The operator in play by Zeal.
This Turtle Guy just gets felled. Eve looking for something above the wall. Can't find anything though.
Oh, Bogey!
Oh.
Spike down B.
Bogey does eventually fall to Pillow Pants, but it's just Eve here with the Sheriff in hand. Zeal comes to clean it up. 5-0 for B Sports Yellow. And not looking really good for Pollo, unfortunately. They have to change something here. And it's definitely possible, but this double controller is really hard to work around. Especially because it was their ego, I think, there. That was not very fun.
Yeah, the Viper Wall being up on that B side, being able to split that side cone and give vision or safety to that little elbow area, and just be able to let Bogey just play there. It was absolutely amazing. And not only that, but having Zeal ready on the back to be able to support Bogey so that Bogey's not just one and done traded. Amazing work by this team.
Going into this next round here. Poyo has a strong start, gets the first blood, finds Zeal. They're going in, Puppy. The bite is back. Finds Bogey. The wall goes down. Both walls go down. As Yuki is left in a rough spot. And the spike will go down on A. They have a pretty good positioning here. Poyo, a 2-player lead here. As Izzy slowly creeps up. Tries to clear around. The Pillow Pants sitting here.
By the side.
Puppy drops here. Gets traded out. Will you end me? Last one standing. That's a round on the board for Poyo. Did it take a bit to get there? Yes. But they're now on the board, and it's looking a lot better than it did before. The AWP, I mean, you know, they still have a lot of money on the side of esports Yellow. The AWP is able to be purchased back. They've had a lot of advantage for a few rounds here. One round will not really be enough to really shift it all the way, but it's a start.
Yeah, and as we can see, it was just a flawless take from the side of Poyo to be able to get onto that site. In fact, they were up 5 to 3 for the side of esports Yellow, having lost 2 on the take. And then just being able to make sure that they can convert that into the round they desperately needed to get on the board, to get a foothold in the standings, and hopefully try and go even further beyond and maybe potentially just sweep the rest of this half.
What's really important here is this KO. Being able to take down the Viper wall here with a knife. Suppressing the Viper who's sitting there, back there. But the smoke goes down from the brim. And that's going to be the difference there. Bogey's able to hold this heaven angle. As Zeal almost gets picked out. The shots don't land. Only Wii U Enemy falling there. Almost flawless.
Now esports Yellow with a 6-1. Just overwhelming control of defense half. Being able to retake these sites so cleanly and make sure that even if Poyo did get that one round, they're struggling for it. And it's only a matter of time if Poyo isn't just able to figure out a way to kind of get around this, a way to be able to play this, that esports isn't just able to completely just control the kind of momentum and flow of the whole game.
What we saw with esports, I think, there, the reason this is so strong, they have the Viper wall here. Turtle Guy knows to throw the knife back there to suppress. And the Viper wall will go down. But the issue is, you see here, even with this round, because we have another B take coming out here, the brim rotates so fast, the smokes go down so fast, that even if they suppress the Viper, there are still smokes for the team to work around it here with. Eve has to jump over the screen there.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Finds not much, really. Poyo only left with Sage. Does have a res to work with. Spike down, actually. But only a Marshall. That's a very good ult coming out there from Wii U Enemy. They're just going to end up getting the defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Zeal! What was that?
Pillow shooting right at that angle in order to get a pick. It's unfortunately not enough to really keep the round in their favor, but it's still, that's another gun that the side of esports have to purchase. And when you're kind of in this middle stage of the half, trying to whittle down the enemy's economy is just going to be one of the biggest things that you want to do. Make sure that they cannot buy for those later halves, if anything. But Poyo still needs to make sure that they take this foothold that they've established with that one round on the A site, and they can expand it. But the problem is there's one person standing in their way.
And it's Zeal. Zeal fights Poppy. And with that, the first blood's through. The res does come out, and Zeal's no longer watching it. Reposition while watching the smoke. But it's going to slow down their momentum so much here on the side of Poyo. They had to use a res there to get Puppy back up. Even healing Puppy there as they just... esports Yellow is just spamming through that smoke, getting a bunch of chip damage.
Yeah. I love the way both teams are playing this, because now esports Yellow are a little bit confident that this is going to be an A take after so much time of just silence. And now, like, after just being ready, they're just taking it. But also, look at where Yuki is.
Caution here.
Again. It's a staple. Trades go back and forth there. Yuki does find Shiver. The Astra's gone. Izzy gets flashed. Does manage to find Puppy. And now it's a 1v1 Yuki against Pillow Pants. Pillow Pants very critical. But Yuki has a res here.
Spots it. Could use the res for a baby.
Pillow Pants sitting here in secret.
Oh, wait.
Yuki throws the slow out, goes for the defuse, and oh, a little bit of a wallbang there. Pillow Pants clutches it out.
I didn't even know that could be wallbanged.
Neither did I, but Pillow Pants got it. Wow. I think there's like a little bit of like a window there. Like an actual glass window that you can maybe shoot through, where it's like a little bit less penetration.
I'm used to the dugout wall being wall banged, but never have I seen that actual cover be wall banged in order to be able to kind of like take control or like shoot at the person who's in that area.
It definitely scared Yuki as well, I think. I think Yuki was a little bit shook after that. They weren't quite sure where they were getting shot from.
But yeah, second round going to Poyo, 2 to 7. I mean,
that's big.
Starting to figure out what works. The question is Esports Yellow able to stop it before this spirals out of control?
Oh, the take here. Esports Yellow has they've just left it open. They've left A open. Poyo's able to just walk on up.
Spike planted.
Eve says, watch this. Finds one. Puppy's there to get the trade. On the trade.
I love the two duelists playing together there in order to be able to trade each other out.
Absolutely. And now just left to Yuki. Finally, that res coming out here onto Bogey.
Yep, 3v4 here. Poyo, man advantage, ready.
Eve here with the shorty. Wasn't able to use it, but now picks up the Vandal, I think that was. Now it's just Zeal. But look at where Eve's going. Eve's wrapping around. They're all collapsing here. It's a team ace. That's the unity. That's the unity of Poyo right there. Coming together. Oh, we saw. He called it from the start.
What's the plan?
So now we see a 3-7 as Poyo able to find a foothold, able to get these 2 rounds back to back. Now the question is, will they be able to keep this up as B-Sports Yellow looking to try and solidify their lead here? Already will end the half with an advantage, but how much of an advantage is up to them in these last 2 rounds? 2 rounds.
2 rounds.
So it's going to be exciting to see, but we've seen this before. Poyo has found a winning formula in the A site. And they're going to keep going to see if they can keep going. But the Viper's Pit being put down on the A site, really dissuading them from wanting to go here. But the question is, will they still do it?
Look at Bogey. Bogey's on the flank now. It's not Yuki anymore. They traded spots. It's actually a lot of pressure. And I think the main reason they're playing for this is because they know that eventually Poyo either have to push through this smoke or they have to back up. It's really limited their options here. And the time is ticking away.
Look at where Wii U enemy is.
Oh, that's a crucial pick. Zeal does find Twiddle Guy, I think. Puppy goes in. The doors are wide open now. With the pick, they're able to start trading back and forth. We're now at a 3v3. Nothing's really changed, honestly. With less players on the board, Eve tries to make something happen there. But Izzy's there. This Viper Pit putting down so much area. And now Poyo, only 2 players left. No duelist to really push in with. 30 seconds left. I'm not sure that's enough to rotate. Especially with the pace they're going right now. And they have to be so careful because Bogey's sitting here with the judge. Goes the blind out.
That's one.
Finds Sheber. Upgrades. Doesn't quite hit it. But Poyo doesn't have an answer here. I think they have to go A to have any chance of getting the spike down. But Izzy's still sitting here with the pits.
They need to blast through Izzy in order to be able to get this bomb down. There's just no time. It has
Izzy
the knife
finds
out.
him though.
Oh. Now.
8-3. Esports Yellow.
Last round before the
Must I even say it at this point?
Do you want to say it? Do you want to say it?
I mean, like, we've seen 8-4 two maps in a row. I could see that one this time.
I could see 8-4. But knowing our luck, it's going to be 9-3.
It's going to be 9-3 the one time we both had your bets on 8-4. But yeah, so it looks like we're going to be seeing, again, Pollo unfaltered by the fact that the Viper's Pit did stop them that last round. Will opt to 5-stack towards A here. And they're going to be playing contact, quiet, not making a step. And even a single sound will alert the players in that art area.
But the Astra smokes, the Astra Star is going down.
Yeah, looks
We'll
like they're
alert
gonna be
Brim
flashing
there a
out.
little bit. He puts a smoke down, but they're already through.
Yeah, just a pretty clean take here from the side of Pollo. Just having the confidence to try and spread out and take space here, especially since they kind of probably know that B-Sports Yellow tends to kind of give them a site when they don't have good tools to hold. And it looks like we'll be starting to see some conflict here.
Here's the thing about B-Sports though. They do normally have good retakes onto A here. That's why they leave it open. But right now they're kind of suffering. Yuki does find Eve. Drops the puppy. Now it's just Wii U Enemy, 25 health. Throws a molly as a saving grace, but that's going to close out our first half here. It's another 8-4.
Switching sides.
A very typical trend we've been seeing from this matchup between these two teams. Each team just plays so well on the respective map, just being able, in that first half, to be able to build up their lead to 8-4. 4 rounds is such a daunting number to come back from. But winning the pistol is always a great way to try and bring it back.
Especially with that 8-4. If you make that an 8-5, and then if you can carry the momentum into an 8-6, that makes it way more tied.
Especially if you play the bonus really well out, you can easily do that. But inversely, the opposite can be true. That gap can also just be spread even wider. The chasm can only grow as maybe B-Sports Yellow takes this round. But Pollo has been known to have kind of an upswing on these half changes. So I'm excited to see how they're going to play this one out.
Bogey throws a flash out. Flashes himself, unfortunately. Didn't detonate it quite early enough. So we'll take this Hall angle. Oh, Eve faced with 2 people in their face in Hall. Backs out, dashes out. Tries to find Bogey. Lands enough shots, gets it down. Does find Zeal as well. 3 for 3 on both sides here.
Last player standing.
Now Pollo only left with Astra. That's 1. Shearer finds 1. 2 more though. The smoke to work with especially. Both teams really like putting it on this wall. The molly goes down. It's ticking on the damage. Yuki is very low here. Shearer as well though. Will you end me?
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Such a great attempt by Shearer, able to bring Yuki so low and almost in a position to take that 1v1 and be able to fight for it. But the side of B-Sports Yellow just being able to come out on top. Something I'd like to really comment on is that in the beginning part of that round, when the conflicts were starting to come through, Eve and Zeal just going in, making space for their team. Each of them went 2 for 2 there.
Yeah.
So, just love kind of seeing that even like blow and trade between both teams of their jets. And I'm really excited to see, but we also did see the double controller kind of come into play with that attack. The smokes on that heaven. The Viper wall split the site.
Oh, he finds 1. He can't quite, he gets a second. As he trades out, but that's super good here.
That almost looked like a collat when he shot that second shot before going down.
It very well could have been, but Pollo now up by 1 player, and now leaning off of B. This is crucial, because now Puppy can go up, get this Marshall, and that gun's not lost. That Marshall, I think, you know, even though it's an eco round, they bought that Marshall, and they were able to make it work. Eve had a lot of confidence to try and get that here, but I think it might be their saving grace if they can manage to finish it out all the way here.
Yeah, Pollo looking to make sure that they can stop B-Sports in their tracks. I think it was a little bit of a force up here in order to be able to do just that. Now the question is, if Pollo can get this round, they'll find themselves in a very good spot. The gap has not widened. They are still in a very good position to be able to take control of this map.
30 seconds
They
left.
start creeping up here through B-Link. Puppy not aware that they've actually made it on this side already.
Puppy's nose.
Oh no. The information is there now, but they're already all on Puppy. 34 health. Oh. Yuki with a wall.
going to be splitting the site even more.
It can be walked around, but it's a very tight little area that you have to work through if you don't want to break the wall. Izzy does manage to find 2 there, and the advantage that was there is now just completely gone.
You can take Izzy off the duelist, but you can't take the duelist out of Izzy. Going massive for 3 there, able to take control of that site in the retake. Amazing work.
B-Sports Yellow, like you said, the gap has only just widened off of these first 2, but now on this third round on the second half, we're seeing more even buys between the 2. Never mind the Marshall, but
Heading to the above.
it is going to be something that you have to think about. They're going to be a little bit more.
That should
You
win.
have the bonuses, of course, but you have these fresh buys coming out. You have the rifles coming out. Everyone's in their element. It just like that. Bogey fights Puppy up mid. That first blood's going to be really important.
Yeah, the aggression there being punished, leading to Poyo now having a man disadvantage. We see that B-Sports Yellow taking this as our opportunity to seize control of art, seize control of healing, and overall just try to solidify their lead. But Pillow gets a pick.
Little guy thing. Oh. playing with danger there in that little corner. Oh! Schieber finds 2! Couldn't quite get the spray transfer onto the 3rd and 4th, but 2 is more than enough there.
The numbers have swung in the favor of Poyo.
Eve finds 1 through the smoke because the smoke didn't go up fast enough. Izzy's here, and Izzy tries to peek for it, but there's no one there, and Turtle Guy is on the other side behind them.
Poyo making sure that we do not make them out of the count just yet. They are now bringing it back a little bit there as they go 5-10 and looking to try and kind of keep this up.
They have their money now. They can make it work here. Like I said, that 3rd round is what you want to be paying attention to because the first 2, they're mostly going to go to the same people. But that 3rd round could go either way. And it's gone towards Poyo.
Yeah, so exciting to see as the 5-10 scoreline comes through. Poyo in a very good spot now. It's got to inspire some confidence when you have a hero play like that coming in and just being able to swing that round in your favor. The atmosphere's got to feel good.
B-Sports here opting for something a little bit different. They're all sort of in B shop right now. Trying to go mid, maybe? No? A now. They're coming back through spawn. But they haven't really probed or prodded for anything yet.
Yeah, just now starting to crawl up to the mid area. Keep in mind, look at all the space that they've been given for the side of Poyo. Just being able to spread out. Like we have the defensive line as Poyo has kind of taken control of that B-long area and is kind of poised, ready for the spot.
Oh, Turtle Guy in this same position manages to get 2 as they just waltz right past Puppy. Finding the next. It's just Zeal left here in Art. Finds 1, finds 2. Puppy and Sheep are now gone. The Sheriff is out, and Zeal's not messing around. Now has to spike 1v3, but it's entirely possible. Picks up the Ares instead? I'm so lost. Never mind. It's perfect. There's the 4th.
30
No,
seconds
the 3rd. I'm losing my mind. Unfortunately, a little bit too exposed as they're planning. Pillow, managing to get it back.
Hit through the side of, again, this little block of cover that we've seen. It's just amazing to see how Poyo, in these holds, able to make sure that even though they only have kind of 1 person in each position, they are going massive. Insane value for their spots, being able to get more than 1 per their deaths.
Turtle Guy getting 2 there, and then Puppy also holding, coming into that angle after those 2 first picks and being able to get some value there. But for a second, it looked like Zeal was gonna run away with it, I think.
Yeah, and at this point, if I'm Poyo, you know what I'm saying to my team? 10 is all they get.
10 is all they get. It's entirely possible, especially with that last round that they just won. Oh, the momentum through, but Zeal gets a good shot on through the smoke. Guesses correctly, but Sheever gets the trade back. Is forced to fall back onto the secret though. That's a sight. Puppy does manage to get 1, but now they're falling back here. As a res comes out, 4 versus 4, and the spike will go down. in that same default spot we've been seeing behind that little block on site. The pick goes down, the slows are coming out, and now all the action that we've seen is crawling to a halt.
Yeah, they're left on the retake, and hopefully trying to figure out a way to navigate this Viper's pit.
Puppy between a Viper and a hard place right now. Ooh, Eve trying to wallbang through that. Doesn't quite get it. Easy playing in the smoke.
Last player standing.
As Bogey cleans up the rest.
Really good take and hold by B Sports Yellow there. The Viper's Pit doing great work in order to be able to ensure that Poyo isn't able to just retake and win their fights that they've been winning. So in a good spot now, B Sports Yellow, one win closer to match point.
But Poyo here, that KO, that could be really big on these retakes.
Yeah, especially with the ability to shut down the Viper smokes on the walls, the vision being denied, just, you know, being opened up once more. It's surely going to be interesting to see, but
I've got your trail.
Esports Yellow starting to swarm towards B once more.
It is, no, I don't blame you for using it. It's a good line. It's a good line. I like it. We will see trades go out. You hear it back and forth. Now at a 3v3 again. Bogey with this op here. Turtle Guide flashes out. Not yet, actually. Now the flash goes through. Trying to prod for a little bit of information, maybe. Swings. Does see Bogey there.
That will spot the op.
That's information, though.
Yeah, but keep in mind, look at...
Here.
But they've been tipped. Never mind. The spike's still going towards B. They think it's towards A.
Yeah, but look at where Wii U Enemy is. That's a very dangerous position to be in for the side of Poyo.
B Sports just has a lot more space to work with here. They're taking a lot more area with their players right now.
Yeah, Bogey's walked up.
30 seconds left.
With this op here. Peeking through the smoke. Oh, these two oppers looking for each other. Oh, but he finds the wrong area to hold at the wrong time. Completely gets sidelined by Bogey. And now the tables have turned. The wall goes up, the smokes go up. The molly's down.
So is the spike.
Now a 3v2 for B Sports Yellow. They're trying to make it match point right now, right here. Turtle Guy walking up. You and me. Finds Schubert there.
Bogey with the op.
Again,
Massive value.
It's that positioning. They were able to have so much space here. You and me, you know, you said it was a dangerous spot, but it worked out. They were holding that area. And they were able to just see where Poyo was trying to hold.
Yeah, and now we're at match point for the series as a whole as B Sports Yellow able to take the 12-6. Now Poyo on thin ice here, I should say, as they're trying to figure out a way to be able to get those 6 rounds and maybe take us to overtime. But Poyo has been known to have pretty good streaks of victories. So,
Deal? Okay.
Can't use that.
Turtle Guy's gone.
Well,
we'll be missed. Not quite sure I expected that to happen this early. That's why I'm kind of at a loss for words.
Again, Zeal just being such a good jet player for the side of B Sports Yellow, being able to make sure that they can get those picks, get those kills out of like thin air, just pop it out and just take control of the map. Now the question is, how is Poyo going to be able to deal with the man down and now having to deal with an encroaching B Sports Yellow?
Look at this position. Eve's in a good spot. Oh! Eve gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Brim's here. Wii U Enemy is here. And we'll end it. But now, 2v2. And all the momentum here. And R is gone. They're now switching back up towards B. But look at the timer. It's only 40 seconds. And they're still walking because they don't know where anyone is. Their plan is gone.
No, they can still hit B very easily here and be left with about maybe 15 to 20 seconds. The res coming through from Poyo will make things a little bit more interesting for the side of B Sports Yellow. But keep in mind, this has been a stellar round for both sides.
It's an incredible disrupt, and Eve still has those knives out.
Oh.
this? Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Bogey managing to get 2 here. It's just
Player
Schieber.
standing.
Schieber
Now
up against Wii U and me. Wii U and me here. Throws the molly. Doesn't quite connect all the way. Wait, they have the peak.
The half is through.
The half is through though, yes. Schieber!
And
The
another
dream
round.
is alive!
A clutch by Schieber, keeping Poyo's dreams, hopes, and wishes to win this series alive here. We're now at 7-12, and Poyo, after a round like that, nerves must be high. But the belief that you can keep pulling rounds like that has got to be there.
The dream, it's not dead. It never was. They're keeping it alive right now. The hope is still there.
They're still fighting. It's
Oh.
showing us some amazing effort.
Something I want to note here, this early wall here from B Sports Yellow, I think is what that is. They threw it from shop, I believe.
Yeah, it's a good wall that splits the site in half. Make sure that they can take control of a good half and maybe burst into hull together. Usually it's not the best if it's alone, but the fact that B Sports Yellow has kind of this double controller setup lets them be able to throw that wall with no worries about heaven.
Oh, Eve, the Guardian, not really doing them any favors. They're unfortunately not hitting their shots correctly. It's unfortunate. It does happen. But Turtle Guy trying to get a little bit of aggression here, but gets caught out with the grenade in hand. These Sports, 3 players alive, Poyo only 2, and the smokes will go down on the side of Poyo to try and get a defuse off. Oh, but Schieber.
The wall goes up!
Oh, the wall goes up! The molly's there! The ult's here! The defuse goes through!
Poyo fighting, clawing each round over to their side for their favor each and every time.
They're fighting tooth and nail.
And they've got quite the distance. They've been given an inch with a few rounds, and they're converting it into miles upon miles. As B Sports Yellow now has to deal with sort of this daunting, sort of looming presence of Poyo, just going bigger and bigger as
They used molly. They used ult. It should have worked. The round should have been over. But Poyo, the wall goes up, delays enough shots. The molly just wasn't ticking for whatever reason. I don't know what was happening there. The ult was way too late because you expect the molly to kind of get them off and then the ult to get them off even longer, but it didn't happen. We're going still. This map isn't over yet. Poyo's still here.
And keep in mind, Poyo kind of postured a little bit more over towards the A site, with the B site being a little bit more spread out in the mid area here. Pillow is in a very committed angle here, has to go massive here, or could just go down without too much impact here. But is no one gonna check the corner?
No! Pillow pants! Gets 2, can't quite get the rest, but that's already big. Gets a little bit of damage onto the sky there.
And now, Poyo looking so good into this retake right now, but it's a 3v3.
I think Puppy gets the half there. Eve's here, Puppy's here, it's all over. Bogey has the up, doesn't have the angle, the wall goes up, it's another round for Poyo!
Poyo is actually having a fairy tale match right now where they could bring it back very easily. They're in a very winnable range of only 3 rounds until overtime.
Bogey does get a pick there at the end with the up, and they still have the up for this next round. But Poyo's putting up such a good performance right now. It's insane to watch.
Now, 9-12. Ooh, that's got to be a nerve-wracking scoreline, especially when you've been teetering on that kind of match point for a while now. But Poyo, unfazed, unrelenting, able to make sure that they keep fighting and keep their chances of their initial bracket run staying alive. But look at the way that B Sports Yellow's playing.
Over, yeah. Look at it. Bogey's just waiting just for something, anything. And there are people there.
Yeah.
Eve is questioning whether the peak or not.
Okay, the flash will show some noise. The question is, where will Poyo take the bait? Will they actually get the accurate read on A? Oh.
I mean, the dash goes through. Zeal does find Schieber. That's a first blood right there. First pick. But look at the control they have. The smokes here on both angles of Secret and Flowers.
Down though.
Bogey's taken down. God. Eve making the space. Puppy trying to get in. The flash goes past Wii U Emmy though, but the Eve's still here. Eve's still alive. Don't put Eve out. Looking for the Viper here. Looking for Izzy. Gets the reload, but not quite in time. But that lineup was fired. The wall is here though. They have to jump over. Izzy's aware of it now. And the angle! Pillow Pants is here to make it happen!
Pillow in the 1v1, the wall, forcing Izzy to try and kind of like jump and find a better angle for it. But Pillow just ready with that angle to just make sure that the kill goes through. Takes us to 10-12. And Pollo, even closer now. Within 2 rounds for being able to take us to overtime here. Pollo having such a good performance. It's actually insane.
You mentioned how they were like able to snowball so well. They're so capable of snowballing. They've been able to do it in the past, and they're doing it here, now, again, when it really matters.
Now things are going to get interesting though if we do happen to get to overtime. Because keep in mind, that'll be a side switch every round. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to be able to adapt.
Not quite there yet though. B-Sports.
It's true, I'm getting a little ahead of myself there.
Getting a little bit ahead of yourself. But it's definitely possible for Pollo. Turtle Guy sitting here with the Bulldog. Bogey slowly creeping up.
Oh, clears
and does find Turtle Guy. Clears it correctly. That's a huge pick right there. Bogey's making this mid-area work really well. Even if it's just them. Puppy will find it. And that's a trade back. But look at the Viper pick. Go up here. The smoke's here as well coming out from Brim. Cheever a little bit late with that wallbang. If just it was a little bit earlier. But we've seen this retake before. We've seen this setup actually before from the side of B-Sports, I think.
Wait, that's just got
Insta-res. Yeah, no, we couldn't even call it. Puppy gets traded out by Izzy after taking out Yuki. It's now 3v3. The heal's offline though.
This Viper Spit is going to be so hard to deal with side of Pollo.
There's just so much to deal with here. What even happened there? Izzy just gets 2. And now it's just Eve. Updraft's over, but Izzy, clutches it out.
And something I like to note is that that match just ended on Izzy getting an ace, I believe. Or at least a pseudo ace.
A pseudo ace.
There were definitely 5.
There was a res. But
did Izzy get the first? Did Izzy kill the same person twice, or was it unique every time?
No. Bogey killed that first person in art.
Yeah, but overall, an amazing match coming in from both teams here. Pollo and B-Sports Yellow really fighting and brawling it out in order to be able to take control of this. And just looking at these highlights, like, look at how amazing these players did. There's so many amazing moments on defense for both sides where they're just able to hold the line, able to just make sure that they can take control of this map through their positions. And honestly, just stellar work. It was a close match.
The heart and spirit between both of these teams, fighting it out, not waiting, not just kicking until the very end, really. Pollo was in it to win it and on that last one, and it's a shame that they weren't able to come out on top, but it was a stellar performance nonetheless. But, you know, it's been a great time here. I think that'll be it for us today.
Yeah, or at least for now.
Well, for now. We'll come back later today. We're going to have a different set of casters later. But it's been a blast for being able to cast this first match to set off the tournament. It's going to be great. Again, thank you to everyone who's donated so far. We really appreciate it here. It goes a long way towards the people at Make-A-Wish and to, you know, people who matter in the end at Make-A-Wish, the kids who get those wishes. So thank you so much for your donations. It really goes a long way. But I think, unless you have anything else to say, I think we'll be heading off right here.
No, that should be it. It's just great being here, and I'm really excited to see the rest of the matches.
My name is Anoop Patel. I am the section chief of neurology for Nationwide Children's, and I'm also an associate professor at Ohio State University in neurology and pediatrics. One of my greatest experiences in the WISH program was a young man, teenager named Deshaun, and he had really bad epilepsy, and it was really more difficult for Deshaun and his family because he actually grew up for several years being completely normal. And it was tough. I got to know him and his family, and we didn't have a lot to offer. And it was right around that time where we had this presentation from the Make-A-Wish folks. I feel that was an opportunity that I was able to give that I might have missed had I not been exposed to the Make-A-Wish program. And when I did, I didn't really know what to expect. I again wanted to give them a break from this illness. That's one of the great things that we see in the WISH kids is they get to kind of hit the pause button on whatever is making them sick. He went to see Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and the rest of the Clippers, got to work out and warm up with them. It was pretty amazing. We got to see some video and pictures of it. But then they also got to go to Universal Studios. He had some younger siblings who really liked amusement parks. And so, you know, they kept saying, Deshaun, you gave this to me. You let me do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're such a great big brother. And you have to remember at that time, Deshaun couldn't be a big brother. And I'll try not to get too choked up, but he couldn't be their role model. He couldn't be their big brother. He was sick. And then he was able to do that, and it just changed him completely. So I saw him shortly after he came back, and he went there with seizures, as we thought and knew. And I said, how's it going? How's your trip? And he then said, well, I haven't had a seizure since I left, or, you know, for the trip. I said, excuse me? And I looked at his mom, and I said, is that true? And she's like, couldn't wait to tell you. He had not had a seizure. That was over 3 years ago, and he has still had no seizures since then. And I thought that was the most amazing thing. And I couldn't understand why that happened. I mean, I really didn't do anything special. I couldn't take credit. I didn't change his medicines in a way that I thought would work. And if they did, they would have worked before he left for his trip, because I really tried to get him seizure-free so he could experience a better WISH experience. It wasn't me. It was something else. And then I saw it over and over with these other kids. And now I'm passionate to make sure that every kid out there gets a WISH. We found lots of kids in our own hospital that didn't get the WISH experience, and I don't know if their care would have gotten better. I don't know if that would have changed who they were or what they were. I think about that every day. And I wish we could go back to those kids and give that to them. And I now have a mission, I have a goal that I've got to provide every eligible kid a WISH. I have to. Because I can give something that's so important to them in their life that is more than just a nice thing to do. That's something that will live with them for the entire life and help their health get better. And if that's my goal as a physician, is to help my children get better and be cured, or at least lessen the burden of their illness, then darn it, I have to do that. But I can't do it without donations. I can't do it without the money that's given to the organization. I can't do it without the ability and the funding to provide a WISH. You can change a life for the rest of their life. You can improve the quality of their life. You can transform their health care by giving, by donating, by providing a resource that otherwise we wouldn't have. That's what you can do. You can do it today, you could do it tomorrow, but more importantly, you're going to change a life forever.
Hi everyone, thank y'all for joining the stream. I'm Ace and this is my friend.
Hi, I'm Hoodie.
And we will be casting the next game. So do you want to tell us a little bit about who we're going to be watching?
Yeah, so this next match is going to be UGA versus USC. You know, I think it's going to be a very good match. Both teams are very good. Some high-ranked players in there, so I think it's going to be a good match between them.
I'm really looking forward to it. Now, really quickly, we are going to shout out some of our donators. Huge shout out to Weston Iki, Christina, Durrell, Hurst, and Sweet Bee.
Yeah, you know, thank you guys so much for these donations. Very helpful. We're going to make someone's wish happen. So any donations that anyone gives, anything is helpful, no matter how much, how little, it's all going to help them. So.
Yeah, we really appreciate everyone being able to do that. I'm going to read that list out again of all of our donators. Our donators are Weston, Christina, and Jarrell, as well as Sweet Bee. Thank y'all so much. Every little penny counts. Our goal today is to raise $6,000.
I know, $6,000. That's, from what I heard, that is the amount for one wish, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to help someone out, guys. You know, anything, like we said, anything is helpful. All of it's going to help someone. So
Yeah, let's make these wishes come true.
I agree.
It is National Make-A-Wish Day.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's what we're doing today. It's all for them. That's why we're here.
And to watch some awesome Valorant matches.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. But most importantly, to make a wish happen.
We can definitely do that with all the help to our donors. Thank y'all so much again.
Yes, thank you, guys. So going into this next match, we have UGA Red versus USC Black, and the winner of this is going to play B Sports Black, the winner of last match, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting game.
Oh, sorry. That's not the winner. That's another B Sports team. But the winner of this is going to go on to play B Sports Black in the next match.
There's quite a few B Sports here, as well as... Oh, wait, never mind. I thought there was another UGA team. I'm sorry.
UGA, USC, very similar, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Two states connected back to back, so. Let's see.
So as you said before, B Sports Yellow did end up taking that last match. They did go to the third match. So obviously those games were pretty close.
Yeah, they really were. You know, Pollo started getting that comeback towards the end. They were down like, I think 12-5, 12-6. Started coming up, winning 3 rounds in a row. But B Sports was able to come back and get that last map, or the last point, and win it for them. So very close. Push it to map 3, like you said. Like that was a nail biter right there. I didn't know who was going to win that. I thought it was very close.
I'm hoping it's going to be like that again in this next map. I mean, I love casting games where it's just like that constant back and forth. I mean, it just makes it so much more exciting.
It really does. It really does. And I think there's a chance for that with this game. I think this is going to be a close game. This is not going to be one team is just going to go out on top. I think both teams are going to be fighting for it. Both teams are going to push each other really hard, and it's going to be a great match.
Now, the team that gets knocked down will be put into the redemption bracket, and they will be facing Pollo.
Pollo, I think is how you say it.
Yeah. So, of course, they'll be in for a little bit of a run of their money, since as we saw, Pollo did an awesome job back there.
They really did. They did. They were fighting to the end. You know, like we said, push it to map 3. They were kind of redeeming themselves there in that second match, but unfortunately did fall down to the redemption bracket. But we're going to see what's happened here. Going on to the first map, Pearl. Good map. You know, I feel like a lot of people have our 50-50 on this map. A lot of people either really like this map or they don't like the map. And it kind of just depends.
Yeah, it really does. Personally, I'm a fan of this map.
I am too. I very like this map. Like, I enjoy it. I enjoy playing it. I enjoy playing Belong. It's a fun map.
I like that there's a bunch of different lineups that you can do, especially with the little holes in the wall.
And as we can see here, USC going with one duelist, going with the Viper, the Sky, the Jet, the Killjoy, and the newest character. Can you remind me of his name?
Harbor.
Harbor, that's what it is, Harbor. I had to think about that for a second. And UGA, not locking anything in yet, potentially going with the double duelist here. Locking in that Jet, and it looks like we are going to go with the double duelist. Switching things around, though, is going to pull out the Astra and pull out the Fade as well. So, kind of similar, but a little different comps, though.
I think it's quite interesting that, you know, UCF is going in not without like a lot of smokes. They have the Viper, but that's pretty much it. That wall is going to be really great whenever it comes to like splitting off those sites. But as we see, UGA has decided to go in with Astra, which of course is an amazing smoke player on this map.
Yeah, Astra's really good. The one other thing for USC is they are going to have that Harbor. So Harbor is going to be able to use his smokes as well, kind of control around, be able to block off some of those sight lines, and especially once he gets his ultimate, able to just push through with that kind of wall, you know, just pop it up, able to walk behind it and push onto sight. So as we see, UGA is on defense first. Gonna set up kind of a 1-2-2 setup here going. USC going to kind of just stack over onto that B side. Gonna have to poke out, but you have that Killjoy setup. And you got the turret, you got the alarm bot. Use all of that utility. You're gonna have this site locked down. So let's see what happens here. I was wrong. Excuse me. That is UGA attacking, and USC is going to be defending here.
Immediately, we do have a big push on B. They're playing really aggressive here as they push in. B. Ithaca able to get the first pick.
Dropping down, UGA only having 2 left here compared to the 4. As you see that wall coming out. Aggressive here, but Filet Minion is going to drop, so it is going to be a 1v4. Let's see what Sarah's going to be able to do here, but is going to fall. USC taking the first point of that map. Had that 1 Killjoy on the point, and even with a 5-stack rushing onto B, they were able to rotate very fast and get onto that point and still hold control of it, which allowed them to just take over that map.
Right, and we are going to see that UGA has that first round on the board, so they're going to try to use this momentum to their advantage as much as they can. Once again, it looks like UGA... Oh, it looks like UGA is attacking, sorry.
Yeah, UGA pushing up through mid here. Gonna have to watch out the jet for USC. Holding through there, but Sky is holding that corner. Going to fall down. McLovin pushing in onto A site. As we see, being aggressive, you know, still taking their time while being aggressive.
Shrooms is not going to see GBO right there. He is going to have a frenzy in his hand, but he is going to be really low health as well as the jet.
Yeah.
They're going to try to play it safe here as much as they possibly can.
Yep, now USC going to have to play that retake, but Pringle is going to take down 2. Going down. 1 versus 2 left, and Pringle is going to drop. USC is going to take round 2 of this map. You know, I think both teams played this very well. UGA pushing in, being very aggressive, but also still at the same time kind of being calculative about how they did everything. But USC was able to bring it back. They were able to play that retake very well. I think both teams played that round very well to their advantage and used what they had.
I agree completely. Now, once again, USC is going to capitalize off of this Viper and be able to completely spit this B site so that they're able to really just play as far back as they want to. Now, Astra is going to come in with these smokes here. Shroom's going to get down the turret.
Yes, they are. USC is going to be rotating fast. It looks like you get the Sky and the jet that are going to be coming from behind on that flank. Let's see what happens here. UGA watching from behind. May not know that they're there. Sky is going to drop the flash shot going off. Ithaca going to get Doyle, but Ithaca is going to fall to Sarah. It is now a 4v3. UGA is going to have that 1-man advantage. Picking up the Phantom here. Being very close. Being very safe with this. Shrooms is going to be pushing up a little bit, but Sailor and the rest of USC is going to be sitting there. Dives in on the point. Able to get down Sailor. Newell is going to get 2. Sorry, get 1, Sarah. But Filet Minion is going to get Newell after the 2 pick there. It is down to a 2v1.
Spike planted.
Jabo is going to fall, and UGA will take their first point of this map.
It's also looking like that was a team ace. So that means that every single player on UGA's team was able to get a pick onto the enemy team.
I got enough time to go into the
Yeah, they were, you know, kind of like all 3 of these rounds, they've been playing very well. You know, they've been playing very methodically, doing what they need to do, trying not to make mistakes. But if a mistake is made, other people are able to capitalize it and just get over it. 2v1 as we're going into this next map, this next point, excuse me. UGA is going to be stacking up on that A side. 2 pushing down very quietly. Harbor getting very close. Jabo But McLovin is going to be able to pick off Doyle, but Shrooms will get McLovin down to a 4v4 here. USC is going to lose those flashes and that heal. So it's going to be, they have to play very carefully, not going to have that as much util as they usually do.
Ithaca is going to push through Garden here, and he is going to see that Astra and Shrooms are on the other side. Now, is he going to play more aggressively? He's able to get down Shrooms. Let's see if he's able to get the pick onto Astra. He decides to back off here. JBO getting the pick onto Pringle.
Huge pick. Now 2v4 in the favor of USC. Let's see if UGA is going to be able to come back here. You have Sarah, who's going to fall in the duel, but it is Filet Minion getting the pick onto JBO, rotating over to B-side, has the bomb. You know, I think this is a great character to be on for this 1v3 here. They have that Astra able to place down those stars and make USC play how Filet Minion wants.
It is going to look like Astra is going to have one star ready. She might have to recall the other ones if she's able to, but I'm not sure if she has enough.
Yeah, placing down one, kind of playing in that mid sight line. Sailor is going to push into this, is going to see Filet Minion and get the pick. Are they going to be able to get over in time and get the defuse? I believe they are. Great round, though.
Yeah, it's looking like it is going to be another round for UCF.
USC.
UFC. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, another round for USC Black. Going to go up 3-1 here. Filet Minion played that very well. Played with what they had, what they were able to do, using that one star left on Astra, smoking off that midpoint. But unfortunately, USC was just able to take them down and able to get that point. But I think UGA can come back. I think they have it in them. They're going to start waking up a little bit. Astra, we are going to have that wall, which is very big. Able to just cut off sights, able to get in, plant the bomb, and be where they want to be. Set up behind that wall, so as they go into it, they don't have to move around. They don't have to do a lot of things to get settled, and they can honestly go fast into this.
I agree completely. Now, this is a bit of a warm-up map for both teams. I mean, that's honestly how I see first rounds when it is coming to a best of three. You know, you have that room to be able to bring it back if need be, honestly. Now, it looks like Shrooms is going to have his jet knives ready to use. It looks like the Jet as well as the Astra on UGA side will have their ultimate abilities. Now, I think the combination of the Astra Wall as well as the Jet Knives, I'm not sure if they're going to be used together because that Astra Wall really does cut off the line of sight there.
With blocking vision.
Yeah, they do. You know, you can, but it's kind of going to be hard. That Jet's going to have to be dodging back and forth in between that wall while also hitting their shots. I think they can do it, but I don't know if it's in their best interest to. Going to have to be careful walking into mid here. Sailor is going to get two, but is going to fall to Filet Minion, going down to a 3v3. Ithaca picking off Minion. USC Black now having all of their ultimates. And Newell picking off two and getting Sarah as the last pick of this point and is going to go 4-1. You know, I think they played that retake very well. Killjoy sitting in that mid area, able to get the fade, like the fade ability out. Still pick off two before getting picked off. Huge picks that helped them win that point.
Honestly, it looked like UGA pretty much just lined up perfectly for him to be able to just mow them down. That's what happens whenever you do go into those positions like that. In those tight corners, you tend to be grouped together, and then your enemies can just pretty much just spray.
Yeah, they really can. But like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this. I think UGA can come back from this. They use the Jet Knives here on this. They still have the Astra Wall. They still have the Fade Wall that's going to be coming up with that ultimate. They just have to be careful, though. Viper already using that ult onto A side as they were pushing. They have Jet Knives. They have the KJ ult as well, and they're going to have Harbor ult. So they got to be careful. Doyle is going to pick off one, making it a 5v4. Fade is dropping very low on health. They don't really have it. They don't have the Sage, they don't have the Sky. They don't have anyone that can heal them back up. So they got to be careful when pushing in here. It looks like UGA still really does want to take this A site, even with the Viper ult going in. Wow. Wow, the right click. Shroom's going to pick off two, make it to a 5v2. Walking through that wall, doesn't notice JBO right behind them. Got to be careful. He'll 4v2 still. USC Black does have two ultimates here. If they want to use it kind of as a retake, you can use that KJ ult. Place it so it gets over all of A site so that UGA is going to have to back up. And then they can play that tape.
Right, exactly.
But UGA is pulling out their ult of their own.
Oh, we have two Killjoy ultimates online right now. kind of funny that they are overlapping, but there we go. UGA able to get another round on the board for them. As you said, they're definitely able to make a comeback here.
Yes, they are. They play that very well. You know, even though that Viper ultimate was on A, they're very persistent about it. They wanted to get in there. They wanted that site, and you know what? They just took it.
I feel as though you often don't see that Viper ult as much on A as you do B, because with B, there's definitely a lot more room.
Yeah.
Whenever it does come to that Viper ult on A, though, it makes enemies have to clear those corners more carefully because, I mean, your vision is definitely a lot more limited.
Yeah, it is. I agree 100%. When you're on B site using that Viper, you have both high ground, you have low ground, you have multiple corridors that you can just go around. But unfortunately, UGA was just able to get that point, and that Viper ult did not help them that much. Coming into here, it's going to start off with the knife, but Doyle using the wall, going to know where everyone is, being very careful. Phoenix using the ult as well. That's 2 lives right there that they can run in with. Gotta be careful though. Ithaca coming from that top. Pringle is going to run out, but they are getting the plant. Sailor holding up here on this left. Shroom's gonna have to watch out. Shrooms is gonna pick JBO, but Shroom and Doyle are going to drop it. And now a 3v4 on the side of USC. Bomb is planted though.
USC really working here to get this retake back in order for them, and they're able to do that as Ithaca is able to finish it out with those jet knives. Those jet knives are dangerous.
They are. You know, honestly, I didn't know whose point was there. I thought it could have gone either way because, yeah, USC started getting the upper advantage, but when UGA was coming in, they were able to get 2-3 picks out from there, so I didn't know what was going to happen there.
Right. UCS really did not want to let them, you know, completely take away that site from them. They wanted to regroup as quickly as possible. They did have to back up for a little bit, give them that site, allow them to plant. But from there, they're just able to swarm in from all sides because that's what you get on that B site.
Yeah, that's what happened. Pringle did pick off 2, but unfortunately did drop. So that point will be going to USC Black. It's going to be 5-2. See what's going to happen here. Pringle going for a lineup on a blast that I've never seen before. JBO not expecting Shroom to just walk up. Able to get that first pick on that Harbor. Already in the advantage of UGA here. 5v4. It looks like holding through mid. They've got to be careful here. McLovin has one angle. Ithaca has another. Newell is going to drop, but Ithaca gets Shrooms.
Doyle able to trade out Ithaca there as McLovin is able to get Pringle. That is both duelists down for both sides.
Down to 2v2. You know, you have a controller, you have that Killjoy, and then you kind of have that the entry fragger.
Right.
Entry fragger?
Yes.
That's okay,
I will
yeah.
agree completely. I mean, Sky does have her dog, and then Fade also has her dog as well. So that's a lot of information that you can get there, as well as with the KJ turret, if they haven't already used it yet. Now, it is going to look like Sarah from UGA is going to be extremely low right here.
They do know where Sailor is, though. That dog coming in from Fade being very helpful. Placing that turret out. Gonna try and get the plant off if they can. Gotta be careful, though. Doyle just keeping this angle, throwing the KJ out, keeping them from pushing. Sarah is going to get the plant. Let's see if USC is going to push this in or how they're going to play this kind of at a standstill right now. 2v2. UGA does have to be careful. USC is at full health and UGA is not. So, but time is ticking down. Bomb has been planted. Just a matter of time before they go in. It looks like USC going to start pushing on. UGA knows that though. Heading off on B-Long.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, able to get 2 through each other. Sailor. What a shot.
That collateral right there, just able to knock one down and get the other one right behind it, gives USC another round on the board. This gap is getting a little bit bigger, but once again, UGA will possibly be able to make a comeback here. Just depends on how they decide to work around the strategies that USC is presenting to them right now.
Yes, they can, and as we know, at least in my opinion, Pearl is a defender side map. Like, it's defenders, they have the most advantage here. So, anything can happen when sides switch.
Right, I completely agree. Now, going into this next round, it looks like UGA is once again going to be grouping towards A. It looks like they have been kind of leaning towards more of a B positioning whenever they are deciding to push into these maps, but going in with A, it looks like there's going to be a fast push here. A lot of utility coming out.
But McLovin is going to be able to get Pringle. Off McLovin. What? Smokes there, shooting blind. Was able to get a pick there. UGA Doyle walking aggressively, but does not notice USC and that little cubby there. Sarah picking off Newell. It is a 3v3. Shrooms picking off Ithaca.
Last player standing.
Picking off Sailor. That is 3 for Shrooms already. They know where JBO is. Gotta be careful. Shrooms gonna pick him off. And that is a 4K for Shrooms right there.
Wow. Shrooms, as their damage, oh my gosh, their duelist, I almost called them DPS. As their duelist character is going to be getting a lot of those frags. I mean, looking at it right now, is this the 3rd time that Shrooms has had their ultimate?
Second or third, yeah. And as we're looking at the scoreboard right here, it looks like both teams are going to go for that full buy. Maybe, I may be wrong here. USC going for a mostly save, it looks like. Kind of hard to tell, but UGA has that full buy, has all Vandals, and they are going to have Jet Knives if they need to. Once again, being aggressive here, pushing up fast. Shrooms get a peek as the dash ready. We'll see what happens. Pringle pushing in with the ultimate. Flash is going to come out. He is going to pick off McLovin. That is 1. UGA up now. Pringle's ultimate running out.
Spike planted. That harbor there, really just able to do his job there with those walls. It's like a Viper 2.0, honestly. I mean, those walls, you're closing off so much space on this site that it makes attackers really hard. They're really gonna have to work overtime to be able to get onto the site.
Yes, they are. Ithaca pushing up here. Gotta be very careful. Sarah is gonna pick Ithaca off. Filet Minion does see Newell pushing through that A long. Newell is going to drop to Doyle. Now 5v1. Sailor hanging up in the mid area. Looks like they're going to play just for their life here, maybe. Everyone's starting running away. Bomb is going to be going off here. Sailor just plays their life there. Is going to give that to UGA. You know, I like what UGA did there. They noticed that going in fast, going in aggressive was the last round. So they said, why not do it again? Sailor is going to pick up one, but will end up falling to Shrooms there.
UGA is really being able to capitalize off of USC's flaws there. I mean, you are going to see that, as you said, UGA realized that, you know, more of these fast pushes rather than the slow methodical pushes tend to work a lot more. Whenever you throw that utility, it really throws the enemy off guard. So, you know, they're a little bit confused. They're trying to rotate from the other side as quickly as possible. And, you know, sometimes that just doesn't work. So UGA is going to see that and going to try to push that as much as possible. Once again, it looks like they will be going towards A again as it worked in the past. We'll see if USC is going to realize that and try to work around it as much as possible.
Yeah.
As I say that, though, looks like there's some action going on in mid.
There is some action going on in mid. I think USC, during this fight, we kind of adapted from last round. They noticed they had maybe too many people over on B site, so they kind of switched it around, had 1 or 2 people over on A, but then had 2 people in that mid there. So in case a mid push was going to be coming out, they were going to be there to block it. Pushing in slowly, Pringle here may not notice. Viper is going to be to the left, but is going to back out. UGA walking it up, playing very slowly. Oh, we've seen this happen before. But Sailor is going to back off. Are they going to repeat? Who knows? Let's see what's going on. That is a 4-man push coming in through mid onto B site. Is USC going to be able to get back in time? Doyle is going to get Ithaca, but Sarah is going to fall.
Ithaca smokes that off just for a little bit, but it doesn't, unfortunately doesn't work out in their favor. Pringle's able to get down Sailor, but JBO's able to trade it out, not before Pringle gets a second pick on the round. And once again, as we've seen, as we've said his name before, Shrooms is just getting these picks as quickly as possible. Now Sky is left alone. She is going to have that flash, so she goes ahead and pops it out. Unfortunately, though, she's unable to get anyone since no one is just in that cubby right there.
Yes, and, you know, being very slow about this. I like how McLovin is playing this. They know it's a 3v1. They know they're going to be watching from a bunch of angles. Got to be careful. Start pushing in. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to. That's a hard one to do. You know, you have one from the right, one from the left, one from the middle. It's a hard one. If you don't have that flash, that second flash, it's going to be hard to push in. It's going to be hard to get the kills that you're going to need for it. So, unfortunately, USC is going to drop that that point right there. McLovin isn't going to be able to do it, but I think they can get this last round. It is last round before Swamp. So we'll see what happens here going into this. UGA has the Fade ultimate, has the KJ ultimate, and has the Jet ultimate. And USC Black is going to have Jet and KJ. So we'll see how they're going to be able to use. We know they're going to be coming out.
Yes,
it's
I was
the last
going to
round
say.
before the Swamp.
They are going to use as much utility as possible just to get it out of their hands. Better to use it than waste it, you know?
Face your fear!
Shrooms going in early, going to use that. Sees this guy, going to pick him off. Not going to be coming back. Ithaca is going to pick off Shrooms, but they know where they are. That Fade ultimate did come out. and it's giving them a lot of information right now. Pringle pushing up very slowly, just following that fade line, following where they are. Is not going to be pick off Newell, though, making it into a 3v4. USC going to have to play that retake. Sarah playing very carefully right here, has 2 that are about to be pushing up. Sarah's going to pick off JBO, but Newell will pick off Sarah. Down to a 2v3. USC has all of their ultimates, though.
The flank coming in from Ithaca, but it gets shut down by Filet Mignon, or Minion, sorry. Newell is going to go ahead and pop this Viper's Pit, you know, just to get it gone. And it is going to do a lot here as they start to retake this site from UGA. But UGA, Filet Minion, able to get another pick here.
Doyle is Filet Minion versus Sailor, and they are going to tie it up at 6-6.
What a great half.
It really was. You know, USC started coming off
Switching
strong,
sides.
started getting there at the top, but UGA kind of learning from what they needed to do, able to push it back up. Both teams playing very well. Like our first match that we had earlier, I don't know what's going to happen.
I agree completely, and as you said, that is definitely a more defender side or base side map. So we're gonna see if USC, sorry, is gonna have a little bit of a time struggling here. You know, we're not exactly sure yet, but the way that both teams were able to capitalize off of each other's flaws is really impressive to see.
Yeah, I agree. And it looks like we're gonna have some different setups on that defender side from UGA. As you can see on B side, you're gonna have both duelists. Or is that both duelists? Sorry, excuse me, that is not. You're going to have that Jet and that Astra that are going to be over on that B site compared to what USC had just the Killjoy alone on that site. Killjoy setting up with the Fade and the Phoenix. No one watching mid.
That utility from the Killjoy is just game-changing, honestly. And we are going to see Ithaca watching this corner here. She might go through those doors onto that connector there. And it looks like there's going to be a lot of pressure from UGA over on this A site. Now, is USC going to realize that, or are they going to continue to, it looks like they're going to stick to their original plan and, you know, shift more towards that B site. Now it looks like Sarah and Ithaca are going to come face to face here, but Ithaca gets them down.
Yeah, you know, walking in there, had to be careful. But it looks like UGA is starting to realize that they're more pushing over to that B side, being very slow about it. They have to be careful because that Viper Wall is blocking Heaven off. So if they're going to walk up onto that high ground, they got to be careful when they peek. They do realize where Shrooms is. Shrooms is going to back up, pushing that wall out from Harbor, playing this slow, playing this aggressive. Sailor is, looks like they're going to get the plant off, but Shrooms will pick off Newell. JBO taking Doyle down. Spike.
30 seconds
Did he
left.
plant it? I don't
Not
think it
yet.
did.
Sailor is going to go ahead and try to plant that now. I mean, it is a 2v2 situation right now, and both sides are pretty full health. Right now, Filet Minion and Ithaca are going to go back and forth, but the trades come out. Ithaca's getting 3 for the round.
And drop down, the defuse is coming out. They are at half. Are they going to be able to get it?
Oh.
And as a wise man once said, pros don't fake. Pros do not fake. UGA got to take that first map, get that defuse off. I really, really liked how they played that. Using the firewall, blocking off that LOS. Doesn't really know where it's going to be, what corner of like the bomb that they're going to be defusing from, and it's hard to push into that. Like you don't know if they're watching it, you don't know what they're doing.
Earlier, we were talking about how the Harbor and Viper walls are really, really big whenever it comes to a map like this and splitting off these sites, but we really didn't take into account the Phoenix wall.
No, we did not.
I mean, not only does it block off a little bit of that site, but it also deals a little bit of damage, which
and heals them up too.
Awesome.
So as we see, Sarah going to be watching this mid site again, going for that 2-1-2 setup, 2 on B. But it looks like Shrooms is going to be watching this. It has to be careful.
Ooh!
Is going to get the pick onto Sarah. What a clean shot with that Sheriff right there. Wow.
Dashes right into the enemy's sight, but immediately is able to get that headshot and get them down, saving themselves. Now, it looks like USC is going to go through Art onto A. They're all grouping together here. I mean, they do have the spike in their hands. They want to play as quickly and, you know, want to rotate as quickly as possible. A minute is left on the clock. Pringle able to do a little bit of damage onto Ithaca, but unable to finish the job now. That huge flash coming in, but he is going to decide to back off instead, you know. Just played a little bit safe until the rest of his team can get there.
But he's going to get the glove, and Doyle is going to pick JBO, but Ithaca is going to get Pringle
A.
down to a 3v2. Has to be careful here. We got Shrooms out onto site. Ithaca is low, has the dash, but
30 seconds
has to
left.
be careful. This harbor smoke right here.
No charges left.
Doyle is sitting right
Last
there. They
player
grab Spike,
standing.
but Doyle is going to pick off Sailor. 25 health left for Ithaca. They know where Ithaca is. Know they're in mid. Got to watch where they're going though.
14 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to choose a site to go with here. Ithaca is going to swing pretty widely here and able to get down Doyle. Let's see if he's really just going to commit to this site here. Going to go ahead and swing. The other Jet doesn't catch him, but finally, Shrooms is able to get him down. Now these Jets, can we talk about how crazy they're playing now?
They really are. Ithaca starting it off strong, going to dashing in. Picking Sarah off with just the Sheriff. Just the one tap, just the ding, done.
That's really where the Sheriff has its perks. I mean, it definitely does shoot a lot slower than most guns, such as the Ghost or the Classic. But, you know, that damage, once you get it right on the head, done for.
Yep, just like I said. And you were talking about those Jets. Ithaca and Shrooms, both at the top of the leaderboard from both teams with 5+ kills more than someone who's in second. Shrooms going to be watching this, knowing that USC is taking that push onto B long. Has that Sheriff, but decides to back up, playing it safe. Probably a very smart decision. Astra going to smoke off both sides. Shrooms behind the wall, so not going to be able to get them. The dog going in. I don't know if they got to it. They did see Doyle there. Doyle is going to fall to Ithaca, but Shrooms is still here. That wall did go out. But Newell is going to drop to Pringle. Newell also picked off someone else. I did not see that. JBO going to be dropped to Shrooms. It is a 4v2.
We could technically count that as a 4v3 situation if we take into account the Phoenix ultimate.
That is true.
But the question is he going to decide to use it here? It really
One
just kind of
enemy
depends. Now it
remaining.
looks like they will be going to C. Oh! It looks like now it's just one person, and the thing is, Sarah's going to be very low here. Going to go ahead and spray through that corner there.
Has to be careful. Honestly, if I'm Sarah here, you could potentially push in. I'd say push for play your life there. Yeah, you want to get in. Yeah, you want to potentially get the defuse, but you have Sailor, who's going to be coming around from the back. JBO and McLovin are both on site, pushing up slowly as they start running away. Sarah is going to be coming from behind. Is going to be able to get a pick off? They are not.
Unfortunate there for Sarah, but USC is able to get another round on the board. Once again, these two teams are just neck and neck.
They are. They really are. That was very close. I liked what Sarah did there. I liked where they tried to push in, where they, bomb was about to go off, but if you can get that pick there at the end while they're running away, even if you're going to go down to that bomb, that's still keeping things away from the other team.
Right. Take as much economy as possible. Now, if I remember correctly, I think I just saw Shrooms with an operator in their hand. That could be scary, the way that they have been playing with those knives with that consistent aim.
Watching down B long, playing a corner here, just like a very, very small bit of that corner. They are going to notice that Heaven is going to get walled off by the Viper. Ithaca playing in mid, playing alone, has the knives out. Is going to be protected.
Definitely
gotta be
smoked off
careful
here.
though. Shrooms is watching right here with that operator. Knows someone is there. Let's see if anything is going to happen.
Oh, backs off there.
Still got to be careful though. Is going to start pushing towards that B long. Ithaca pushing up to Flay Minion. Flay Minion is going to pick off Ithaca though.
That's the knife down for the side of USC.
Yes, it is. Shrooms playing very safe on the operator.
Oh.
Wall. Pringle going to pick off Newell.
player standing.
JBO going to drop to Pringle. That is 3 right there for Pringle. Shrooms just watching this. They know where Sailor is.
The thing is, Sailor's not going to be able to do anything there because, I mean, all 5 members of UGA Red were on that site, on that spike. I mean, you can play for picks, but in reality, it won't do too much other than, I mean, even if that operator falls, they'll just be able to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. And see a little bit of a shenanigans coming here from Filet Minion.
Well, with a name like that, you're kind of expecting it.
That's true. That is very true.
Whenever asking about pronunciation, Filet Minion made it very clear. That's Filet Minion.
Clear. Not Filet Mignon. Minion. Has to be Minion.
Now, once again, Newell is going to be coming in with these Viper lineups. I mean, that's why a smoke character like Viper is you know, so important whenever it comes to maps like these. I mean, there's so much open space for these lineups to come through.
Yeah. Excuse me, I agree 100%. I'm curious what Shrooms is doing up here in mid with that op. Like,
that is close corners there.
Oh, the dash out.
But will it work? It
going
works.
to pick up Ithaca. Oh my.
What a risky play there. I mean, in that such a tight space, you really don't want to use the operator. But I mean,
clearly Ithaca did. Or sorry, clearly Shrooms did. You know, wow. That's just all I can say to that is wow. Had that dash ready, able to get the kill, and able to push off. But coming into this, yes, it's a 5v4, but they do have the Harbor ult.
Right.
Harbor ult can be very, very helpful, especially when pushing in on attacking. See what's going to happen. Playing very, very calm, very slow here right now. Trying to just figure out where they are. Sarah, watching that mid.
It's quite interesting that Newell is going to go through that corner there. I mean, with that Stinger really doesn't have a lot of long range. It's definitely for shorter range things. We go ahead and see Doyle with the Haunt coming through.
Yeah, but Sarah's going to pick off Newell there. Over in mid, it looks like Doyle had to be very careful there. Guy's dog did get over there, made him a little bit slower, made it harder to look around. Played it safe though, stayed behind that box. USC playing very carefully.
30 seconds left.
But I think they know where they are now because of that.
Right, they were stuck in mid for a little bit, and UGA Doyle is going to be sitting on the other side of that wall, waiting for them to swing in, and he's able to get one, but McLovin is able to get him down with the Sheriff. Once again, these Sheriff picks are insane from both sides.
There he is right there.
Remaining.
Going to pick off McLovin. It is a 1v4. Sailor all alone.
Left.
Pringle just watching this. Knows that they're there. He's going to get the shot through the wall onto Sailor.
Nothing wrong with a little wall bang.
Yeah,
I mean,
you know.
That's what makes this game so fun, honestly.
That when I was learning to play Valorant, I always was confused on, all right, can I shoot through this?
Can
I not shoot through this? Looks like we are going to have a timeout, though. 1 minute timeout coming in from USC Black. Excuse me, probably going to talk a little bit of strategy, talk about things that's going to happen. We will see. As we look at this leaderboard hill, still Ithaca, Shrooms, top of their team right here. 21, 11, and 5 versus Ithaca's 20 and 5.
I mean, as we saw in the maps before this, it looks like all day we're going to have some close games.
Yes, we are.
I mean, I don't blame them at all for calling that timeout because you do need time to regroup and strategize what you think will be best to go into the next one.
Yeah, and honestly, as a collegiate esports player, timeouts are very important. When you're able to kind of talk to your coach, able to kind of figure out as they're taking it from an outside view rather than a player's perspective, they can give some good information kind of to help them out, to figure out what they're going to need to do, give them some tips there, kind of coach them as their coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see if this is going to be able to help USC as we go back in here.
I will say timeouts are really good for mental breaks too. I mean, whenever you are in a really competitive team, you do kind of get on edge there. So being able to call that timeout, regroup, talk with your coach, and then just kind of cool down for a second because, I mean, even though Valorant isn't necessarily a fast-paced game, since we do have those times in between rounds, I mean, it gives you time to think and regroup as much as you can.
Yeah, it does. You know, sometimes when you're starting to go down like this, anything could be happening. Using that mental break can be very helpful. You know, taking that 10 seconds, minute, however long it is, just kind of recuperate yourself. We'll see if that's what USC did here, and they're going to be able to start coming back from this. Pushing on to A side B, very aggressive. Ithaca pushing in, but has to watch the puppy there. Sarah's going to be there.
Ooh.
Ithaca going to pick Sarah, but Flame Mignon. Sorry, Flame Minion. Pringle and Minion going to get another pick. Ithaca going to get down through the wall. It is Sailor left alone in a 4v1. I think the last 3 rounds, Sailor has been the last person alive.
Yeah. I mean, you do see that. Usually there is a player or two that ends up just being the last alive. I mean, I know that with the team I manage, we often see that there's just always one player that's forced to clutch in these situations. Forced to clutch or forced to fall. It kind of just depends on what they're going against. And it looks like UGA is being able to like widen this gap a little bit more, but USC, I mean, they're not out of the run.
No, they are not. You cannot count anyone out, as we saw UGA do that last map, going down 4-2 and ending at 6-6. USC can do that right here. I think they have the chance for it if they just maybe tune a couple things around, maybe change a couple things up, try some new things. I think they're going to be able to come back and potentially push this to overtime.
I agree. I mean, going in now, we see Shrooms with that operator once again. That's scary.
It is scary. After we saw in mid, it is very scary from Shrooms with the op. The jump peek coming out from Ithaca. They know that Shrooms is there, trying to get as much information. Shrooms pushing into the back site with that op.
I wonder if they'll know that the Astro's on the other side of that, though. Now, Newell is able to get one down.
Pringle is going to drop Doyle. Coming in from the attacker side spawn is going to get Newell out. Will take a little bit of damage, so it still is a 4v4 here, evened up now.
The Astro wall coming into play here. I mean, Astra's going to be sitting right on the other side. There's a tiny gap there they're going to be hiding in, but Shrooms is able to get it down as soon as that wall drops.
That was crazy. Patience. That's the only thing that I can use to describe that is patience. Video going to pick up Filet Minion, but Shrooms with that operator. Wow.
3K right there, and UGA brings it to match point.
Let's end this.
This has been crazy.
I mean, last game, sorry, we did see that, like, even if they were at match point, the other team was just able to keep going and, you know, keep them away from it as long as possible. Now, this is a best-of-3 series, though, so even if USC does unfortunately lose this map, they'll be able to try to redeem themselves as much as possible in the next two.
Yeah, if they drop it, anything can happen. I think they have a chance to come back here. They do have 3 ultimates here. Shrooms, the mid. Again with the operator, Ithaca. Are they going to push out? Who knows? Shrooms is going to back off. Doyle is going to pick JBO and Sailor off, though. Already dropping it down to a 5v3. Wow.
Ithaca's looking through that door there, just playing patiently as much as possible. They're going to send out that Prowler to get as much information as they can. Now Newell's just going to spray through here, through that smoke, just to see if they're able to do a little bit of damage if possible. Newell's going to be trapped here. Doyle's going to go ahead and swing.
Down to 10 health. Doyle is going to pick off Newell.
That's 4 for Doyle. Oh, Pringle!
Taking that ace from Doyle. UGA Red is going to take map 1, though. Well played from both sides. I have to say, you know, USC started out on top, started out very aggressive, able to take that lead. UGA, though, started pushing back a little bit, had it tied up at 6-6.
That first half.
That first half, and then they kind of just ran with it there. You know, USC won 1 round there compared to UGA, which won 7, was it? 6, yeah, 7. Won 7 rounds, almost 7 in a row. But I think USC can do it this next map. I think they're gonna take a little bit. They're gonna take a couple minutes, like we said, have that little mental break, have a talk with their coach, sit down, figure out what they're gonna need to do here, take that breather, and just calm themselves down.
Right. I mean, I agree completely. Now, I want to see 3 maps.
I do too. I want to see 3 maps.
I
want to see this
competition.
go into
I love it
3
so
maps.
much. I mean, UGA was really able to read their opponents there. They were down at first, but they were able to just see what the other team was playing, how they were playing, what they were doing, why they were doing it, and be able to capitalize off of it as much as possible and take that first map from them. Now, that was Pearl, so we're going to see what we move on to next. It's going to be, you know, I'm hoping to see another close game.
I am too. And as we see, just some highlights coming in from this game, like a Newell with a 3K right there. This was towards the start of the game when USA was really on top. JBO, unfortunately, falling there. Filet Minion sitting in that middle on that Astra. I gotta say, Filet Minion played very well with that Astra. Was very helpful. Got that spray through the smoke though. This was the mid 2K right here that we saw.
I was gonna say Sailor also was a huge, I mean, person in this.
Yeah, they really were.
I felt like I said that name a lot.
I did, yeah. Yeah, you know, I'm with you on there. I agree.
I mean, we saw some great utility usage here, and especially those ultimates. I mean, they're called ultimates for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason you got to do certain things to get them. So they're very helpful. Both teams, once again, played very well during this map here. But UGA did take it, getting a 1-0 lead over USC here. Still have some more replays going, waiting to hear on what this next map is going to be. Let's see. What do you think that USC is going to do different here, though?
As we saw, UGA decided to go for a little bit of a faster play style, and especially whenever they started, you know, defending, they were a lot more spread out than I think USC was. So I think that USC will definitely try to get more people, like 2 on one side, 2 on the other, and then 1 in mid, because that's what I saw a lot from UGA. So hopefully USC will be able to take that strategy and apply it to their own play style. Or maybe they could pull something completely new out. You never know with these map changes. I mean,
they can either be like very aggressive on this next map, or they can play more of kind of like a control center team. Set up where you want to set up, and you stick to that setup. Have them come to you, and then you're able to just collapse. Use those utilities to get the upper advantage, which when you have a team that is pushing as aggressive as UGA, that can work. Kind of bait them in, get them to push into you, so that's almost basically, you can just say activate their trap card.
Now, one thing we do have to take into account is not only the map itself, but the agents they pick for that map. I mean, whenever you do pick a certain type of map, the play styles change or can change drastically depending on the roster or lineups they decide to pick for the agents. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, they really can. Like we said, UJ was very aggressive, and we kind of knew that from the start when they were going for that double duelist there with the Astra. Astra able to get those stars down early so that they can set up before they're even pushing in, before the round even starts. And when they have those double duelists, they just start running in. That's all they do. It's literally they press that W key and they just keep going on in and take
I
side.
mean, with the Jet who's able to just dash in, and the Phoenix with those flashes.
Yeah, that is very true, especially Phoenix when they have their ultimate.
Oh.
Two lives in one.
The run it back is...
Is that what it's called? Run it back? I did not know that. I'm not going to lie. But that's fitting. That's very fitting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great ult whenever you're able to use it correctly. And we definitely saw that going into these, or watching that map there. Especially
100%.
those Jet knives.
Yeah, and it looks like Icebox. Another map that is either loved or strongly disliked.
I don't like it.
I like Icebox.
What?
I like Icebox. I am one
Another
of the few.
Jet.
I am one of the few that likes Icebox. UGA switching a couple things up, pulling that Viper out, has the Jet, but Raze is also going to come out.
Shroom's going to decide to switch off of the Raze there.
Double duelist still.
Jet there, sorry.
Double duelist. We're going to have Doyle coming out on the Sova. I don't see Sova played a lot, though. That's my thing.
Really? I don't see. It's looking like Sarah's hovering over Chamber. Now, Chamber pretty much has like a 0% pick rate nowadays.
Yeah, you know, Chamber used to be really, really good, and then they made some changes to him, and just wasn't, I don't want to say wasn't the best, but he, you know, doesn't have a lot of play anymore, kind of hovering around the Sage or this Killjoy from Sarah here. Looks like they're going to go from the Sage. I like that pick. Has that walls. We were talking about those walls a lot. They have the Viper and they have the Sage wall here. Is going to have the heals coming out too, and going to have the res. The res is going to be big.
Monumental, honestly. Now, on the side, it looks like we're going to have Ithaca deciding to get off a duelist and go for KO.
Choose your
KO is
really
one
strong.
of my favorite initiators.
He is, and he's very strong right now. Able to get it, able to get that information when he throws his knife in there. Grabbing the Sage as well. Like I said, I really like that. Grabbing the Sova, as we see, pretty similar team comps. The only thing that is different is you have one duelist on the side of USC compared to the 2 duelists on the side of UGA again. So maybe we're going to see something more aggressive again, especially with Doyle on that Sova. I've seen some crazy Sova lineups, and I'm hoping that we're going to see some here.
Those shock darts, I feel like people don't give shock darts as much love as they should be getting.
Yeah, especially if you have some good lineups, you can push in, get that plant, and just back up. Back up, you're just waiting there. The instant you start hearing the diffuse noise, just shock dart out,
Yeah.
boom, right there.
Oh, the katana skin.
I really like that skin line. I'm not gonna lie, I really like that skin line. As we're going into here, A is very popular, on this map. So UGA is gonna go with the 4 setup in A, maybe even 5. They're 5 stacking A from what I can see. USC does want to go into A.
It looks like the Sage with the spike that will be towards B some. I'm wondering what's exactly what their their thought process there.
Say they're coming in, getting a little bit of a lineup. Able to get out. A couple of people. Shrooms is going to drop to half health, though is going to get healed up. Like we said, has that Sage.
It looks like USC's Viper is going to head over towards the Sage.
Yeah, they are. Pringle playing very aggressive here. I want to know what they're doing. They're just sitting over there.
Now, it looks like the Rays is rotating over from UGA to that B site as well. I wonder if they caught whiff of what exactly is going on.
Yeah, they could have. Don't really know what's happening. USC, both teams at a standstill right now, but USC starting to push up. Pringle does have that Sheriff here, just taking a couple pot shots. They know where they are. Rays has to be careful, though, over here on site B. Let's see if they're going to interact with the holding over on yellow. And Newell is going to take out Shrooms. It looks like we're going to have a B-side plant.
Spike planted.
Right, now the spike is finally planted here. Pringle with that Sheriff going in, but Jabo has that Frenzy.
Yeah, we saw them with that Frenzy last round, but Pringle is going to get a pick off onto JBO. Has to be careful, Pringle is on 22 health.
Right, it's currently a 3v4 situation. The Sage as well as the Jet are low. See, the thing is, Sage can self-heal, but the self-heal in the recent patch was
one enemy remaining.
nerfed, honestly.
Pringle pushing in, getting 3 with that Sheriff. It is a 1v2 left. They know that they're there. Unfortunately, Ithaca picks off Pringle, and Pringle will not be able to take that
player
point.
standing.
But Ithaca's going to drop. Both of them drop.
It says Ithaca got 3K from, you know...
From themselves. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I'm not sure what that was, but you know, it's okay. They can take it. More numbers.
Yeah. Hey, more kills. You know, stats get boosted a little bit. They like it. That's what they like to see. Going into here, Newell hitting with that lineup already.
As the Vibe remain.
No one's on B-side though.
I can respect the lineup. Right, I mean...
This is
it
a
looks
5-stack.
Like UGA is really loving this A site. They're playing very aggressive there, as we can see on that mini-map. It looks like they might be going in for a possible flank there as quickly as possible.
Oh,
Is the entire team flanking?
Entire team's flanking.
Oh, but Newell will be there.
Right here.
Oh.
Trigger discipline, has to be careful. Pringle with that Sheriff once again picking off Newell. It is a 4v5, but Ithaca is going to get Doyle.
That did alert, though. It did alert UGA that, you know, there's a lot of action going on this B site instead of the A, so they're able to rotate over as quickly as possible, going through different directions, you know, trying to just swarm as possible, or as much as they possibly can.
Last player standing.
Sailor going to take off Pringle, and it looks like USC is going to take this map. Honestly, I like that from both sides there. We saw Newell sitting in that mid area, huge trigger discipline.
Oh yeah.
Holding out, letting them walk, almost getting a pick off of that, but also UGA being very aggressive, pushing up like that.
What a massive flank. Usually whenever we do see flanks, we don't see them move as quickly as possible. Most of the time they're trying to be like as sneaky as they can, you know, kind of doing the crouch walk thing, like you want to be slow, you want to be quiet, but UGA, they did not care. They decided to run through that spawn
UGA
as quickly as
we're
possible.
running, we're pressing W key, we're going through now.
That's exactly what they did last map, but now USC is able to like see what UGA was doing in the past, and now in this map they're gonna try to go around it as much as possible.
One here. No, we're picking up 2, but Ithaca is going to drop Pringle there.
Ithaca was able to...
2 picks though, very helpful for their team.
Not only that, but Ithaca's quite low now.
Newell drops as well.
One enemy remaining.
But Flamin' ain't going to drop. But Ithaca will as well. It is a 3v1 now. We have a Sova going up against a Sova Rays and a Sage. So, has to play this perfectly. You know, get the lineups, get where you want to be. You're playing Sova, you have those lineups.
Right. You also, right now, has the Owl in a couple of seconds. I mean, that radar dart.
It'd be very helpful. Has to be careful here. Walking through CT spawn all the way over to B. Shroom's kind of just sitting there. Might have heard.
Oh! Some head caps from...
Dropping down. Is that 1 health? That is 1 health. That is exactly 1 health. Sailor has to be careful here.
Realizing that there is someone on catwalk there, just backing up a little bit, and oh, the nade.
The nade coming out from Shrooms. A 3K for them. Picking them off. 1 health, though.
That's honestly why Raze has been so popular on this map, because there are a lot of corners that you can catch people in, and when you're stuck in that corner, you really can't run away from the nade, because it does have quite a radius.
Yeah, it is, and you're going to be running through that nade.
Yeah.
Newell doing the same thing once again, hitting this lineup over onto B site. Ithaca running through mid. Don't really know kind of what's happening yet. We'll see. UGA switching away from that 5-man on A. Gonna have 2-1-2. Pringle in mid. Just watching over as we're getting through these rounds, you know, starting to get some mansions, starting to get some vandals. The knives are going to come out from Pringle here, so they have to be very, very careful. One tap to the head. It happened.
As we saw in the past.
As we did.
Now going in, it looks like, I mean, UGA's learned from their mistakes. Instead of just playing on A site like they were before, they decided to spread out more of the map because, I mean, it looks like USC is really favoring this B site just a little bit. Once again, we do see the Sage with that spike towards B.
Yes, we do, but they're going to have to be careful. UGA has a Sage of their own, kind of hoping. Sarah is hiding on top of basically where Yellow is going to see the Sage and get the head ding, but not going to go down. It is a Phantom. Doesn't do as much damage. JBO might know where Doyle is here. Does, but Doyle was just sitting there watching. And JBO is going to drop first here. Sailor has to be careful. Playing this very well, playing very slow, playing safe, and it looks like USC is going to be rotating over to A.
30
Gotta watch
seconds
out.
left.
Doyle is still sitting there. Doyle will actually drop to Newell. But USC, two of them are going to be at less than half health. Just got to be careful with it. Play this methodically. They see it. Pringle getting McLovin. Going up to Shorty, though. We're going to get a Shorty kill here. Pushing and being aggressive.
Oh!
He's going to get 2, 3.
remaining.
And Play Minion going to pick off Sailor for the last. Wow.
Those knives. Those knives.
That was the second time we've seen people line up perfectly for the shot. So, great play there from UGA. I liked what USC was doing though. You know, they're playing calm, they're cool, they're collected, playing very slow, which in Valorant sometimes that's what you have to do. You play that slow, play it methodically, try to get some of those lineups, get as much information as you can before you're going to start stepping in or getting that pick that you need. So who knows, USC lining up here, mostly on B.
It's really starting to look like UGA is getting that economy back. I mean, we see Shrooms right now with a Vandal, which, you know, could do a lot. It looks like USC doesn't have a lot of, you know, good guns, but they might be able to capitalize off of these, this eco round. We've seen it in the past, and I'm sure we will see it again.
Yes, we will. Once again, the Sova for USC gonna drop very low. I don't think 1 health this time. Newell still sitting here on that Viper with that Frenzy.
Spike down B.
And wow, Shrooms is going to end up throwing the nade and get the pick off onto that Sova. That was crazy. That was just Hail Mary right there. Just threw that nade and said, you know what, I want it, I'm going to get it.
I mean, once again, that Sova getting a hit with the nade. Yeah. Or before, I want to say it was actually UGA. Oh, Pringle able to get out of there with that dash.
That was close there, though. That was very close. McLovin is going to pick off. I missed that was a Pringle with a huge shot onto JBO. Be careful here. They know that they're there. Misses the off shot. Is he going to get the classic? No, they will not.
The
Newell picking off Pringle, but Shrooms is going to pick off McLovin.
30 seconds
left. Though. See what they're going to be able to do with this. Knows that someone's up top.
I was going to say this is quite dangerous. Playing an op whenever it is a 1v3 situation is a pretty risky move, but we're going to see if Newell's able to capitalize off of it. Newell also does have their ultimate ready, but I'm not sure if they're going to use it quite yet because, you know, it is better whenever you have more people in your team to be able to hide in it with you.
Go get it. Newell doesn't have Spike.
Oh, where's Spike?
Spike is over in,
close to CT.
T-spawn.
Or T-spawn, yeah.
Yeah, closer to T-spawn. I think Newell's just playing their life there. Which, honestly, very smart in that situation. Shrooms has the riot gun, buddy.
Oh. I'm jealous.
I am too. I don't have one. I wish I did. But going like we did see in map 1 between these teams, very close. It is a 3-2. UGA is in the lead here. Anything can happen though.
I mean, we see a lot of people are close to their ultimates right now. We have USC with 3 ultimates online and UGA Red. They have that raise, that showstopper.
You gotta be careful with that showstopper.
Especially in such a close site like...
Oh! It is going to pick off Sailor, though. I think that is not Spike up there. Almost grabs the KO, but is going to miss, but Doyle will drop Newell. Doyle picking up 2 picks here, but is going to drop it as a 3v2. Spike has been planted. Play Minion picking off McLovin here. Ithaca in a 1v3. Let's see what's going to happen. Everything is just happening around Ithaca right now. And it looks like the Boombot coming in. They're just going to start pushing in, and Shrooms will end up getting the kill onto Ithaca. UGA Red going up 4-2 in this first round. Halfway through the first round, we still have 6 more rounds to go.
Shroom absolutely not afraid to swing there.
Yeah, no.
I mean, but that's the kind of the mindset you have to have when you are playing a duelist.
Yeah.
More specifically, a duelist like Raze. I mean, she's such a big character in herself, like in her design, especially with her utility. I mean, you have that Boombot, explodes on impact. You have those nades, explodes.
Explodes on impact. Like anything happens. I think we have a great game coming here.
I agree.
Especially for what we're doing for today. I think people are really going to be liking this match that's going on right now.
So it looks like once again UGA will be playing aggressively. Doyle able to get one down.
Doyle picking up JBO, very aggressive, like you said, but is going to get suppressed. Huge need.
Now McLovin does have their ultimate. It looks like they're going to use it to revive JBO there. That is their damage back online. This ultimate coming in, able to tag one.
Able to tag two there. Not a lot of damage coming out though. Viper's going to get healed, but Sage dropping down very low. Heals themselves back up. Getting the plant off, but wow. Play, Minion, and Doyle both dropping right there. USC playing those angles, playing what they need to. Shrooms pushing in very slowly. Knife coming out isn't going to notice anyone. He has the nade coming out. Is the nade going to be able to pick anyone off? No, but able to create some space so they can come in. It actually did pick off McLovin. JBO,
this
ultimate coming out. Going to pick off Ithaca. Has to be careful.
Enemy remaining.
A third right there.
3 for Newell. Dropping down right now. Shrooms, 3 elims here. Sailor has to be careful. Doesn't have the ult anymore. Sarah is getting to the fuse. Shroom watching and is going to pick off Sailor for a 4K, I believe, this
I want to
round.
say it was a 4K, especially with those utility kills there. I mean, that's what Raze is known for.
Yes, Raze is known for that. I was surprised that nade kill came out. I thought it wasn't going to get anyone, and I checked
didn't
that top
either.
right
It
corner.
definitely took a second to hit.
It did. It did. It really did. And wow, I actually haven't seen this skin before. It's been a minute since I played Valor. That is a sick skin.
Is that?
Looks like an AK-47. It looks like.
It looks like a default. I might be crazy.
That was not default.
Was it not default?
That was not default.
I don't know.
I may be wrong. But it looks like USC going to be changing things up here. Pushing into mid. Sailor with the Marshall, though, this time. UGA is going to have the Viper Pit. So let's see if they're going to use that. But JBO dropping down to Sarah.
Oh.
Shrooms picking off Newell. Sailor dropping again.
One enemy
Immediately.
That is 2 for Doyle.
A 5v1 situation.
See what happens. Is Doyle going to be able to finish it off here? They are clicking A and D as fast as they can. There's Doyle getting a 3K. Huge flank from Doyle coming up through A site, pushing in very slowly. I like how that was played. I have to say, I really like how that was played. Pushed up very slowly. Still aggressive, though.
Love to see players doing that back and forth motion. I mean, they're trying to do damage, but they're also trying to keep themselves alive, so they're just, kind of dancing a little bit, dancing around each other.
Yeah, they really are. 6-2 here now in the favor of UGA Red. Timeout once again coming from USC. Like we said, they're going to maybe have a little mental break, have that talk with their coach. See if there's anything can come around from there, because after we had that timeout, those first 2 rounds back were very, very good from USC. So I think this is going to be helpful for them. I think they're going to be able to, like we said, have that little bit of a break, have that 1-minute break. Anything helps.
Right.
And I think they're going to be able to start coming back from this. Up 6-2 to UGA Red, but I think we could see a 6-6 once again, USC. So
Tides can change at any moment.
exactly, you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
Like you never know what's going to happen.
Especially with teams like this. Now looking at it, I mean, I'm sure that UGA's economy is looking awesome for them.
Yeah, UGA's econ is really good right now. But one thing is UGA can't get ahead of themselves. Yes, they're up 6-2, but they can't let that get to their head. They can't let them be like, oh, yeah, we're up 6-2. This is going to be an easy win and whatnot. No, the instant that happens.
We're not going to eco swing.
Downfalls. Anything happens. Newell sitting here with this lineup is going to get a late lineup, though, but is going to cross off Shroom. This cut off, going to be noticed. Sitting up top here, going to pick off McLovin, just walks right in. JBO dropping, but Ithaca is going to pick up Shrooms. Wow, just sitting there up on top, did not expect it.
What
is that?
Through the smoke.
Through the smoke. That was crazy from Pringle. Pringle just
insane.
Cracked this match. See what happens. Sailor is going to start picking left on yellow, but picked off by Pringle.
Now just going to be Ithaca on KO, left alone, going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie on these boxes. Doyle going to be aggressive here, push up and get him down.
Wow. That shot through the smoke, though.
Disgusting. Nasty.
Nasty. Nasty. That was just...
But also beautiful.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Modern art. Modern art. That's what we'll call it, is modern art there. Wow. Great round from UGA. Just
looking at it.
Shroom sitting on top there.
Oh, and they didn't even notice. That's what's so tricky about Icebox. All these different, like, you have so many different angles. You can be on the ground level and you can also be higher up. I mean, it just gives you that advantage. Now, we are going to see that both Vipers have their ultimates ready, and once again, it is awesome whenever it comes to a site such as A, where it is really closely compacted, but it's also good whenever it comes to sites like B. I mean, Viper is just an agent for this
One
map.
enemy
now,
remaining.
Oh my gosh.
That was less than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
UGA just pushed in there and just said, okay, we're going to walk.
I mean, UGA definitely has a more aggressive playstyle compared to
Yes,
USC.
they do. Like we said, those two duelists, they're going to be aggressive. USC wants to play back. They want to play conserve. But I think it might be time for USC to change up. Maybe try new things. I think if they start trying new things, they're going to be able to find out what works, find out what is helping them, and just get back from there. I think they can do it. I really do. I think they can do it. I think they're going to be able to come back. Maybe if they start being aggressive as well.
I mean, we have seen different things. I mean, going in now, these lineups are going to come out.
Yes, we have Pringle pushing in through mid. It looks like Pringle's going to start going on the flank, though.
Doyle's going to be spotted here. They're going to know that at least one person is sitting back there.
But Shrooms drops the Sailor. Is this a four-man flank coming out from UGA right here?
Again?
What is this? Has to be careful. Viper is going to push out. Newell is going to pick off Pringle, but McLovin will drop the Shrooms, and Newell will drop the play. Minion, Doyle picking up Ithaca, and it is now a 1v4. Doyle getting another elimination this round.
Not ready yet.
JBO is going to drop, and they will defuse this. You send it up to 9-2.
We've seen 1v4s in the past 3 rounds, if I remember correctly.
Something like that, yeah. It's always been from UGA.
Last round before
weird,
the switch.
honestly, weird plays.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call them weird plays. UGA is doing a 5-man rush push, doing a 4-man flank. Like, what is UGA doing?
I have no idea, but I do know that they are putting that Battle Sage. I mean, they're throwing her in the war.
They really are, and it's whatever they're doing is working. So as we go in here, last round before the swap, as you can see, USC coming in with the Viper, KO, and Raze ult, which can be very helpful, but UGA, only what they don't have is the Sage Ult. So we have to be careful. Shrooms is sitting up top where they did last time. 5-man push through mid.
Scanning ahead.
So many ultimates available to use, and
no.
Doyle's able to get one.
Did they not see Doyle there?
Oh, well, I'm sure they were distracted by the other person that was shooting through screens.
Yeah, that is very true.
Noted. On stage. I can respect that, but unfortunately it doesn't work out in their favor as McLovin is able to get them down.
Gonna drop Minion seeing right there. I guess I think I just didn't see him. Shrooms is gonna pick up Newell.
One enemy remaining.
But drops to McLovin. It is now.
Can USC bring this back?
You will not kill my ally.
Oh no, that was okay. USC played that very well. They were distracting Filet Minion with that res, while Filet was just watching it, able to push around and get that kill. Did get one more round before going into the second half of this game. UGA now on attacking, 9-3 over USC.
9-3 curse.
That is very true. That is very true. 9-3 curse does exist.
I've seen it in my own games, and it is.
It's happened to me multiple times. But we have to still gotta be careful. I think UGA, yes, they're starting to get confident. They're up 9-3, but like I said earlier, they can't get cocky. They can't let it get to their heads, and neither can USC. USC can't drop down because of this. I think if USC took a breather, had a talk with each other during that match, or during that like switch between halves, come up with some good things. Icebox, another defender. I don't want to say fully defender-sided map, but defense does very well on this.
It has its bias.
Yeah, I will agree.
Oh, Ithaca having to reload here,
Pringle.
but getting a headshot onto Pringle. That's their duelist down. That's a top fragger down. And UGA, Minion, able to get down Ithaca with the trade.
Still being aggressive. Everyone is just around each other right now. Dropping off of high ground. Is UGA going to start retreating and heading over to the site?
It looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing there, and it looks like Sova will be able to catch them in mid.
Let's see if they are going to push into T-spawn from A, but I don't think so.
Filet Minion sticking on that A site.
And is pushing in, even though they're planting on B. Is Filet Minion going to be able to get a pick here? And they are going to pick off. Was that JBO, I believe? Bomb is still planted on B, but here's the thing. UGA is split now. If USC was just pushes in here and B is aggressive here, it's a 3v2. Doyle is still out of there. Sarah going to get a pick on to Newell. Sailor taking
player
this peek,
standing.
but a right click from Sarah with the classic. Picks up another classic from the ground. Let's see what happens here. UGA is going to take this round.
I mean, 2 more rounds until match point.
I'm still shocked from Doyle. Just sitting there. Sitting there, being patient, and then pushed up into sight and was able to pick off JBO. And Sarah with that classic, able to get 2. One of them was just a right click. It's just, it's wow.
It looks like Pringle's going to have a Guardian here, and I think that could really work out in their favor considering the fact that their aim is on fire this match.
Standing ahead.
It really is. That is round 2 Guardian?
I want to say, yes, we're in the second round now.
Round 2. Bomb, grenade coming out from JBO.
As well as the move bot.
Not a lot. Shroom's gonna pick off JBO, but he's going to drop. Pringle with the Guardian, headshotting Newell. Sailor is going to drop as well. The Guardian's working.
Spike goes down
But
right now.
Pringle's gonna drop.
We're in a
That Guardian is
3v2
gone
situation.
now.
Ithaca with that headshot. Once again, what are those?
Huge
McLovin.
headshot from Ithaca. We've seen a lot of great
Player
plays with the
standing.
Sheriff here, but Sarah dropping down super low. Right click coming out. Has to be
One
careful
enemy
here.
remaining.
47 health to almost full health though.
One suppressed.
That wall is up. Ithaca playing around that wall, pulling out the Sheriff.
Oh.
But unfortunately will drop to Filet Minion as we go up 11-3 for UGA. USC played that very well though, I have to say. Ithaca coming in, getting the Sheriff dinks. 2 dinks actually, I'm pretty sure. Coming out. If they keep playing like that, they can bring this back.
I agree. I mean, it was a close one there.
It really was. It was 1v1 at the end. That's what they need to start doing. And I think it can help, and that can just start bringing them back up. They can start getting more rounds, and potentially get them up to send it to a map 3. I think they can do it. If they play it very well, which they have been playing very well, they can bring it to map 3.
I agree. They really just have to adjust around. I mean, UGA's super aggressive play style.
Yes, they do. They're not going to take any damage from that. Boom bomb going out. Ithaca right there.
And gonna
Boom
catch
bomb going to
Flip.
Ithaca, but is going to destroy before the wall does go up from stage. That's an interesting blast pack up there.
I agree, but you know, it might work out in their favor. As we go, we see that Spike is finally planted thanks to that sage wall now. Oh, Sarah gonna swing, but unfortunately gets shot down by Ithaca. Ithaca with 2 picks with the Sheriff.
They are starting to defuse. Let's see what UGA is going to do here. He's going to stick it to Pringle, picking 2
with the Bulldog.
Spike diffuser is down. It is a 2v1 now. McLovin picking up Filet Minion, but Pringle just pushing behind, getting the 3K, and wow. That was
match point.
That was even closer than last round.
I will say.
That was closer. UGA got in. They got the wall up. They got the plant down. But then USC kind of fought back. They did that retake. They were half a second away from that bomb getting defused. But unfortunately for them, UGA able to get that kill and to stop them from defusing that, sending it to match point.
Right, I mean, this is where the game is going to be really intense, especially for USC Black. They want to stay in this running as much as they possibly can. Now, once again, UGA going in with these aggressive pushes, no fear.
Here from them, Pringle coming out, taking out JBO, pulling out the knives, but still has the Bulldog. Is going to get suppressed. It looks like down to a 3v2. Doyle picking up 2 kills there. Ithaca coming from the flank. We saw this happen last time. But Pringle's getting 1. UGA 5-1 now. 2 ults activated. Sailor, the lone sailor, as some says, and is going to drop to Pringle the 3K, and UGA Red is going to take the 2-0 win over USC Black, moving on to the next round. But USC is not out of this yet. USC is going to drop down into that redemption bracket. They can still keep going and they can still move on. It's going to be them versus Poyo in that redemption bracket.
Ooh. Those are going to be some good games.
That's going to be a very good game right there.
That's immediately what I think of.
And then the next one is going to be UGA versus, is it B Sports Black, I think?
Yes.
Okay, so redemption bracket, we have the first 2 teams that are in the redemption bracket. Poyo versus USC. Great game right there.
Right.
All of these have been great games so far. Very close. Both teams playing very well. Can't blame anyone for that. That was just a great game overall.
Some great maps in general. Now, we did see another donation come in. I want to say it was to Elliot, so thank you so much for that donation. We really appreciate every single penny that comes down to this. I mean, we're making a wish. We're making a wish come true.
Yes, we are.
And every part counts.
Anything helps.
Right.
Anything helps. You know, we just want to help. We want to help make their days. We want to help make those wishes come true. So, like we said, anything, single penny, dollar, whatever, anything helps to going to make this wish come true.
Right. So we thank every single one of our sponsors, and thank y'all, the people who are in the stream. I mean, y'all are great for watching. Honestly, just raising awareness for Make-A-Wish, which is such a magical thing, I will say.
It is. That is the way to describe it, is magic. Like, you have a wish, anyone has a wish, and they can help make that happen.
Right.
So we're trying to help them spread that magic that they have, spread that magic to those kids that are making that wish, and help make that wish come true. So.
Right. Well, thank y'all so much. I mean, some great games.
Great games so far, and we still have more to come.
All right, and we will see y'all a little bit later.
My name is Anoop Patel. I am the section chief of neurology for Nationwide Children's, and I'm also an associate professor at Ohio State University in neurology and pediatrics. One of my greatest experiences in the WISH program was a young man, teenager named Deshaun, and he had really bad epilepsy, and it was really more difficult for Deshaun and his family because he actually grew up for several years being completely normal. And it was tough. I got to know him and his family, and we didn't have a lot to offer. And it was right around that time where we had this presentation from the Make-A-Wish folks. I feel that was an opportunity that I was able to give that I might have missed had I not been exposed to the Make-A-Wish program. And when I did, I didn't really know what to expect. I again wanted to give them a break from this illness. That's one of the great things that we see in the WISH kids, is they get to kind of hit the pause button on whatever is making them sick. He went to see Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and the rest of the Clippers, got to work out and warm up with them. It was pretty amazing. We got to see some video and pictures of it. But then they also got to go to Universal Studios. He had some younger siblings who really liked amusement parks, and so You know, they kept saying, Deshaun, you gave this to me. You let me do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're such a great big brother. And you have to remember, at that time, Deshaun couldn't be a big brother. And I'll try not to get too choked up, but he couldn't be their role model. He couldn't be their big brother. He was sick. And then he was able to do that, and it just changed him completely. So I saw him shortly after he came back, and he went there with seizures, as we thought and knew. And I said, how's it going? How's your trip? And he then said, well, I haven't had a seizure since I left, or, you know, for the trip. I said, excuse me? And I looked at his mom, and I said, is that true? And she's like, couldn't wait to tell you. He had not had a seizure. That was over 3 years ago, and he has still had no seizures since then. And I thought that was the most amazing thing. And I couldn't understand why that happened. I mean, I really didn't do anything special. I couldn't take credit. I didn't change his medicines in a way that I thought would work. And if they did, they would have worked before he left for his trip, because I really tried to get him seizure-free so he could experience a better wish experience. It wasn't me. It was something else. And then I saw it over and over with these other kids. And now I'm passionate to make sure that every kid out there gets a wish. We found lots of kids in our own hospital that didn't get the wish experience, and I don't know if their care would have gotten better. I don't know if that would have changed who they were or what they were. I think about that every day, and I wish we could go back to those kids and give that to them. And I now have a mission, I have a goal that I've got to provide every eligible kid a wish. I have to, because I can give something that's so important to them in their life that is more than just a nice thing to do. That's something that will live with them for the entire life and help their health get better. And if that's my goal as a physician, is to help my children get better and be cured, or at least lessen the burden of their illness, then darn it, I have to do that. But I can't do it without donations. I can't do it without the money that's given to the organization. I can't do it without the ability and the funding to provide a wish. You can change a life for the rest of their life. You can improve the quality of their life. You can transform their health care by giving, by donating, by providing a resource that otherwise we wouldn't have. That's what you can do. You can do it today, you could do it tomorrow, but more importantly, you're going to change a life forever.
On March 28th of 2017, that call came in. When she called, she said, are you near Ethan? And I said, yes, I am. And she said, do you mind leaving and going somewhere else? So I went outside on the deck, and instantly, as soon as she said, Kelly, the biopsy came back, Ethan has cancer. At that point, they told us it would be a 3.5-year journey, fight for his life.
The hardest part of treatment, it was probably all of the side effects I had to go through. I got like nausea, I lost my feelings in my hands and feet, I gained a lot of weight. The protocol has been in my mind. I wanted to make it like forever. And then when Make-A-Wish came, I finally got that chance to make protocol.
The next phase of your wish coming true, Ethan, is that in the last weekend of January, there's this cool festival called the Game Jam, right? And have you ever seen this Shark Tank? It kind of sounded like that. So these teams are going to compete to prototype a starter version of your game, and then they're going to pitch it to you. So you get to kind of pick which one you like.
So then you get led by a friend, go to a zone to unlock one of your abilities, which that represents that in your cancer journey, you cannot ever fight alone. You need help with your friends and family and nurses and oncologists to help you out.
Down the hatch.
The game is called Protocol, and it has been an absolute joy to work on it for you. We're at a point that we can deliver it to you and that you can play it tonight. We've taken Ethan's art and turned it into a three-dimensional third-person parkour game. The whole underlying premise of the game has to do with getting support from people around you and drawing power from those that are there to help you.
And I was able to build on that thought when I was able to get that wish granted. And so it was amazing.
Thank you, Make-A-Wish Georgia. Because of you and because of your hearts and your mission, you have made Ethan's dream come true. You have given him joy as he waited for this wish to come true, and you have allowed him the opportunity to share his vision and his gift with so many more kids. And we could not have done it, and he could not have done it without you.
One of Uncle Charles' gadgets turned on last night.
Which one?
The compass machine. He was about to discover that aliens existed.
If we follow it, we might find something, like an alien spaceship.
I'm going to prove that Uncle Charles isn't just a crazy drunk.
Believing in this alien BS is not right.
You guys are not gonna find an alien spaceship.
What do you think is behind this door?
Uncle Charles.
Certain death.
Alrighty, hello and welcome everybody. We are here back with the third and what I believe is the final match, at least on stream for the day. So it is World Wish Day, if you did not know, and we are here with a fantastic tournament benefiting the Make-A-Wish Foundation in GA for Georgia. And we have two more donors that we would like to thank real quick. So we have Weston Eckley, huge donation. Thank you so much. And also Kamidala, thank you. I hope I pronounced that right. And I also hope that I'm very thankful for the donation. We are all very thankful for the donation here. So we still have a fair bit of time to go here in the bracket. This matchup here that we will have on stream will be FAU, Florida Atlantic, and B Sports Yellow. This will be the first seed and the fourth seed there. We saw earlier today, B Sports Yellow took down Poyo, and they managed to move on. There is a redemption bracket that is currently where Poyo is sitting at the current moment in time. I'm not quite sure who for tomorrow, but anyways, going into this matchup, I'm pretty excited to see it. I'm also very thankful. I do want to say I'm very thankful for the opportunity from the organizers of this tournament to allow me to be here and commentate. I'm currently in Pennsylvania. I am the caster for LVC, or Lebanon Valley College, so I could not be on site today, although it might look like it. I unfortunately am not on site like the rest of our lovely casters have been. They've been phenomenal throughout the entire day, but I am here regardless, ready to get into this matchup whenever. I'm pretty excited for it, as I think we can see a very good one here. I know FAU has a very solid roster, so we will have to see how things go, but I believe we are just about ready to get into map number 1 here. We are excited to get things going here, as we'll see FAU there on the attacker side, and we will see B Sports Yellow on the left. You guys did see B Sports earlier in the day. If you were watching, of course, if you were not, they managed to take down Poyo 2-1. But this should be an exciting one. Pearl is a map I personally love to see for my team here at LVC. We definitely see this map almost every single series. So definitely one I'm more familiar with. And we will start things off, well, at least on the side of FAU. Don Hat will be with the Killjoy. Tummy on the Jet. Ant with the KO.
Red on the Sova and Ian on the Astra. A fairly standard comp. Sometimes you'll see that Sova interchanged out, but for this one, we will see a Sova. And I'm interested how they decide to utilize his kit, especially with how the sonar darts work. And we've been seeing Fade get pushed out of the pool, at least on this map, a lot. So expecting that initiator role to be changed up a little bit. And looking over at B Sports Yellow, Aliniski is going to be taking up the Gecko, the new agent in the pool, and certainly a fun one to use. We'll have Wee taking up the Brimstone, Yuki on the Sage, I would assume. Haven't picked yet, but I'd imagine that's the going to be the pick there. Izzy on the Viper and Bogey on the Jet. So two very different compositions here as we hop on into the series. We'll start off with FAU on the attack and B Sports Yellow on the defense. Let's hop right into it. Hello. We are here and ready to get into map number 1. Just waiting to load on in. Going to take just a couple seconds to load on in, but certainly should be in here in just a second. And then we'll be able to kick things off. But again, just real quick, this is a charity tournament. This is for the Make-A-Wish Foundation in Georgia. A very great event. And again, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be casting this event. So I'm excited to get on into this. And here we go. Round number 1.
Okay, I think I'm in.
I believe you are. I can hear you on the VMix
Okay.
call.
Hello, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We have Adharsh here as well. So starting off, we're going to see FAU look towards that A site. Going to be looking to run it down A main, and looking at the side of B Sports, they're going to be looking to get control of mid, hold on through Art. See the Gecko.
Okay, so give me the rundown, because I know I missed a little bit.
You haven't missed much. You just missed the agent select, so this is where we're at. I don't know the map set. I just know Pearl obviously is map 1, as that's what we're playing on. We're going to see also B Sports getting very aggressive early. They're almost all already in the spawn, but that's going to be... That's not really going to help them out a lot here, as the spike does go down over at A. It is a very quick round, though. We're going to see the rotations come on in. There's a fight going on in spawn for these two, and the first blood will go to Ian, who takes down Yuki. The rest of the fight's going to occur over at A site.
I'll take it.
Walensky getting behind Red there. Has some sights on
One
the players.
enemy
Here comes Tummy. It's all down to Bogey. Yes, that collapse onto the site comes in very quickly. The FAU taking round number 1.
Yeah, that was once again a good hit on A. They sent one B just to sort of like bait out and see what's going on there. Yuki getting a little over aggressive down that B link. However, she probably thought she could spot one out, but didn't really have the ability to sort of run away from that. So already going into that 4v5 after that spike goes down on A. So once again, it was all about trading and all about, again, a good flank coming in from Femboy as well. So it was just all around very good plays on them.
Alrighty, now we are into round number 2, and it's going to be a full run through mid for the B Sports Yellow, and this time it'll start paying dividends. Bogey at least takes down Ian, but it'll be a trade on the other side of the map. And again, A control here for FAU. They are looking to just storm down on this site. And that spike is starting to go down, but this time it's a 4v4. Wait, it might not be here soon. Ant on the pinch. Does he get hurt? He does not. Finds one. Still on the pinch. Gets the next 2. And that'll be Ant pulling off 3. It'll be 2 rounds in a row for FAU, and the pinch from Ant proves to be huge.
Yeah, that was a good pinch, and once again,
Should I play
it was
some
an eco
stars in
for
this reality?
esports yellow, so you could kind of expected them to not take that round. You could see the vision. They wanted to once again get aggressive on this map, but they were just sort of hounded by FAU Owls and taken apart. So now going into this third round, we should expect esports yellow to take it. They're coming in with vandals. They did get a pick off, so one of their players is going into a little bit of an eco. So let's see how they play this out. Playing it a little bit safer, but the Jet on B is pushing down B long to see if they can get an angle.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more A control here from the side of B Sports. They've really been on their mistakes from the previous rounds, just allowing that free A plant. And it will actually pay off already, as Alinsky going to get the first pick here again. And that push over in A main is going to be halted for just a little bit. You're going to see Tommy dive straight in, and the players were a bit unsuspecting. It's a bit of an awkward gunfight, but the second comes in. 3-4 FAU. Now it's a 2v4 for the side of B Sports. And they have to go for a replay. One enemy remaining. Make that all down to bogey. Bit of a disastrous round there for the side of FAU. That's going to be a fantastic one for the side of FAU to take.
Yeah, a good entry by Femboy, catching both Reindy and Yuki off guard, but didn't really get the kill off the first swing, so opted to go back to the second. Yuki decided to start healing herself, probably thinking the Jet wouldn't peek out again, but, you know, just incredible game set from Femboy to sort of take that duel once again and getting both those kills and securing that round for them. And honestly, these A pushes have been coming in pretty fast and pretty quick, and I think at this point, B Sports might be expecting it. And once again, they seem to have left Spike out right outside A just to see if they can get a clear. Might go back to get it with the Killjoy as they come around to rotate. Reindy is sort of guarding his mid-presence, however. So we'll just see what the plan is. Presence has been taken over on A side. Jet is starting to lurk in. But will be faced by a barrage of 3 people, but once again, no guns on the side of B Sports yellow.
One enemy remaining.
3 kills. This might be another flawless for them, and it is.
Fantastic round there from FAU. They, again, get that A control. That's pretty much what we've been seeing from them the entire game so far. I know we're only 4 rounds in, but so far, at least on this attack, their main place has been A, and there's really not been too much of a response from the side of B Sports just yet, but still trying to work things out, see how they can gain control of the A site. As a lot of the time, we're seeing FAU just kind of run things down, go straight through main, but it's been tough to hold them from just that simple push.
Yeah, they seem to like holding hard. B Sports yellow. They seem to like holding hard in mid plaza and playing around A link as well, around that area.
Flashback.
But as you know, as we see FAU, they just want to take sight as quickly as possible and then just play retake. And the way they play retake is they just get very aggressive. However, they are starting to get punished right now. Alita playing from side and getting those 2 pickups. Only in a 3v3 situation. However, this is getting turned as the KO is. 2v2 situation, now down to, you know, the KO is down enough for the count, but the spike is down. However, the Killjoy is stuck on site and can't really move. It's only one enemy on site. So they get the kill now. Wing out from both.
Pinch is fantastic there too from the side of FAU. They come. They send one through the left side of that little hut there in the middle of the site, and the other all the way in A main with the op. So again, FAU showing how much they love this A site. They have been unstoppable so far, and look at this. They're actually going to switch it up this time around, and this might be a very rough time to switch it up, at least if you're looking at it from the perspective of B Sports. It's going to be a full A hold, and look at the mini-map. It's going to be FAU on the opposite end of the map.
And you kind of expect this sort of play from B Sports Yellow. They don't have a buy. They're on an eco. They need to stack a site and take that gamble. And it seems like their gamble has not paid off as FAU is just walking to it from side.
and they're going to have this free plant as there's no one around for the side of esports, and this is going to be a 5v5 retake. They at least have the resources to do so, but it's going to be a tough one. This B site is really easy to hold if you do manage to get that spike down. There's not a lot of places you can make that retake from, and we're already going to see the ultimate come out from the get-go. That's going to at least spot one player, but three trades coming down. Trying to run it down through connector, but everyone from esports getting kicked off. It's down to Izzy. At least hits the first shot, but you're gonna need 3 more with it. That's not gonna come in. So again, around to FAU. Was a save, so not as detrimental to their scoreline, but now they at least have the ability to buy here.
And FAU once again played that really well, knowing that the site is free. So the attackers have one of two options: either coming in through tower or tunnel, or just coming down C main. So they decide to, instead of playing for those long side angles of B main, they decide to just stay on site and watch that angle, which is sort of like, once you're watching that angle, it just feels like you're walking sort of like a tunnel where people can just sort of spam and hit you. So it was just like a death scroll.
Night night.
That actually dummy finds the first, dashes away, and now here comes the lockdown. Tommy also, I believe, has this. Ant has the spike. He's gonna look to go get that planted. 5v3 now for the side of FAU, and they are looking to put on a flawless performance, and they are continuing to do so. Spike goes down. He gets two, doesn't get the third. Tommy making sure that he gets denied. It's all down to the bogey. He falls early. Oh, I shouldn't say early, but falls there. As FAU continuing to show why they want to be here and that they want to take this map.
And once again, B-Sports Yellow trying to keep it close, always bringing it down to the last 1 or 2 people. However, FAU just showing incredible aggression after that plant. They aren't playing a very passive game, they're playing a very active game of taking as much space as possible. And whenever they sort of hit that site, like with the Killjoy ult, they pushed all of B-Sports Yellow to the extremities of A, and they have to re-attack that site, but thanks to that ult, a lot of the players now got to freely explore and get aggressive. But now, both getting this incredible sort of peak and getting aggressive there has helped them out a lot. However, they're already down to they even be peeking up without
Look at this.
Through this smoke.
Tommy just running through.
One enemy remaining.
And the other comes in from Red's ultimate. Ian is going to get involved too, but it's already down to a 1v4. Izzy on the other side of the Cosmic Divider. There's not a whole lot Izzy can do here in this situation. Just maybe looking to see if anyone gets a little aggressive, but patience will pay off. 8-0 scoreline, and FAU looking fantastic.
My people, are you ready?
Yeah. So what's kind of incredible about the way FAU is playing? The Jet, Fanboy, he's taking on all the heat as he's entering this site. So whenever Fanboy enters this site, all eyes are on them to sort of see how they're going to play and what the next move they're going to do. Because once again, they're just duelists and they're taking a lot of aggression on themselves, allowing this Astra to sort of go on these angles and get the picks off of them as they don't expect it. But once again, we can see as they've started to now play Vianney and the Yuki on A side. They can sort of play off a wall, block it, make it easier. But once again, they just decide to go B. So once again, the plan didn't go as expected. However, the Viper Spin is going to stall out and help delay as much time as possible. And oh, look at this flag from both. I catch him off guard. He gets one.
Huge pinch there for Bogey and backs away too. So that rotation might end up being stalled. So it's just going to be FAU having to push this site and see if they can find anything. They have to just walk straight through the pit and hope they can. Actually, that's going to be Izzy down. There's a massive pick. Dunhat finding Izzy somehow through the pit. That's going to be a massive one. That allows the site to be able to drop. Tommy has a 1v1 in the back, not going to win. The flash comes through. And here comes
one enemy remaining.
They're winning every
last
single
player
fight.
standing.
It's all down to Bogey. Needed a 1v1. Passes out. Doesn't quite take it. And just barely managing to take that 1v1. Bogey, though, making it close. Almost had 4 on the round. That was a bit of a crazy one there towards the end.
Yeah, that pickoff onto Izzy just sort of opened that site so much for them. Because as soon as that Viper's Pit drops, none of the players were playing in positions which would allow them to sort of, you know, the positions you usually play in to sort of allow for a take or when the people hit B side because they're trying to play within that Viper's Pit. So as soon as that Viper's Pit goes down, every single player is sort of scrambling. Alina tries to get that one pickoff and then they can get it, however the KO just comes in and gets an incredible number of kills.
Smoke's down. Round off early. That jump spot gets one. The judge isn't quite enough to get the job done. Bogey having to get a trade, but again, FAU just running it down A main. And on the other side, you're going to see at least the last 2 players from the side of B Sports. They are together and they are looking to get through A main. It'll be Tommy here again, looking to play. Spoiler gets taken out. That's a huge pick. And you can also see it on the top of your screen there. Sova's weak, so this is not over yet. Makes it a 2v2. And here come B Sports Yellow. They have a good opportunity for a retake. Just going to come down to winning the fights, playing together, coming down onto the site. Going to see Olympia taking the first
one enemy remaining.
Get some damage done. It's all down to the Astra. The fuse coming in. The pull is there.
Last player standing.
That's a good shot from Ian. He's playing his life so well, and the kill comes through, but I don't think the fuse will. And it's a clutch from Ian.
Terrible pull by Ian.
2v1. Fantastic round from FAU.
Yeah, Ian was playing for that pull. Izzy didn't know where Ian was playing from. Possibly even knowing that the Astra was going to play for that pull. And once again, incredible stall from the side of FAU to sort of just keep and play and not allow them to sort of, you know, waste as much time as possible, really. And just taking all these angles and covering it. FAU is on a little bit of a tear, but we are seeing moments of brightness from the side of esports heroes. They just need to put a round together, and we might even see, like, you know, things turn around for them.
So 4v4, we're gonna see FAU again just trying to walk forward and see if they can get onto the site, but there's a lot of utility going down, so that's gonna deny them from that chance at the current moment. They do have they did manage to get everyone from the side of esports to rotate, but they're going to get to the, if they decide to go to A, they're gonna be the ones getting there second, especially if this rotation gets called for B Sports, but they're kind of just holding out right now, seeing if anyone's coming on a pinch, and finally, that rotation's gonna get called. It'll be Brimstone all the way in connector. He's likely gonna get that call and start making his way over to the A site. As you can see here, FAU looking to make their move.
FAU
like red.
again. They're trying to play. They're trying to play for pick. So essentially, if they get a pick, they hit the site.
30 seconds left.
And if they don't think it's worth it, they just sort of run away. If they think that, you know, this isn't gonna work out. It's a very smart game from them. They slowed down the plays essentially by a lot, and by slowing down this sort of pace, they just allow for, like, you know, them to sort of take their time and maybe even bait in rotations, which is what we kind of saw happen. But you know, Izzy trying their best once again, but it's not going through.
Ian goes on a pinch there all the way from mid, and I believe Izzy was actually the one that stayed back, watched the flank all the way through B, but it was actually going to be a better pickup when he walked through connector, or walked through mid and went straight to Art, had 2 kills right in front of him, and that is what gives the round to the side of FAU. Now looking to put this round half into a 12-0.
Kill them.
We'll have to see what goes on from there, as FAU in a very good spot right now.
Yeah, this feels like a little bit like David versus Goliath, except Goliath does seem to be stomping a little bit. However, all's not lost for B Sports Yellow. If they get this one round here, they could slowly, maybe surely, put one at a time over the board. As this divider comes in, blocks off all of B Sports Yellow. FAU once again getting full control of the site. See how Fanboy is slowly peeking their way towards this restaurant as they're coming out and holding these really aggressive angles. Only one person really playing from outside. They get the first pick. Now, B-Sports Yellow once again entering this 4v5. Bomb goes down and is behind all of them.
On a
Gets
pinch,
one,
gets
gets
one. Gets a couple more.
Bogey gets one. 1v4.
Gets a second through that smoke. A third in his hands, but not enough. Fantastic shots from Bogey there. Not quite enough.
Switching sides. Match point.
Managed to pull off the incredible. It'll be map point here to FAU.
Indeed. It was just once again the way FAU sort of mixed in that one slow round and a couple of slow rounds into all their plays, how they sort of allowed for their femboy to sort of allow and take in all the aggression as other players sort of went on sneaky angles or tried to get, like, you know, flanks, and sort of like, once again, they were also trading off each other incredibly well. So this is just a very well structured and well put together team who just know how to play together, and they have a plan in mind. And one of them is just femboy go kill.
Yeah, he's been having a fantastic game so far, and it looks like the B site going to be the place of attack. And if you look at the minimap there, you can see a lot of utility is being placed down. So a lot to deny the plant here, but we're just going to send out Wingman. Not quite going to go. Don't get fully down, so Spike is down. He's going to pick up the tab. One. Backside of B is the main place to get control of right now. If you are down to a 4v. Never mind, it's a 4v0. Everyone just falls immediately, and that is going to be map number 1 over to FAU. They played very, very well.
Defenders
Their aggression really paying off, and it'll be map number 1 going in their way. Fantastic work from the side of FAU, and there's a few rounds there, though, that certainly looked like they could go either way, especially when it came down to those 1v1s, those 2v1s. But ultimately, it'll be the side of FAU that takes that map.
FAU just had a very well-structured game of attack, and they just knew what they wanted to do at every single time. The only thing I feel like which really threw them off was the Viper's Pit. That was like the only moment where they sort of stalled and was like, how do we play this? But thanks to a spam coming in from the Killjoy, they got that Viper, and immediately, you know, their senses clicked, and they were like, okay, we are now completely full hitting this site. And like, they immediately rushed. You see how the KO rushed in, how Femboy rushed in, how they all just sort of like took as much space as possible to clear out as many angles as they can. And it caught, you know, well, like, of course it caught B-Sports Yellow off guard, because they didn't expect that to happen so suddenly. So once again, just, you know, an incredible game coming out from FAU. B-Sports Yellow, they are playing in with a sub. So Alina is playing in as a sub since Seal couldn't be there. So, of course, you couldn't expect the best game. However, they still put on a clinic, and they tried their best. And once we go into the second round, all's not lost. You know, things could always come for a comeback. You know, we never know. So let's see how this second map goes. And hopefully they put on a better performance.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen what map number 2 is, but certainly anything could go your way. It just takes 1 round, 2 rounds, however, to put things together. And we can see B Sports look to make the comeback, but it'll have to come off a map number 2 victory leading into that decider. But we'll have to find out as we go to get there. But we should be getting into it, I think, pretty soon here. I'm not 100% sure how long of a break we're going to have in between these 2 maps, but shouldn't take too terribly long, I would imagine, at least. So we'll have to find on out. But in the meantime, go check out the charity for this event. Again, Make-A-Wish for the Make-A-Wish Foundation in Georgia. Fantastic organization, granting wishes all across not only across the country, not only across the state, but across the world as a whole. They're a phenomenal organization. I've personally, outside of this event, I've worked with them before on several things, and they have just been a great place to work with. But getting into map number 2, here we are. We are over on Lotus. This is the new map in the pool. Obviously, it's been in for a little bit now, but we are still getting used to how this plays on out.
Exactly. Lotus, it's got 3 sides. It's very attacker favored. So you've got, like, again, it's just the way Haven plays, but a little bit more tight knit. There's a lot of doors which you can sort of bait out and move into other areas for. So it just allows for a lot of trick plays, a lot of fast plays. So, you know, we expect to see a little bit of like maybe rush coming out from FAU as they did on Pearl. However, the chamber coming out from B Sports Yellow probably need to hold down those long side angles like on C and A. So let's see how this works out for them. The Harbor also being picked from Yunmi. Harbor being an incredible choice on this as well, allowing the bubble to get a free plant. The waves also allowing to just cover a lot of angles, and his wall also, you know, allowing just for kind of a free entry and just sometimes providing a better wall than even Viper does sometimes. However, on the side of FAU, they're going for this sort of neon hard aggro sort of style with the Gecko. And I want to see how this works out. And we now see Ian flex onto this breach as well as Don Hat takes on the role of Smokes. So I guess some role switching happening on the side of FAU as well.
Yeah, and we saw how aggressive they like to play, and you can see there, Tommy picking up the neon. So that could be a sign that they want to do pretty much the same thing that they did last map, but somehow make it quicker, as they will be starting on the defense this time around. I would imagine we'll see Tommy over on that C site looking to get control of Mound early. That's typically one of the bigger spots of contention on this map. I would imagine that's pretty much their primary goal. And then we can see Red hold by himself over at the A site, but not 100% sure. Obviously, we'll have to see when we get into the game. Also, I'm very intrigued by this chamber pick from Aleniski. I'm very intrigued by this one.
Yeah, I think the main goal for this chamber is to sort of hold like A long or C long as you're entering those sites. He's just there to sort of like play those angles, and I'm guessing on attack, he's just going to be stationed outside there to sort of watch for anyone coming in and trying to hit the A side or trying to come for retake. And he's just going to watch those doors and watch the doors which lead into B. And that's just going to be his main goal for this team. And when they are defending, once again, watching all those long side angles. But as stated before, there are 3 sites to hit, and Chambers TP isn't as before. It's a lot shorter in range. So I'm also excited to see how they play this map.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty excited as well. I think these comps are very, very unique. I've casted a lot of collegiate over the past few months, or past year or so now, and this is definitely something I've not really seen before, at least when it comes to team composition. So I'm really intrigued how these two plan to kind of combine the abilities, combine the utility of these agents. And now we are finally into the game, and it's looking like we'll see B Sports maybe favor that C side for now. You can see some pings from FAU there on the map going over towards B main. So they may be looking to get outside of this B site pretty early on.
Yeah. It seems to be a simple default which FAU seem to be playing, and B Sports Yellow ready to sort of do this 5-man rush onto C. However, the Killjoy is perfectly set up for this situation, so nothing for them to worry about. You see the rotation already coming out from the breach, and the Omen, the waves come in, the wall is up. Red can't see anything. Good nano swarms, will he be caught out? Oh my god, Bogey is down already. So now down to a 45, however the farm comes down, they might play from long, depending on where they found it. They are.
And with that, Alinsky gets
good kill
with
from
the
Alina, getting 2 immediately.
He finds one, Wee finds another. It's all down to Tommy. That's a 1v3. 2 players are weak, but you're going to have to do a lot of damage, especially with 0 utility to work with. Walking onto the C site, it's going to be, you cannot give this player an individual one-on-ones, but I'd imagine they're looking to play this close. There's one enemy remaining. Second, wins it, has one more in front of him, pings the bomb, just waiting for every angle to be checked. Shots are a bit shaky. Tommy is still going to stick this. The head is going to be peeked out though. So Yuki taking round number 1, and B Sports already looking solid.
Yeah, again, incredible plant coming in. Good take. Alina clutching up with that chamber, positioning herself in like the perfect angle to sort of get those 2 picks. So they play that 1v3 retake, and for a moment it got a little scary with the way that Neon was playing. However, Yuki clutching it out for B Sports Yellow. This might be the map that they needed, and this might be the sort of encouragement and the morale boost that's what they were waiting for. Maybe coming into this with a new clear conscience.
Especially after how map number 1 ended, it's already looking great for the side of esports. First pick there, and at least flicks onto 1, but that's really not do a whole lot. There's only 2 players left alive for the side of FAU. It'll be Don Hat on one end, and on the other, we'll see Red looking for a pinch.
Yeah, once again, they just allowed for FAU to sort of come and they sort of absorb their aggression. And you know, for a second, you could see the Gecko also spot out all 4 members as he swung around, and then immediately swung back to be like, wait, all 4 of them are there. He still got to pick off, but in the end, still gave away their life. So in the end, very well played from B Sports Yellow, just absorbing the aggression coming up from FAU, which allowed them to get those first 2 pickoffs, and the third one just sort of benefiting them and allowing them to close this map out.
Solid shot there from Olinsky to close out the round. Had the Headhunter in hand and popped the headshot with it. But now it's a 2-0 lead going into that bonus round. FAU gonna have to figure out what they want to go for here. And like you said, we've seen how the aggression paid off last map, but this map it's not been quite the same story. Although I have a feeling that's exactly what FAU is looking for here. They're likely just gonna toss out a flash B main and push through.
Yeah, it seems that they're running out B. They might just use this door to come through. Oh, good shot from Red.
Good shot. And yeah, that'll back side of esports for a little bit. Olinsky digs 2 before falling. It's all 3-1, and Red gonna pick up Izzy to clean that up. Bonus round gonna go to FAU. Getting themselves back into it.
It was a good plan coming out from FAU to sort of catch out B Sports Yellow as they were coming in and try to pinch them in as the Killjoy Red sort of peeks out and keeps taking those hard angles. And initially when the first pick came in, I thought this might be an incredible pinch coming out from FAU Owls. However, Alina, having some saving grace, gets those 2 picks. However,
you want to play?
Frenzy go burn. But the ult now comes out from Alina, which is why, once again, we see this sort of, you know, A aggression stationed outside A to sort of maybe bait these players in.
Nice comes out from Alina, but it's not going to be quite enough. Here's that, when you hear that tour de force get popped, one of the shots quite connecting. I believe I heard 2 get put out of that gun, but ultimately it won't lead to much. As again, we're seeing B-Sport look to take that C site. Izzy opting to run it back. He's gonna keep moving forward. Has no reason not to. That's gonna be 1. Seconds right in front of him. Not quite enough. Red gonna pop it. Pop that kill. 1-2. Pop that
1 enemy remaining.
Run it back, and the rest of his team picking up every other kill. Gonna be down to a 3v1. Ogie not gonna be able to complete that. It'll be FAU taking round number 4 and tying this game up. We are now at 2 apiece.
Oh, no, you don't deserve
yeah, once again, good pinch coming out from the side of FAU Owls.
German efficiency.
Red sort of played on that back side and sort of held them off and waited for the team to come around and allow for this pinch to occur. And when it did, it sort of hurt. Femboy, once again, incredible gun skill coming out from him, allowing this team to sort of enter this site and making it a 1v3 situation, but initially it was like a simple 4v4.
Now we're going to head to what should be a full buy for both teams. Be a bit more even now this time around. We're going to see already FAU looking to push the pace early. It's going to come off the back of this Thresher from Ant. Throws every piece of utility he has. Femboy cleaning up the first. Ant slides in for the second, or the next 2.
1 enemy
all the way in the back of the spawn. Falls. And it'll be down to Alina. Trying to peek out mid, but there's going to be 3 players of FAU there, and it'll be a flawless round number 5. Just a fantastic push from the side of FAU. They know, they get the info on where those B-Sport players are, and they just capitalize off it, throw about 16 flashes into that room, and make sure that there's no sites being sought.
It's been sort of a repeating occurrence where FAU Owls will always get sort of aggressive on like one side. 2 players will always push out, or a whole team pushes out on one side while the other 2 sort of holds, just to see what happens. And it works out perfectly for them. They use the Gecko to like figure out where everyone is with the ult, as you said before. And this just allows them to just use their flashes and use almost every tool in their, arsenal to get those players off guard. And B-Sports Yellow couldn't really do anything apart from stick outside of sight. However, now we're getting the Killjoy ults traded. However, it is down to a 4v5. B-Sports Yellow with the advantage. They might just pull out of the site and rotate.
He decides to not go for that full pinch. They hear that he probably hears the door open and tries to check it, but it's going to be the wrong place. Ant still might be in a good position, though. Over in main, decides it's not the time to peek. Just playing off the audio. But Alina might even be playing a counter pinch here. Knife comes out, and Alina in a perfect spot. The patience pays off there. And look at that on the minimap. You can see it all the way over on the left side of the screen. C is fully in control of B-Sports, and see Bogey just trying to get spawn control. Make sure all of C is open, and now that spike is going to have 3 rain to go down. You see all the utility getting put down in preparation as Bogey pushes out with that Blade Storm. Not going to get the full cleanup onto Don Hat, so it'll be a 2v4 retake for the side of FAU.
Yeah, it's a 2v4. Alina is low, however, so they might play for, it might just become a 2v3 depending on what happens. Alina, however, is on this flank. If the turret spots her out, she might just die right here and now. But will she be able to get that kill? Oh, she just does.
Fantastic work from Alina to at least get one. The turret just not in sight, looking the other direction. And Alina gets at least the first pick for it there at the end of that round.
Yeah, no, again, incredible patience coming out from B-Sports Yellow. They try to hard push the C side, but as soon as they know that things just aren't going to go their way, they back out, they play from spawn for a little bit, see what the plan is. They try to rotate towards this game, but as soon as Alina gets that pick off onto end, the call is immediately made to re-hit this C side. So things were looking a little shaky. However, they played that a little bit slow, which allowed them to sort of take these angles. However, now we're just seeing the ops come out from the side of FAU Owls. And you don't really see a Neon with an op.
No. Especially with how aggressive we see Neon's play. This is insane. Tommy is just rushing the spawn right now, waiting for anyone to peek. And if not, Tommy will just do it himself. As you can see, Yuki trying to back down onto B. They're trying to find somewhere to go, but they're just completely pinched. They are just stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Izzy at least takes down one, but trades are not quite enough in this round. Walking through, shots is shaky. So now Yuki gonna make things interesting. 2v3. Does Red get the timing? Red does, and you'll see also picking up one to close out that round.
A good flank coming in from Red. Great flashes coming out from Gecko as well to sort of, once again, hinder the side of B-Sports Yellow. But you gotta give praise where you gotta give. B-Sports Yellow putting up a much better fight in this map. It, seems like their mental has come back and they're putting up more of a show right now than they were before. So, expecting a lot more from themselves right now and, playing a lot better.
Maybe Pearl just isn't there now. That's what I'm saying. Pearl just isn't there. Good shot from Dummy. He takes down the ultimate of Izzy. But now all of the utility getting tossed Tommy's way. That's back all the way out. Loki pushing through. Lucky Dan. Be able to get something with it.
Yeah, good smokes coming out from the enemy to push out the push out to Jet. However, once again, B is just such a hard site to hit, especially with the way you know, FAU Owls were just stationed all across, covering each and every angle, ready to trade. And great play and good to watch those doors. Alina now kind of all alone on this A side. Only AZ left, and she gets taken down as well.
Ian closing out the round there, and just a tough rotation there from the side of B Sports Yellow. They just get stormed on in at the B site. They try and take control, but they aren't quite able to get it. After we see Bogey fall, just a full rotation over to C, and there's not enough that B Sports can do to take the site. So now we're seeing FAU start to extend their lead a little bit here, finally getting back into the groove of it like we saw on Pearl. But again, we're seeing a lot of close rounds here. A lot of these can go either team's way, but for now, they're going the way of FAU.
Yeah, FAU Owls, they're just very good at sort of taking space on this whole map. Oh, good shot from Alina. And a good return from Ant. Good trade coming out. However, you gotta respect with shots like those that hit, especially when the Neon had an operator. Good trades coming out from Yuki as well. It seems like the call to hit C has occurred. A flank will be coming in from the Harbor, depending on when they decide to hit. Spike goes down. Bogey's ready to take this duel, and he loses it.
Doesn't have enough ammo.
Classic.
It's a 2v2. Retake starting to come in. That utility comes out a bit quickly.
Last player standing.
Nano Swarm comes
One
in a
enemy
bit
remaining.
early, and now makes it a 1v1 for Ian. Has the shots downrange, but it'll be Yuki closing it out. B Sports Yellow not giving this one up as easily. And we're almost at
Incredible
halftime.
shots.
We could see a draw.
We could see a 6-6, which not the greatest score you'd want for B Sports Yellow since they are attacking. And once again, the map is very attacker side favorite. However, it's you know, something to give them confidence as after coming out of that last match. And once again, the way Rienbi and Yuki played off each other in that last section, each taking a different angle, sort of covering each other when they can. Yuki timing her shots really well. However, once again, look at this aggression coming out from FAU Owls. Once again, hard hitting. This feels like a repeat of the couple rounds before, where they sort of send this Gecko all in, clear out the lane, find where everyone is.
The side of B Sports
I just feel like I experienced deja vu.
Or A site. And they storm in. I heard the Tour de Force come out again, but I mean, when you're getting slammed like that, when you're getting the Thrasher sent right into your direction, it's going to be a bit hard to get things done. And when FAU get that information, when they get the information they want, they know exactly what they want to do. And they're showing why they're such a strong opponent to go against here.
Right there.
Yeah, once again, this is just part of their game plan. It's just getting incredibly aggressive. See how the Neon and the Gecko are once again just pushing out so heavily. Bogey's the only one sort of coming out of sight, but gets a very good pickoff. The Neon is down. No one to sort of trade for each other. And finally, B Sports Yellow making them pay for their aggression.
I think that's a big key to their success as well. They can force FAU to start paying for how quick or how fast they've been playing. I think that's really what will give them the game. Yuki's gonna look to get the spike down, and it will go. It's down to Red and the Omen. Lockdown come in. Red just hops straight down from dropping. It's not gonna do a whole lot. Don Hat just has to teleport out of the lockdown. Almost gets the flick onto the second, but gonna be around for B Sports, and they're gonna look to tie things up here going into the second half. One round in the first half remaining. We'll see if it ends up being a 6-6 or will it be a 7-5.
Yeah, the Killjoy ult invested just to sort of make sure that round is secured. And once again, incredibly well played from Yellow. They just absorbed FAU Owls' aggression like they did, you know, in the earlier rounds when they did try to do that. And once again, it's just because Bogey now just got to enter site. And once he did enter site, he was allowed to anchor it a little bit better and allow for like this sort of like crossfire to be set up for both the Gecko and the Leon. But now, once again, it seems that Beastbox Yellow just love to favor this sort of C hit. And they seem to take it really quickly, but Spike still not going down, allowing for time for rotations to come through. It's only Ant who's still stuck on A, right outside A lobby, and now finally making their way through CT.
The ultimate from Tommy. Maybe looking at some damage done, but it's really the rest of his team that's doing all the damage. 2v5 makes that 4, but Tommy still just running through. Ant will pick up the last, and FAU gonna go into that second half with a 2-round lead. And as you mentioned, this is a very attack-heavy map, so it's looking good for FAU, but Beastport, if FAU is able to pull off a 7-5, Beastport can do the same.
Switching
We'll have to
sides.
see how things go. Now
Listen up.
FAU
Kill them before they kill us.
to attack. They're going to be back into a pistol round.
I mean, once again, we have to come and see how this chamber plays, because how the chamber plays on this defense, because this chamber might just change the tide on everything that FAU Owls might try and do. Because once again, they're a very aggressive team and they love to take as much space as is given to them. So Beastbox Yellow needs to come up with a plan to sort of counter them. And it seems like Alina will be ready to hard peek outside C, outside this C side, to see how much free info she can get, or maybe even a kill. Here comes the wave. The stun misses. One peeks out, tries to get a shot up, but here comes the entry.
There's some space spot for the side of Beastport, but for FAU, and they're going to have to start making their move, and they're doing just that already. Tommy going to find the first pick, and it'll be Donhat going for the plant. Red also in an advantageous position, though. Shots are not quite connecting, and that will be Bogey getting the trade. Ian Donhat finding a couple more. 2v4, and Alina.
Last player
on
standing.
The site. Be all down to Alina. Tough situation to win. You have to get the defuse as well. Right clicks come through, but not quite enough. FAU again looking to not only extend their lead, but keep it and close out the series here.
Yeah, the pistol goes the way of FAU Owls, just like, you know, unlike it did in the start, because from what I remember, Beastbox did take that pistol round. So once again, it's going incredibly. It's not the worst for Beastbox Yellow. They still put on close to a fight. You know, Red did whiff a little bit at the start, so it started to become a 4v3. However, Ian stationed outside that C side, that, you know, the outside of C spawn, C lobby. He sort of anchored that really well and didn't allow any of the two to sort of enter and get a free sort of, you know, flank.
Again, we're going to see FAU look through that C-Say. A great shot from Alina. Manages to find two huge picks from Alina. Balls, but I mean, it's 2 on the side of Beastport. Ant gonna get that plant down with the wingman. And now knows where at least a few of these players are from the side of Beastport. Can just kind of hold this close angle by the boxes. There's Q support. There goes Yuki.
Last player standing.
And now it'll be all down to Wing Yu. That's not going to be enough of an effort as Ant finds 3, closes it out for FAU. Now they're just 4 rounds away from taking this series in a 2-0 over Beastport.
Yeah, it all comes down to this bonus for Beastbox Yellow. If they can take this round, you know, once again, this could allow them to stop FAU Owls' momentum and allow them to sort of build some confidence and build some momentum for themselves. It was a good try, again, coming out from Alina, getting those first picks. However, as they entered a 4v3 situation, but FAU Owls just understanding what the game plan is, playing off their flashes so incredibly well. Oh, and a good
down A spot, but only get 1. And now we're going to see FAU start making their way over towards the A site. And they're going to get control first. So it's going to have to be a retake from B-Sports. Ian already pushed all the way up. Maybe looking to get even further. Watch the spawn. This is a very good position for Ian, but he's not going to get anything from it. Spike goes down. But how many duels can go the way of FAU?
One enemy remaining.
Looks like all of them in.
and
Finds a double. Tommy sliding in for the third.
once again, that was
first
just
to 10 on the board.
Yeah, it was a great play from Alina and AZ to sort of like play together and try to get and maybe even the Neon who was trying to peek with the Gecko, but Ant's crosshair placement was just incredible. It was so smooth, the way they sort of like, you know, just placed it, and then they, you know, carried their spray transfer was just, you know, incredible. So once again, you just can't do anything about that. You just kind of go next round and you come into it with like a yeah, it's all you can do. You can't do much more than that. 'Cause that was just incredible spray transfer.
Just yeah, lots of pressure coming in once again. Just seeing how much space they have on this site, and here comes the wingman for the plant too. Tommy gonna get the first pick, and Red finds Bogey. Huge picks for the side of FAU, and now the spike gonna go down. Femboy slides out, finds a second. At least the trade is there. Wii U though has a lot of work in front of him.
Last player standing.
Alina finds one, but now it's gonna be down to a 1v3. There's a Phantom right in front of him, right in front of her to pick on up. But again, 1v3 gonna be a very tough spot. Nano Swarm, stun, flash, everything. Paranoia getting lost Alina's way, gets the first, not the second. So FAU continuing to inch closer and closer to that series victory and moving on.
I mean, once again, it's just, what do you do? Because the flash coming out from Izzy was perfect. Ant was blinded. Oh, sorry, not Ant. Red was blinded.
That works.
They couldn't, they were fully flashed, but they just spammed in that general direction and got bogey. So there's just again, nothing you could do. It was just unlucky. And, you know, incredible awareness coming out from the Killjoy as well to sort of just spam that location and knowing that, you know, someone is going to peek after that flash came through. So, once again, it's just good play from FAU. B Sports Yellow trying their best and are coming up with the right plays and trying to hold this tight, but FAU also just coming up with so much aggression. Here comes the ultimate.
Tommy just sprinting forward. Classic Neon play. Just sliding forward, has the ultimate in hand, and that's going to be 2.5 kills. Make that 3, make that 4. Flicks are on point for Tommy. It's a flawless, and all of that coming off the back of Tommy, who finds 4, just sprints forward onto the A site, pops a double, pops up, checks the spawn. There goes the Phoenix ult. The run it back is gone, and manages to get the spawn off of it too. So now, just 1 round away from taking this series.
Incredible timing.
Turret out.
Heading back in to the game. Already, we're seeing Tommy fly straight forward, and that's going to be 1 for Tommy. Now 4v5 already. Alina might be in a good spot, though. Alina finds one, Wii U and finds another. Things are starting to get a bit mixy. 2v2. You're going to see Tommy and Ian on site for FAU. Trying to play every single shot. It's now a 1v2, and Tommy closes things out. 13-5 on map 2. And we will see FAU take that series in a 2-0 fashion. Fantastic work from the side of FAU. A very strong series coming out of them. B Sports will head down to our redemption bracket. Still, they have a chance in this series, and B Sports definitely showing some signs of great play. Just FAU looking phenomenal in that series.
Precisely. Once again, B Sports Yellow coming into that second map hot and like incredibly, you know, getting that pistol, getting the next round. So things were sort of going their way. However, FAU just proving a little bit too strong right now. So expecting them to come back stronger, look at the playbook once again, see what could be improved on, and just coming into tomorrow with like a fresh set of eyes and ready to, you know, face the challenges ahead of them.
Alrighty, well, that will do things here for us tonight. We will be back tomorrow. I believe noon is the start time for the event. So we will make sure to catch you guys back here on this channel. So make sure you guys follow here at Stars GA. And we once again thank everybody who has come in and donated today. I believe it's currently at 6:35. So already a great start to the donations for this event. But make sure if you are watching the stream, you can either hit the scan, or you can, if we're still on game, you could scan that QR code to donate, or you can go down below and hit the donation link there. So already a great start to the event, and we're very excited to get into tomorrow, where we will see a lot more of the bracket get cleaned on up and see who comes out on top. But that will do things for us tonight. Once again, thank you not only to Make-A-Wish for this being possible, but also to the hosts of this event. It's been great so far, and we're excited to see how things continue to go. Thank you.
Absolutely. And once again, thank you guys so much for donating. It just helps out kids everywhere, and it's an incredible thing that, that we are here and putting on a tournament. So thank you all the players for participating as well and making this tournament possible. So be sure to donate. Again, as Brizit said, be sure to donate if you haven't already. It's for, it's for an incredible cause. It's for kids. It's to make their dreams come true. So tomorrow we're starting off with some incredible matches as well. So be sure to tune in then. We'll be having B Sports Black versus USC Black, as far as I remember correctly. Yeah.
And here you go. You can see the bracket real quick.
We'll be playing B Sports Black versus UGA Red tomorrow. My bad. So B Sports Black will be playing UGA Red, and then the winner of that will go on to play FAU Owls. So be sure to get tuned in tomorrow.
We will see Poyo take on USC Black, and B Sports Yellow will take on the loser there of B Sports Black and UGA Red, I believe, if I'm reading this right, in that redemption bracket. So we have to see how things play out tomorrow. But again, thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you all for donating as well. You can see the QR code there. Scan that thing on up and send some donations in. It goes to a great cause. Thank you.
My name is Anoop Patel. I am the section chief of neurology for Nationwide Children's, and I'm also an associate professor at Ohio State University in neurology and pediatrics. One of my greatest experiences in the WISH program was a young man, teenager named Deshaun, and he had really bad epilepsy, and it was really more difficult for Deshaun and his family because he actually grew up for several years being completely normal. And it was tough. I got to know him and his family, and we didn't have a lot to offer. And it was right around that time where we had this presentation from the Make-A-Wish folks. I feel that was an opportunity that I was able to give that I might have missed had I not been exposed to the Make-A-Wish program. And when I did, I didn't really know what to expect. I again wanted to give them a break from this illness. That's one of the great things that we see in the WISH kids, is they get to kind of hit the pause button on whatever is making them sick. He went to see Chris Paul and Blake Griffin and the rest of the Clippers, got to work out and warm up with them. It was pretty amazing. We got to see some video and pictures of it. But then they also got to go to Universal Studios. He had some younger siblings who really liked amusement parks. And so, they kept saying, Deshaun, you gave this to me. You let me do this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're such a great big brother. And you have to remember, at that time, Deshaun couldn't be a big brother. And I'll try not to get too choked up, but he couldn't be their role model. He couldn't be their big brother. He was sick. And then he was able to do that, and it just changed him completely. So I saw him shortly after he came back, and he went there with seizures, as we thought and knew. And I said, how's it going? How's your trip? And he then said, well, I haven't had a seizure since I left, or, for the trip. I said, excuse me? And I looked at his mom, and I said, is that true? And she's like, couldn't wait to tell you. He had not had a seizure. That was over 3 years ago, and he has still had no seizures since then. And I thought that was the most amazing thing. And I couldn't understand why that happened. I mean, I really didn't do anything special. I couldn't take credit. I didn't change his medicines in a way that I thought would work. And if they did, they would have worked before he left for his trip, because I really tried to get him seizure-free so he could experience a better wish experience. It wasn't me. It was something else. And then I saw it over and over with these other kids. And now I'm passionate to make sure that every kid out there gets a wish. We found lots of kids in our own hospital that didn't get the wish experience, and I don't know if their care would have gotten better. I don't know if that would have changed who they were or what they were. I think about that every day, and I wish we could go back to those kids and give that to them. And I now have a mission, I have a goal that I've got to provide every eligible kid a wish. I have to, because I can give something that's so important to them in their life that is more than just a nice thing to do. That's something that will live with them for the entire life and help their health get better. And if that's my goal as a physician, is to help my children get better and be cured, or at least lessen the burden of their illness, then darn it, I have to do that. But I can't do it without donations. I can't do it without the money that's given to the organization. I can't do it without the ability and the funding to provide a wish. You can change a life for the rest of their life. You can improve the quality of their life. You can transform their health care by giving, by donating, by providing a resource that otherwise we wouldn't have. That's what you can do. You can do it today, you could do it tomorrow, but more importantly, you're going to change a life forever.